the ACC is a mess. Oh, my goodness. And the fighting Gus Malzahn's couldn't get it done again today. What is going on, everybody? My name is JG, and this is the Brain Drain, and it is time for some Auburn, Georgia football. As I've discussed on this show many times, and also at auburnsports.com on the bunker, an amazing message board, also the corner. I dislike Georgia more than anything. I know you guys have different opinions about this. We've got a lot of folks who hate Alabama. We've got people that hate Ole Miss. But I think that Georgia has a special place in the heart of an Auburn person because this rivalry, this tremendous rivalry with so much history, so many games, the Deep South's oldest rivalry has been so pro-Georgia lately. 8 in a row. If they were to win this one, it would be 9 in a row, tying their longest streak in this history. I believe Auburn's longest streak in this rivalry was 6. So it would be a great opportunity for Auburn to not lose to Georgia. I'm just throwing ideas out there. So I know you guys will be joining me in hoping that the Auburn Tigers find a way to win tonight. And guess what? I picked Auburn. I feel like they can win this game. I feel like Auburn has the players to win this game. I think Georgia slid a little bit. I think Auburn's better than it has been. I think this is the best Auburn team we have seen since 2018-ish. I was at the bar last night. Some people said Auburn sucks. And these are Auburn fans. And I said they don't suck. They just have a play caller who can't get his head out of his ass. And he said, well, who is that? I said, it's Q. It's you. It's you. It's you. Hugh is the problem. Hugh is the problem, and I'm hoping tonight he won't be the problem. We've got some super chats coming through from some legends. We've got a lot of folks in the chat. Of course, we have a great chat, the best chat, an amazing chat. Everybody's handsome. Everybody's beautiful. And I love each one of you dearly. Starting off with Hayden, who's been with us a long time. He says, if not now, then when? LFG, JGT, my man. We'll give you one of those, my man. Yes, I'm 100% on board. I'm ready for it now. Let's be honest. Dion jumps in with a super chat. Dion, of course, back from Poland, hanging out on this side of the pond, and we're glad to have him over here. Call me crazy. Auburn wins. I wouldn't dare call you crazy, Dion, and thank you for the super chat. I'm on board with that. Totally. CDF jumps in as well. Look at this. Massive super chat from CDF. Says, today is the official end for Pasta Hugh. Stephen Pearl better be the real deal because it's about that time. Yes, sir. CDF, thank you, bro. CDF living a long way from his home. He grew up in Lower Alabama. Now he's a long way because he's such a stud and doing things that demand him to live in other areas. But we're glad to call him part of our family here, both at the bunker, at auburnsports.com, and also on the Brain Drain. Thank you, CDF. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you later, especially if the Auburn Tigers win. I know you want to see them win. Dion with another super chat says, I think Hugh calls a good game today, too. That would be amazing. Run the ball. Run the ball. Jackson Arnold can run the ball. He's a talented runner of the football. He makes great reads in the run game. Let him eat. Do that. Stop making him try to be a pocket passer. He ain't that. That offensive line ain't that. Let's just run the football and then use the passing game as like a complimentary thing. They can all still eat. Cam can still be awesome. Singleton can still be awesome. Maybe not Horatio, but yeah, maybe in time. Malcolm can be awesome. You don't have to throw it 50 times a game. Well, Driver jumps in. I had a good feeling all week, but today's results don't give me a great feeling about tonight. Wardam Eagle anyway. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe Alabama squeaking out one or winning the game, I should say, at University of Missouri, a game that they won by 3, but it felt like they were 10 to 15 ahead in that game most of the time. I think they were the better football team today. I hate to say it. Feel like a stranger. Says, word up, much love, Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Hope you guys got hoops, talks, previews, depth chart, etc. In case this thing goes south, I do not. Deep South, that is. Feel like a stranger, of course, very supportive. Always here with us, and he would love nothing more than to see the Auburn Tigers absolutely skull drag Georgia tonight. It's getting to be that time. It's really has been that time. We're going to be real about it. It's been a long time. It's been 2017 since we've seen it. Since we saw Carry On in a caravan going down the close sideline, right to left, and scoring that caravan touchdown. It made me so happy. Made you happy too. I know it did. Blake R jumps in with a super chat to say, Ward and Miggle JG. We love Blake. Great to have you and the Drain and Auburn folks back. Let's put a shock collar on them barking butts and their fans. 100%. I don't want to get barked at, but I'd like to see that happen. Blake, of course, one of our East Coast czars. And always looking forward to seeing what Blake has to say in the chat tonight. Great chatter. Great dude. We love him. Chris M jumps in. Number 19, one of the all-timers. Says, Ward M. Eagle, Jay Cephas, Jeffrey Tate with a G. Not from Queensryche. Not that Jeff Tate, but you know what I mean. He could be a brother of mine. Let's do to the Dogs what Texas did to OU. That was a 20-9, 20-6. That's where it was when I left and had to start working on the show. My friends who are OU fans were not satisfied. They're very pissed off at Arbuckle, and I guess y'all kind of get it too. Mike jumps in with a super chat. Says one way or the other, Auburn football is better after this night. All right, I'm on board. Mike, of course, with us on our Bourbon Show as well. Great bunker, and also here at the Drain. Thank you, Mike. And Neil J., my main man from Scotland, coming across the pond, so to speak. Says, evening, troops. Make or break, no more excuses. Run the frickin' ball. You know, Neil J. is kind of new to the Auburn world. We kind of recruited him, me and my friend J. Dub, when we were on vacation. But he knows enough now. They got to run the ball. Auburn is a physical program. Auburn has built itself on being a physical program. Pat Dye made this program physical. It's never going to change. Even when Gus came here and was doing his Gus stuff, he still said physical. I don't necessarily hear Hugh say that enough. I want to hear him say physicality. Speaking of Coach Pat Dye, before we get going, I want to let you guys know a little something about the Malkoff Gallery. MalkoffGallery.com. Nationally known pencil artist Stephen Malkoff studied architecture and was a walk-on linebacker at Auburn for Coach Dye. As I mentioned earlier, he's a proud member of the 1988 SEC championship team. And he is an artist, and he has a website here, the MalkoffGallery.com, handcrafted in the greatest detail. Artist Stephen Malkoff is proud to present the historic trees of Toomer's Corner. You can see the sketch there, top right, the print, I should say, including the spirit of Auburn, Nova, Aubie, and many more. You can check out his prints here at the MalkoffGallery.com. That's MALKOFF Gallery.com. Again, that's the Malkoff Gallery, MALKOFF Gallery.com. This is what the page looks like when you go to his Auburn collection on the website. And again, you got the Jordan Hare print. You got the Oaks, the Toomer's Corner Oaks. You got an Aubie there. You've got Nova. You've got Spirit. And you've got Chris Davis. Check him out. Again, Malkoff Gallery, MALKOFF Gallery.com. We'll see. We got some super chats that came through while I was doing that ad read. Runner 24, another one of our East Coast legends. We call him an East Coast general. Odds of a functional offensive plan tonight. Runner 24, a rational, reasonable person would say, no chance that's going to happen. But that ain't me. JG says it's going to make sense tonight. They're going to run the football. It's going to be smart. It's going to be sequenced properly. And good things are going to happen for Auburn. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel about it. Runner 24. SR71 blah, 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 Blackbird says, warming up my leftover Panda Express. Yowzers. And about to watch this shite show start. I don't know that I like Panda Express when it's brand new, hot off the whatever it comes from. But man, to reheat it, that is an adventure. But I respect it. I think this game actually kicks off at 6:42, something like that. So we still got a minute or two to kind of continue to ease up. By the way, tonight I will be drinking this Eagle Rare, which is one of my favorite bourbons. If you can find it at retail or retail-ish, I'd be willing to pay up to $60 for a bottle of this. You can find it sometimes in the $35, $45 range if you happen to get lucky. It's a 10-year expression from Buffalo Trace, and in my opinion, it tastes wonderful. I get cherry on it when I drink this. I get cherry. I like cherry. Probably won't be drinking a whole lot just because we want to run the show properly. But if Auburn starts playing really well, you never know. I'm also going to be hydrating with water that is in my Owala. Everybody knows that if you drink, you must hydrate. Ballers hydrate, as my friend Cuz says. And also, Cleveland Brown would say that. Blake would say that because Blake is a legend and he knows how to handle himself. Just as he says right here, Panda Express is absolute trash.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Nah, it's usually mostly shit, actually. Brandon J says, hey, JG, I'm drinking the same thing tonight. I'm so glad to hear it, guys. I think we should all be drinking Eagle Rare tonight if you have some to spare. If it's maybe a bottle that you don't want to drink and you want to save it for a special time, maybe if they win, we break it out then. I will drink it all night. I do that because, well, I'm your mod, and I got a pound bourbon. Just like they said on the main board a few years ago, hey, man, I know he gets weird and he gets drunk on the show, but I'd rather my mod be pounding bourbon than whining about shit. And I said, that's my guy. You're getting it. Parker M, last name redacted, says I'm drinking Miller Lite, which is basically water. Hashtag stay hydrated. I like that. That is funny. Blake R says, we twinsies tonight, JG. Hell yeah, I got me some Eagle Rare. That's my man right there. Blah, 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 blah. Chipper says I had a chili dog throwing some bushwhackers on top of that, just spitting in the eye of fate recklessly. I've had bushwhackers at Chip Chip's beachside estate, and they changed my life. I will not drink a bushwhacker anywhere else unless it's on the hallowed ground of Chip Chip and Ms. Chip Chip. Daniel D asks me, as we celebrate and fet Cam Newton this evening, favorite Cam Newton moment, without a doubt, it would be him trucking. Well, he didn't really truck him, but he outran Patrick Peterson and strong-armed him into the end zone for a touchdown against the hated LSU Tigers. I thought that was an amazing run. I remember being at the NFL Combine in 2011, so it was, the year that he was going into the draft. And I was sitting with a bunch of Browns reporters, which at that time was a guy named Terry Pluto, was a girl named Mary Kay. There was another gal on that beat whose name escapes me. Anyway, they were talking about Cam Newton, and I said, hey, I'm an Auburn writer. I know him pretty well. And they were like, tell me about him. And I was like, he's really awesome and stuff. I said, I want you to check out this highlight. And, these folks cover the NFL. They don't necessarily know all this stuff. And I showed them that highlight, the one I'm talking about, where he had like the 50-yard run where he kind of weaved and burrowed and got himself going, and then he ran away from Patrick Peterson, and they said, holy shit, that guy is really good. And I said, have you not been watching him all year? He's like Superman. He's got the cape and everything. Ends up going number 1 in the draft to the Carolina Panthers, who really kind of wasted him in a way, but he did get to a Super Bowl by himself, more or less, and he's a lot of fun to watch. So there you go. Those are my feelings about Cam Newton. One of the all-time Auburn greats. I would argue the single best single season in the history of college football. Just unstoppable. And too good. Our friend Reynolds W., last name redacted. Actually, I can say his name because he works on TV. Reynolds Wolf from the Weather Channel says, watching from Montauk, New York. Storm duty, I feel a million miles away. Well, guess what? That's what the internet does. It brings us closer together. Reynolds, who I believe is from Jemison, Alabama, loves his Auburn Tigers, pulls for them at all times. And as a resident in the state of Georgia, he would love to see Auburn win the game. Not because he wants to talk smack at his neighbors, although maybe he would. But I think it's just because he likes Auburn and he wants to see Auburn do well. RR Big Cat asks a question. Odds that Deuce sees action, I would say it's low. Low. Although we do need to talk a little bit about Ashton. I think Ashton would like to redshirt. It means he can play 4 games. You guys know that I advocated for playing Ashton in the last game because I felt like Jackson was flatlined, not necessarily of his own doing, because I think that Hugh keeps trying to pound a square peg into a round hole. I think he has this vision of what Jackson should be, and we have been watching Jackson. We know what he is, and he is not a pocket passer who's going to throw the ball around 100 times, a la Ryan Tannehill in his prime, a la Tom Brady in his prime, a la Joe Montana. That is not how he does it. He's a runner. He's a dual threat guy. He's a very gifted runner. Let him run. Make him run. Tell him to run. Plus, you've got Damari. You've got Jeremiah. You've got Eric Singleton to give you some jet. You've got Malcolm Simmons to give you some jet. There's a lot of options, and I think Auburn can do this. I think Auburn can be an outstanding offense if they just commit to running the football. But that's enough of what I think. I haven't called a single game in this series, and I won't. Super chat coming through from Stoop Up, who has super chatted every show we have ever done, every brain drain going all the way back to 2017. He says, Greg McElroy is especially ugly in 4K. I am a fan of Greg McElroy as an analyst. I think he is unusually bright compared to the other radio drones who say a bunch of silly shit that doesn't mean anything. I think he's actually smart about football, and I like listening to him when I listen to radio. You guys may hate me for having that opinion. I don't like the fact that he played at Alabama, but I do like him. With that said, I would not want to listen to him for the whole show today. It's too much. I was over at Cousin Becky's house earlier, across the street, watching football, and we didn't have to listen to hardly anybody. We had Jesse Palmer doing the Alabama game. We turned it way down just enough. I'd rather just talk among my friends and listen to these guys for the most part. That's just my opinion. Of course, I sit up here and talk all the time. Anthony R. says, JG, let's turn up, brother. Anthony, this is for you, my guy. I'm going to make a little pour, the first pour of the night. Jake N., great question. He says, when will Darrell be back? So we saw Darrell. I saw him Tuesday, and he was walking fine without, that's the first time I'd seen him without any kind of crutches or anything. Actually, when I first saw him, he was in like a wheelchair, not like an electric wheelchair. And then the next time I saw him, he was on crutches, not doing very good. And then this time I saw him, he was walking okay. So my thought is you're looking at probably 3 weeks. Let's say one more week of like just getting ready, getting healed, then a week to kind of get up to speed, and then a week to play is what I would think. But I'm a little bearish on Darrell right now in general. Holy cow. Drew Aller's out for the season. That's not good for Penn State people anyway. Yeah, I was, you guys know I was hugely in favor of Darrell to start the season. He's fallen behind because of the injury and also some other things. I think they preferred Jeremiah, but Spicy P makes a great note. This 4K channel is so sick. You get the whole pregame pageantry. You're so right. I am new to the 4K fam. We just started doing that maybe this summer. So this is my first season with 4K, and it really is a game changer. I love it. Absolutely love it. I think the games look better, and then you get the added. I think with the ESPN ABC stuff, you get to see what you're talking about. I think if you're watching the Fox 4K streams, they don't do that. So one more reason to not hate ESPN, although there's really not that many. They're pretty hateable anyway. Detlef Shrimpf is with us tonight. Will we need the 85 Bears on D to win tonight? I hope not, Detlef. Thank you. We love Detlef. First of all, he's big time on the Bourbon Show the other day. And we also just love Detlef in general. Former Supersonic, also a former Indiana Pacer. And a great man. Part of our crew here, part of our family. Let's see, Slava. What's up, buddy? Says, would you pay Kurt Signetti $15 million a year to fix Auburn? I would not personally. He's like 65-ish, 67. I'm not sure exactly how old he is, but I think that's too late to start. And you say, hey, JG, he just got started in Indiana. And I say, yeah, good for Indiana. That's the kind of place that he needed to be, kind of a long shot. They could take a flyer on him. It works out great. He gets paid well, and he could stay there and be Kurt Signetti. Obviously, they got the win at Oregon. I did not see that coming. I thought they were pretty good. Well, they're actually very good. I did not think they could win at Oregon, and I was wrong. So that's a team we got to start thinking real seriously about for playoff problems. Going to be a problem, I think. Josh Wu says Schrempf was a shooter. He was indeed. Yeah, when I first got into the NBA back mid-'80s, he was kind of coming of age. Such a classically pretty uniform. I do like the Stormtroopers better than the Blues, but either way, I think it's just gorgeous. For me, it's hard to beat a UCLA jersey. I kind of grew up. I did grow up in Southern California. I really wanted to go to UCLA. Got moved out of Southern California and didn't want to go to UCLA. But I still like the gold and light blue. I think that's pretty cool. Anyway, this is my man to Anthony R. I said I was going to toast him. Anthony R., my guy. This is for you. Appreciate you being here with us. And I also hope that you get to watch the Auburn Tigers beat Georgia Bulldogs tonight. Anything that I could do to make it happen, I would do it. Instead, I'm going to sit here and talk with you guys and try to give you a better angle of the game, at least through my mouth. and talk to you a little bit more about the Auburn side, whereas Greg McElroy wants to talk about a lot of stuff. Luke Duke asked, did I hear about Caddy's health situation? No, I have not heard. I haven't really talked to Cadillac since about halfway through his Raiders year, which I think was last year. And he's not someone that I'm super close with, so no, I haven't. I hope he's good, though. He's younger than me. Let's see. Taxman says Detlef and Sean Kemp was a great NBA Jam duo. You're absolutely right. I can't remember. Are they actually a team on there? I thought it was like Nate McMillan, maybe. I don't remember. I'm not going to go look right now. I bet it's Gary Payton, isn't it? I bet it's going to be Gary Payton and Kemp. But anyway, I always play with the Warriors. This is way before the Warriors were the Warriors, but you got Chris Mullin and you got Timmy Hardaway, I guess senior now, crossover man from UTEP. He was a bad man. I am fired up about this game, man. Josh Wu said you just can't beat Jordan Hare. And a Taxman says, how about my NU Wildcats today? I did not see how they did, Taxman. Let's see. Slava jumped in again to say, JG, I need whatever you took this afternoon if you're worried about which teams in college football are going to be a playoff problem for Auburn. I just meant in general. But I would love to see Auburn get in the playoff and have to deal with some of these teams and actually win. It'd be awesome. I don't see why Auburn can't do it. What I mean to say is I don't understand why Auburn, the institution that is Auburn football, can't put together teams consistently that can challenge for a playoff. That's what I really meant. Not specifically about this ball club, because I think this ball club's got some faults. Unfortunately, I think the faults are centered mostly around the head coach and his inability to administrate his personnel. A lot of coaches will tell you the number one rule in football is KYP. Know your personnel, understand your personnel, know what you have, and find a way to accentuate it and make the most of it. And I don't feel like Hugh, as an offensive coordinator, has been doing that. I very much wish that he would have gone out and hired an offensive coordinator that he didn't know, who had great ideas, let's say just shooting from the hip, Kendall Briles, and brought him here and let him do things like that. I think offense is a thing where, like, you got to have these forward-thinking younger people come up with ideas about how to mess up defenses. And I actually like older defensive coordinators, and I like younger offensive coordinators. But what I really like is offensive coordinators that actually create offenses that score points. And that's what I'd like to see tonight. Chip says, Gus always had his personnel figured out by game 6. It's actually true. It's so true that it hurts. I think I might have this a little low. Let me turn that up just a little bit. Yeah, it took him a while. Let's see what's going on. AU Texan says, what are we drinking tonight? Still Austin Cask Strength Rye here. I have been opening my palate to ryes lately. Courtney and I have had some very good luck with some ryes. We had an E.H. Taylor rye recently that was delish. And we made old fashions with our friend Justin O the other day. Well, technically Justin O made those with us because he made them. And we used a rye. We used an old Ezra rye that was wonderful in those old fashions. So much better. Robert F. says, JG, what's your opinion on the Baylor game being moved to Atlanta? I know a lot of you guys are upset about it, and I think you guys are justified if you're angry, if you're thinking that Auburn should have as many home games as possible, meaningful home games as possible. I am on board with that. However, I'm also on board with $5 million going into the NIL coffers, and that can make a difference for football and men's basketball without a doubt. So for me, from where I sit, which is behind a screen, I'm good with it because it doesn't really matter to me whether they're playing in Ghana or they're playing in Jordan Hare. But from a fan perspective, I totally get it. You want to see your Tigers play in your stadium, just like Baylor got to do this fall. But I think I would have made the same decision that John made. However, I would have couched it differently. I would have probably worked a little bit more with the various institutions, folks that deal with what it means to be a football, what it means to have a football weekend. People, maybe the mayor's office, maybe the AO tourism folks. I would have worked a little bit more with that. There we go. First play from scrimmage is a run, and Eric Singleton is out in space. Renard, my man, says, let's go. Sorry late coming back from covering Alabama State versus Jackson State. What a game. I never covered an ASU Jackson State game. I didn't make it long enough. Back in the day, that game was played in Mobile. I don't know if it still is. I got run off campus and got my credentials taken away when I covered ASU. It happens sometimes. Second play from scrimmage is a quick screen out to Eric Singleton. I'm good with it. That's basically a run play. It's basically a run play. Someone mentioned that Auburn won the toss and elected to receive, which is unusual. You usually elect to defer, but maybe they feel particularly confident about what they have scripted here for their first possession and wanted to get out there and kind of get some good juju going. They were seeing some big shifts right here. Still running the football. Inside zone run here by Jeremiah. Dives under a la Trey Mason and gets another few yards. So it's going to be 3rd and short, 3rd and 2, maybe 3rd and a long one. Feel like a stranger is in here. I remember Gus taking 6 games to figure out what he had and how frustrating it could be. We are 30 games in now without it being figured out.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
You're absolutely right. You're right about that. 3rd and 2. There you go. I like this. Guys, the play calling's making some sense. I don't want to get ahead of anything here, but the play calling is making sense right now. It's making sense. Ephesians says, JG, you're right about Cobb getting low and getting extra yards like Trey Mason. He does it a little differently than Trey Mason. Trey used to dive under blocks. And I feel like Jeremiah just kind of rumbles and bumbles and stumbles. I think he's the master of the crab walk. He'll do anything to get an extra 2 or 3 yards, or 2 or 3 feet, really. All right, little hitch. Little hitch route there to Cam Coleman. That's going to be, I guess, second in like half a yard, which is perfect. Auburn's probably 6 plays in right now, and I have no problems with any of these play calls yet. So we got a stoppage in play. I'm not sure what's going on, as Georgia wanted to talk a little bit. I mean, shit, Auburn's run the ball, 4 times already? And they ran, 8 times in the A&M game? Oh, they're going to review this catch from Cam Coleman. That's an NFL catch. Oh, wait, he fumbled it just a little bit. Uh-oh. I don't know, guys. What are y'all thinking about this one? Yeah, I told you earlier they've already run almost as much as they had against A&M. Two of those, the plays to Eric Singleton were actually passes. You know how it is. He kind of does that little forward pass. It looks like a run, but it's a pass. Hey, whatever it takes, man. Poppy Clan is here with us. He says, let's go, Jay Jizzle. That's what CDF always calls me, too. Jay Jizzle. Yeah, you guys are thinking incomplete. Our Big Cat thinks it's going to be incomplete. Ephesians does. Wizard D. And Luke D. also is thinking that could be an incompletion. Of course, the SEC will take its sweet old time figuring that out. Poppy Clan also on board with the no catch, although everybody would love to have seen it caught. He caught it nicely, right? First chance, and then it kind of got away from him a little bit. A. Robinson says incomplete, fire, freeze. Let's give him a laugh on that. Spicy Pieces momentum dead now, too. Takes too long, man. There's Jesse Stone talking with Jackson. He's like the assistant quarterbacks coach, works with my Canadian hero, Ken Austin. He's actually not from Canada, but he played in the Canadian League. The CFL has like 1 million touchdowns. Dang. This takes too damn long. And you're right. It's kind of messing up with the flow of the game. Jackson technically at this point is 3 of 3 for 20, but they're going to probably bring one of these back. After review, we're going to rule that incomplete. Like Neil Jason says, catch all day long. My man. I like the positive thinking, though. That's the right way to do it. Yeah, Runner 24 says this lag to make a simple call is ridiculous. That's just too long to review that, right? I mean, he dropped it. All right, 2nd and 10 is what we got right here. I would rather have 2nd and 1, but that's fine. Auburn around the plus 45-ish at this point. And this drive's it's been pretty good. Let me get some drive stats on this bitch. 6 plays, 30 yards so far. Quick throw there to Malcolm for about 2. If you guys remember, we did a camera eye maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. We showed that Malcolm had some poor footwork on a similar play like that. I thought his footwork was a little better on that one. But still a modest gain, 3rd and 8. One of the great things about college football is that your stadium actually stays your stadium, meaning I'm a Raiders fan, so every time I watch the Raiders play, it's like, 60% visitors, 40% Raiders people. Perry Thompson with a catch over the middle and a first down. That's what I'm talking about. The Raiders stadium, it's like 30, 40% Raiders fans. You go to Jordan-Hare, it's 90% Auburn fans, and I like it that way. All right, got a first down. The drive continues. 7 plays now. Handed off to Jeremiah. No, they didn't. Little play action. Eric Singleton gets another touch. Jordan W. fired up to see Perry make a play. Josh Wu as well, Poppy C. Fired up to see Perry Thompson be part of the game plan there with a little catch over the middle. I like it. A lot of touches for Eric here out of the gate. Looks like they're going to make an adjustment here. Let's see if they change their formation coming out of this adjustment. They did not. 2-by-1 with the tight end. Ooh, they're got a double pull. Running into the boundary, which I'm not usually a fan of, but Jeremiah made the most of it. Got to about, it's going to be 3rd and 2-ish. I didn't like that. Parker M says 202 on 3rd down. Let's get this man an extension. John Cohen is like, now's the time. Now's the time. 3rd and 1. Actually, it's more like 3rd and a half a yard. Jeremiah getting all the carries so far. He's been the main guy in the backfield, or the only guy in the backfield. Compressed set here. First down run for Jeremiah. Gets, another 5 yards on top of the first down. So that's going great. This drive has been lovely. 10 plays, 57 yards right now. Pretty satisfied with that. Jackson's technically 5 of 6 for 27. Oh, that's a little bit of a misnomer because some of these have been kind of run plays that he's thrown it forward behind the line of scrimmage. Eric's 2 catches for 7 yards. Perry's 1 for 11. Cobb, by the way, 3 carries for 15 yards. So this is going okay here. It's been a good first drive. There's going to be something going on here. This was some kind of a weird play because you got Brandon in that number 2 receiver spot, which is unusual. You had Malcolm in a weird alignment. And they were going to try something, and I bet their safety situation was such that they didn't feel comfortable with it. It was going to be some kind of a throw. We got a timeout on that one. Josh Wu says, you got to love Cobb. Hell yeah. I'm a big fan of Cobb. He's from my town, Montgomery, Alabama. And, big fan. Let's go ahead. I'm going to get some of these numbers updated because they're worthwhile. On 3rd down, Auburn is now 3 of 3. If you guys remember, they had 0 3rd down conversions in the A&M game, which is like damn near impossible, right? Jackson's 5 of 6 for 27. And Anthony R says, nice drive here, JG. It's been terrific so far. Absolutely. This has been an A drive for me. Jeremiah's got 3 carries for 15, which I love to see. And I talked to some folks about, hey, man, when they were at the bar the other night saying, Auburn sucks. These are Auburn fans, by the way. And I was like, hey, man, they can be good. They can be good. Let's see what else we got here. Guy says, would love to see a tunnel screen to Bryce Kane. Interesting. I think he's probably the third choice on a play like that behind number 1 and number 4. But, yeah, he'd be an interesting change of pace on that. He certainly has the acceleration to make that play pop. Yabo says, nice, lengthy, clock-draining first drive. Set that rhythm. Absolutely. This has been worthwhile, I think. Solo Tigre says, another ABC game, another 30 seconds behind the stream. This is killing me. So you're behind the stream that much? Or I'm behind that much? I don't know what this means, Blake. You're freaking me out. Touchdown pass to Georgia incoming. No. Don't tease me like that. Gunner says, War Eagle Jay. Good to have you here, Gunner. Appreciate you being here with us tonight. Looking forward to a fun, long evening here where Auburn has a lot of great drives and wins by 50. That would be amazing. Hey, if I say it, it means it's at least possible, right? Josh Wu says a lot of 11 and 12 personnel. I mean, Brandon's been out there the whole way, and then you had Preston coming out there too. So it's definitely been heavy, kind of a heavier formational night compared to what we've seen in the recent past. Anthony R says, JJ, you ready for some hoops? Hell yes, I am. We got the game this week, 4 days away in Birmingham against the hated Oklahoma State Cowpokes. You might know them as Cowboys. And looking forward to seeing how this team looks. Saw him in practice a little bit the other day. Love Elijah Freeman. Love Murph. Love Keyshawn Hall. Of course, Tahad. And I want to see what Abdul can do. They say he's a swashbuckling three-point shooter. I haven't seen it myself too much. Not because he's been bad or anything. I just hadn't seen him play as much. He was hurt for a while. He's not hurt now. All right. We actually chalked that play up on the camera eye the other night, a very similar play. Which is a quarterback power read. And Jackson, by the weak side linebacker read on that, saw him flowing toward the direction of Malcolm, and then he just cut it inside. Got himself, 8 yards there? No, 6 yards, 2nd and 4. Wow, Robert S. says Arkansas giving Tennessee everything they wanted. I didn't know that game was still going. I really didn't. All right, 2nd and 4. I like this down and distance. Let's see. You can be a little creative here if you want to. Looked like it was just kind of a draw with Jackson, who's going to get up to 3rd and 1, I think. I don't know. Jeremiah's hollering. I don't know why. He's in the backfield having not blocked anyone. I don't know if he's mad at himself or he just liked the run or whatever. 3rd and 1 is a nice down and distance. I can deal with that. Hornatius says, let's see what Hugh Freeze, talking about it like Brian does, when he's calling plays on instinct and not script. That is a good point. Can he keep this, this flow going when he's just having to call stuff free flowing it, right? I just hope he stays with this run paradigm until Georgia figures it out, if they figure it out. It's 1st down right there. On a little quarterback power. There was no read on that. It's going to be a 1st and goal. It's a long 1st and goal, but it is a 1st and goal. They're probably at the 7. Well, not too bad. I thought it was at the 8.5. It's been a terrific drive so far. Not going to lie about it. 13 plays, 68 yards, almost 7 minutes coming up on it now. I don't know what that referee said there. Or they're reviewing something. I don't know what. It's probably something that Hugh's not happy with. He looks pissed off. Ephesians says, going to review again. I mean, not even like maybe they're doing a review for the spot on this. I mean, he's a full yard beyond the beyond the marker, beyond the line to gain. So make sure my stuff's recording. I reckon it is. Hope it is. Neil, you better watch it, buddy. You said we're looking like a playoff team. Hold on, buddy. Haven't even gotten the ball in the end zone yet. This is the second really long review on this drive. The first drive of the game. The game started like 20-something minutes ago. I mean, what are we doing? Well, it does look like his knee came down a little earlier than we thought, but I mean, he still had an extra yard and a half that he got beyond that line to gain. So, I mean, even if they bring him back a little bit, I think he's going to be right at the marker. Man's opinion. Justin C says, I wish I could listen in on these reviews. That would be interesting. First and goal is the ruling here. My guess is they moved it back to probably the 7.5 or the 8. Slava Boyko says 31-minute opening drive is pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. No, they left it where it was, really. They're at essentially the 7. 2 tight ends the same side. Oh, man, that's a cool idea. We got a pass interference coming in, though. That was a new formation for Auburn there. I had not seen that one. They had 2 tight ends. 2 tight ends lined up to the field side, like parallel to each other, and then they were both pulling in as if they were going to try to block for some kind of an interior hole there, and then they threw the ball over the top, which was the goal all along. So. Oh, man. It looked like a face mask, too. He damn near was able to turn around and still catch the ball. It's amazing the ability some of these great players like Cam Coleman have to just contort their body and still make plays. It's just insane to me. That's what I'm fucking talking about right there.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
We'll take it. We will definitely take that. A 14-play, 75-yard drive, 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Very happy with that. Everyone's happy with that. Jackson, as I predicted last night at the tipping point, I said they're going to start running the football and stop being stupid about it. Alex hits the extra point, as he is known to do. And the Auburn Tigers, 7-0 lead to open the game. Georgia hasn't had the ball yet, but I don't really care about that. Hornation says 222-0, folks. Calling my shot. Stoop Up says, what a great drive. Among the best drives of the year, I would say. There was a few in the Baylor game that I thought were really tasty. And had one good one against Oklahoma, but this was a really nice drive. And it was very physical. It was very, I'm going to whoop your ass. Not a lot of trickiness. Just lined up and shoved it down their throat. Those are things you love to see. These numbers are still going to hold up, though. Jackson's 5 of 6 passing for 27 yards. He carried 4 times for 13. I'll go ahead and add that with a touch. Cobb's 3 of 15, and Cam doesn't have a catch because he had that one ruled back. 3rd down for the Auburn Tigers. 4 for 4 on that drive. No shit. Guys, they were 0 for in the last game. And then they go 4 for 4 on this to open the game this time. I mean, what in the world are we talking about here? Georgia doesn't even have a tackle for a loss yet. Jay Robertson, one of our friends who is an Ole Miss guy, lives in Northwest Arkansas, but we love to have him here hanging out. Always friendly. And I saw that Ole Miss did get the win today against Washington State, who's not a great team, but I think Ole Miss was just kind of, going through the paces. And Trinidad, their quarterback, man, when he gets in the open field, that dude is fast. Very, very fast. It's crazy to me that one of the great things about the portal, and there's a lot of negative things about it, but one of the great things about the portal is these guys like Trinidad who get to come up from a lower league and get to kind of thrive on a bigger scale, and it's weird. I mean, Elijah Freeman is going to be a perfect case for the Auburn Tigers, where they got a kid from I don't know if it's Division III or NAIA from Lincoln Memorial. And I'm telling you, he can play at this level, and it's just cool to be able to see him move up and all that kind of stuff. Diego says, in Jordan Hare, so far so good, JT. You the best. Glad to have you, Diego. And you're doing better than I am because you're sitting in Jordan Hare Stadium, which is a great place to watch a game. I've seen many, many, many games there in my lifetime, and the Eagle Flight never fails to impress. And it's just a great place to watch a football game. Jester is with us now. He says, I'm late to the drain party. War Eagle, let's beat the dogs or get rid of Hugh. Win-win, fellas. Give it a laugh, guys. That's fun. Terrence W. is here with us tonight. Says the big question is, will the offense still be able to move the ball once Georgia makes adjustments? First of all, that is a fair point, but for me, it's more about, can the play caller continue to kind of flow like this when he's off script? You know what I mean? Josh Wu says Kevin Overton will be big for us overall as well, or just says as well. Yes, Overton can play 2-3. He's going to be probably their best on-ball defender. Another part of the left-handed brigade. Auburn's got a lot of lefties. Tahad's left-handed. Keyshawn Hall's left-handed. Overton's left-handed. I feel like there might be one more player who's left-handed. So you're going to see a lot of that, I guess, this year. Sometimes it can be really weird when you're going to the hole because you want to play a dominant hand and you forget and you just assume it's right, and then Todd goes with his left and blah, blah, blah. Pocket W says somewhere Jay Goose, Dr. Goose is a very happy man tonight. He hits the ground listening. All right. Decent return for Georgia on the kickoff. Sly Smith made the stop. And Gunnar Stockton goes out. Someone who was never going to come to Auburn, but Auburn back in the Harsin days were trying to get Gunnar Stockton to come here. I'm curious to see how this Auburn defense does. I think Georgia's better on offense than they are on defense. And I'll be curious to see what DJ can dial up here. He's got the players, man. Austin P says, JJ, I missed everything so far. Turn into the brain drain to see what's up. We looking decent running the ball. Absolutely. They're not doing that silly pass game shit that they were doing in the last couple games. They're running the football. They're lining it up. That drive, the first drive, was pretty much all running. There was a nice throw to Perry to convert a third down, but it's kind of a slant or a drive route. And they threw one to, there's another third down conversion to a Brandon on a little play fake and then a pop pass kind of. But it was a run first possession, and it was terrific. Probably the best drive of the entire year. 2nd and 7. Pretty good coverage there from Kayan on that slant, but the ball was still put where it needed to be. Ball was caught, and they get a first down out of it. Got a super chat from Mang. What's up, Mang? This is Wartime Eagle, JG, and Drain Brains. Glad to have you here, Mang. Such a positive member of our community here. Ball was thrown behind him, but he made a nice adjustment to catch that ball. And Kayan was trying to put his paw in there and knock it away. There's a little throwback pass on a play action, and they get about 12 yards on that. So Auburn defense having some difficulty here starting, but I'm not going to make too many judgments. It's early. Key Crawford thought he was going to get some there, and damn near did. All right, so 1st and 10 for Georgia at the minus 46. What I'm looking at here on my screen. Yeah, Yabo was happy with that K and Lee coverage. I've got no. Oh, god damn! Robert Woodyard just absolutely crushed Gunnar Stockton. I'm surprised he got up from that. If that happened to me, I would be out for a week. Speared him right in the chest and knocked his ass into the dirt. Wonder what happened here. Oh, God, it was vicious, man. So the tailback just kind of missed that gap, didn't see him coming because he was wrapping around. Boy, that was a tempo-changing hit right there. Good God. I don't know how players get up from stuff. I really don't. They're just some tough individuals. Let's see. We got some feedback in the chat. Kanuman says, boom. Wizard D says, wow, hell yeah. Runner 24 says, that's going to leave a mark. Jordan W., big fan of that hit, and also Unassailable Brilliance just says wood. That's somebody who bunkers right there. I like that. All right, 3rd and 17. This is the kind of down and distance that I really like as an Auburn defensive enthusiast. However, you know DJ Durkin is always good for a few 3rd down and long screw-ups. We'll see how it goes here. Auburn made it look like, oh, God. Auburn made it look like they were going to load up, and then they didn't. Damn, Kayan almost got a hold of that ball. And long story short, that Georgia drive sucked, and I'm happy about it. So 4th and 17, we do have a flag on the play. I hope this is not against Kayan Lee. Oh, he's saying decline it. It's going to be something on Georgia. Offensive pass interference on the hated Georgia Bulldogs. That penalty is declined. It's 4th and 17, and DJ says, fuck you. The evil genius is thinking up his next twist to get somebody in there to hit Gunnar Stockton dick in the dirt. Man, this is fun so far, y'all. This is really fun so far. I know we're very early into this game, but it sure is nice to see it happen sometimes, you know? To kind of look at the team and say, yeah, they can actually do some stuff. Dude, Malcolm just juked somebody out of their jock right there. Holy shit. Number 60 should be like, oh, goddamn. He's a snapper, to be fair. God, Woodyard just killed him. I don't know how they just get up from. I just don't. That's the 3rd time I've said that, but you'd think he'd have like a broken rib or something from that. This is going great, guys. Let's see. 3rd downs for Georgia. They're 0 for 1 because their first few plays there were on 1st and 2nd down. Didn't really get to 3rd down, but when they did, they didn't piss a drop. So I'm satisfied with that. I realize we're about halfway, a little bit more than halfway through the first quarter. We're coming up. If Auburn can possess the ball decently here, they should get into the 2nd quarter with this next possession, and that would be a terrific first quarter of this game. Of course, I need more points. Need lots more points. I'd like to see Auburn score 40 tonight. That would be good. I'd like to see Georgia score about 2. 3. Give them a field goal just to make them feel better. 40-3 would be good. Actually, that would be great. Daniel says, we're so back. I'm harder than a diamond in an ice storm. Full boog right now. He's fired up. Harder than a diamond in an ice storm. That's one I haven't seen lately. I'd have to think about that one, and I'm not going to do it right now. Stoop Up says, have you ever wondered why a coach doesn't play a running back who can't pass block? That Woodyard sack is the reason why. That was a very bad pickup. He just didn't see him coming, didn't anticipate the wrap, and he left his quarterback out there to die. Thoughts on the Arby's steak nuggets? I was talking with Cuz across the street about this earlier today. He's intrigued, but I'm not sure he's going to actually try them. I'm not sure that I would trust steak from Arby's, but maybe I should. I don't know. I haven't been to Arby's in about 10 years. But I don't have a problem with Arby's. I just don't go there because there's other things I don't know. We always go to Chick-fil-A or something like that. Let's see. Jacob says, Jay, my car broke down at the liquor store, but if we win, it won't matter. Missed the start of the drain, but won't be kept away. Look at Jacob says, I will not be denied. My car might fail, but I'm not going to fail getting on the brain drain, Jacob. Stud. AU Tiger 98 says, don't Google that phrase either, JG. I will not do that. I don't want to be on another list. The only list I'm on is that I was once fluent in Russian. And I found out when I went to the Secret Service headquarters in Washington, D.C. They wanted to spend some time talking to me before I went in there. Yeah, that's actually a true story. Let's see. Josh Wu says Arby's ain't getting my money. Robert S. says those tips look like mini leather. That's kind of what I was thinking, too. Stu Pup says Arby's has surprisingly good chicken tenders. That actually is true as well. SR71 says Arby's reminds me of my ex. I miss her. SR71, come on, man. P-Pass says, I will. Arby's makes a decent brisket smokehouse. I've not had that one. And Detlef is jumping in saying that the brisket sandwich is really good. So there you go. There he is, Sir Cam Newton. He's an odd character, but he's a fun character. And if you guys didn't know, he's a 2010 Heisman winner. You may not have known that. Neil J jumps in. This is vicious. He says, SR71 Blackbird, I agree. It reminds me of your ex, too. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Boom, shakalaka!
God bless. Oh, I'm liking this. The first run of this drive is a Jeremiah Cobb inside run, and he's got past the first down marker. I like the way this is going. Keep running the football. Don't get dissuaded. I feel like a stranger says JGT or KGB. Interesting. They just want to know when the last time I was in Russia was. And I said, I've never been in Russia. And they said, well, are you fluent currently in Russian? I said, I am not. I've forgotten more than I can remember. And they pretty much at that point were like, yeah, this guy's a dumbass. I'm not worried about him. Which is right, which, you know, I was assessed accurately. Hey, look at that. He's trusting the wide receiver on that. That's good. And we got he trusted the receiver. He trusted the receiver. He wasn't open, but he threw him open, or he was attempting to throw him open, and that's great. Mike says, Arby's has ruined my porn watching habit. Mike, don't explain that, but I'm intrigued. I don't think I need to know why that would happen, why that's a causal relationship there, but I'm intrigued. Yeah. I love it when Jackson Arnold throws someone open. Doesn't happen very often. Slava Boyko says, feels like Auburn has won every single play to start the game. It does feel that way. We're 3 minutes and 27 seconds away from saying this was a damn good quarter, one of the best we've seen in a while. But still got to get 3 more minutes and 27 more seconds before we can make that claim and feel really good about it. That was a drive route to Brandon Frazier, and I'm not sure he was open, or maybe he was. I'd have to see the replay on that. But either way, the ball was not caught, and it was tipped up in a dangerous fashion. However, it wasn't picked off. Blake R says roast beef. Duh, JGT. A Taxman says Mike likes the hole in the center of the curly fries. Wait a minute. 2nd and 10. Perry's out there as the number 2 receiver. Malcolm in motion. Malcolm's got the ball. Go! More! Malcolm gets about 15 yards on that end around. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Me encanta. Guys, man, this play calling has been terrific. That was not a great throw, but Cam Coleman made a great catch nonetheless. It's going to be 2nd and 1, my favorite down and distance. The clock runs. Parker M's a big fan of that sweep, or you know, the Simmons sweep. The Steelers sweep is what they called it back when Cam would run it. Probably a little different now. Let's see. Diego says 77 is playing Jay. Is that a question or a statement? I mean, yeah, Jeremiah is playing right guard where he normally would be. Looks like you got Ryan G in there right now, number 84, which he doesn't play much, so I'm interested about that. Now, that was a first down throw to Brandon. He just didn't hold on to it. Looks like he got his bell rung a little bit on that. But Let's see if this was catchable. Oh, it certainly was. He actually caught it. It's tough to drop that one. Russell says, I officially have a 1/4 Woody. You probably haven't had one of those in a while. Not since the first game. Jeremiah. Look at him. Look at him turn around and kind of do that crab walk. Wait, hold on. Crabs walk sideways and lobsters walk straight, right? So he was definitely doing crab. Got over to the sideline and then started going kind of like a pseudo Lutzy, kind of like going skipping along the sideline, getting an extra 3 or 4 yards. He does it all the time. He's so industrious, so industrious. He's thirsty for more yardage. And I love tailbacks like that. We've been talking about how he reminds us of Trey Mason for his love for those extra yards. 9 first downs for the Auburn Tigers. They've got a 1st and 10 at the 25. Jeremiah's into the backfield again. He's got another long run. I don't know if I saw a flag thrown there. I did. Maybe coming back. One of the great things about this particular game is that Auburn, I don't think Georgia's defensive line is so strong that it's a serious problem for Auburn's blockers. I guess it's going to be on Eric Singleton the hold here. I mean, that's a hold. Sucks, but it is. Let's see. Andrew Lee thinks it's going to be a 28-20 victory for the Auburn Tigers. Just wants to put that out there. I'm with you, man. I said before the game that I thought Auburn was going to win this game. A lot of people looked at me crazy at the bar last night and said, Auburn sucks. I said, they don't suck. They just have a shitty play caller. But he doesn't have to always be shitty. Oh, boy. Xavier Chaplin, guys, he's hard of hearing. I'm kidding. I think he overstated that. I think Coach Freeze was kind of babbling. But another false start on Xavier Chaplin. Wizard D didn't like the holding call on Eric Singleton. 1st and 17 for the Auburn Tigers. This is not ideal. Xavier Chaplin, just a wonderful kid to talk to. But I'd like to see him maybe have fewer penalties. Got Damari Alston in there tonight. I should say this play. I think that's his first snap. Jackson throws to, wow, that play went a long damn way to Howard, the tight end, who actually caught the ball this time. That's great. We love it when he catches the ball. And that's going to be a 1st down for the Auburn Tigers. I believe that's 10 first downs now for the Auburn Tigers. Are you shitting me? I bet their average is 12 for an entire game. 10 first downs for the Auburn Tigers now. They're 5 of 5 on 3rd down right now. For those of you who are just tuning in, Auburn was 0 for 12 or 0 for 13 in the last game on 3rd down. They're now 5 for 5 in this one. It's going a little bit better. Ryan G in there again as an attached tight end. Cameron Coleman doesn't get a lot after the catch, but still made a nice play. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter, guys. I would say, and I don't use this term lightly, because God forbid I would not lie to you about anything. I really wouldn't. That was a absolutely beautiful, wonderful, damn near perfect quarter of football for the Auburn Tigers. I mean, I'm just being real about it. They are doing everything right now. Doesn't mean it'll continue, although I'd like to see it happen. But that is just a wonderful quarter. 141 yards for the Auburn Tigers, 14 for Georgia. There's only been 3 possessions. Auburn used a very long possession. I think it was a 14-play drive, got down there and scored a touchdown. Georgia came back, had 2 first downs early, and then they ran into a 3rd long and got kicked off the field, didn't do shit. 14 yards total. And now Auburn's in the midst of another long drive, just possessing the ball. Jackson's playing with confidence. They're running the football. Everything is Gucci right now. And this is what I'm talking about, man. When people were saying Auburn sucks, I'm like, they don't suck. They just have a problem. But it's fixable. 6 carries for 38 yards for Jeremiah right now. 6 carries for 38 yards. Anonymous says, where has this been? Such a great question, Anonymous. This has always been here, but it has been obfuscated by a head coach, a.k.a. play caller, who had his own ideas about what this offense would look like. And he finally, during the off week, it appears, because we're only one quarter in, but it appears that when they did the self-scout, they said, Hugh, we need to run the fucking football. And he finally said, you know what, you're probably right. D. Lucky says, that'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Josh Wu says KYP. My man. If we were going to do a hashtag for this game, it would be KYP. They're finally K-ing their YPs. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but that's the way I'm going to put it. Maybe they're finally being pragmatic about what can we do, what can we not do. And I've been saying, run the fucking ball. Yeah, a lot to be fair. I wasn't like my own person out here. A lot of you guys have been talking about this. We have been talking about this for weeks. And in that A&M game, when they completely abandoned the run, we were all going, why don't they run the ball? They're actually good at it, particularly the quarterback and Jeremiah and Eric Singleton and Malcolm are all great at it. Mang jumps in with another super chat. It says, damn, wish we'd had an off week in week 1. I'm even going to give you one of these for that one.
And how about you, fella? How about you?
How about you?
Wizard D says, best quarter of football this season. I got to agree. That was a fucking fantastic quarter. And let's look at those numbers, man. 3rd down, 5 of 5, guys. I mean, we watched an entire game 2 weeks ago, and they had 0 conversions on 3rd down. 5 already tonight. It's implausible for us to think that this will continue indefinitely, but my God, wouldn't it be amazing? Oh, my goodness. Yo, Malcolm says, run the damn ball. They're doing it right now, Malcolm. They really are. It's difficult for me to kind of discern exactly what the play, the run-pass ratio is, because they've got Jackson down for 11 passes, but some of those are those little touch passes that he got to Eric Singleton that weren't really throws. All right, I didn't like that play right there, and I think Singleton's confused. He thought that ball was going to go to him. But with Damari's first carry, I got to do this.
They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
He's kind of like the Ferris Bueller of this team. 3rd and 6. As my friend Cuz likes to say, you don't win games by kicking field goals. So I think Auburn's got to try to find a way to get this ball in the end zone. I'd like to see it. Time of possession, another stat that's just way weighted to Auburn right now. Of course, it's a little early. Georgia's only had 1 possession. I didn't like the decision on that run right there by Damari. I think if he'd have cut that in, he would have had a better chance. 4th and 3, they're going to go ahead and Alex McPherson this one. And I mean, points are better than no points, but at the same time, I think that's a missed opportunity. In a game against Georgia, in a rivalry game like this that you haven't won in 8 years, I think you got to go balls deep, is my professional opinion. By the way, my trusted associate Chris H. said before the game, Eagle flew good. We all know that a good Eagle flight, I don't necessarily know that it portends a win, but it's certainly not going to. Certainly not a bad thing. All right, let's go ahead and get our field goal sound up here. That Alex McPherson put one in just inside the upright, but guess what? It's either 3 or it's none, and that one was 3 because it was in there. Where is our field goal sound? There it is. All right, let's get some stats updated. And by God, it's finally fun to update stats a little bit. Jackson is 8 of 11 for 61. He's 8 of 11 for 61. Let's see what else we got here. Jeremiah is 6 for 38, which I already had. Jackson running is 4 carries for 13, which we already had. And Cam now has 2 catches for 16. And I'm guessing they failed on a third down there, so I'm going to go ahead and make it 5 of 6, but we're still pretty satisfied with that number. All right, 10-0 lead. $13:40 to go in the second quarter after what we all decided was pretty much a masterful first quarter on both sides of the ball. Let's see. CJ says that was a bad play call on 2 yards to go. Why are we trying to be cute? I didn't love the call, but I feel like, honestly, if you'd have cut that back right around the hash, he would have gotten the first down, but he decided to kind of extend it a little wider. And Damari's not the kind of guy that outruns everybody. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Got Eric Winters in the game right now. Got the freshman defensive end number 41 is in there. A mesh charging right there. Xavier Atkins. Wow, what a nice he's I can't remember the phrase. It's when he's scraping on that play and made a great play because the freshman came in, Jared came in, and then he scraped outside and made the plays. Really, Xavier Atkins has been huge, and I don't think we talk about him enough. Apparently, Chris Murray might have done something good on that play. I didn't notice him necessarily. Sly Smith. Look at that fucking play right there. That's what I'm talking about, man. He was coming in on blitz, and he just kind of sniffed it out. He just kind of, unlike what he would have done last year, he just kind of thoughtfully entered the situation and made the play. He kind of diagnosed instead of just kind of rushing in there. He thought about what was going on and made a play. Nice play. Nice play. I like it. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. This is when Keldrick and Key get lined up and get ready to knock somebody's head in the dirt. Got Darion Smith in there. Wow, Georgia did a nice job of picking up that pressure that Auburn was allocating. Gunner was able to get the ball out, but not to anybody that caught the ball. Kayan Lee was all over that, man. Kayan's fired up, too, as he should be. This is a big game for him. He's from the great state of Georgia. DJ says, calm down. We got more work to do, but hell of a play. Hell of a play right there. Here comes Thompson to kick it away again. That's what Larry Munson used to say. I used to listen to Georgia games sometimes just because I love Larry Munson. He's a great radio announcer, or was. And actually, for me, probably the best. Outside of Jim 5. I love Jim 5. Because Jim 5 was a friend of mine and got me through some tough times early in my career, but Diego says, Jay, it feels different in here, man, at least so far. Diego, don't jinx it, bro, but I think you're right. It feels good to have Georgia in Jordan-Hare at night. You know what I mean? Man, it feels good. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Finally getting the chance to be on this side of it, you know what I mean? And I know that it may not last. There's probably going to be a Georgia surge at some point here, but my goodness, it feels good to watch this kind of go down, you know? Feels great. Slava Boyko says, big drive coming up. Can Auburn make a statement? I tell you what, Stromka says Rod too. God bless him. Rod was, he was a good one. He was a good one. He had an appropriate level of excitement, in my opinion. And I really liked listening to him and Stan together. And he's missed. He's missed. Andy is a little bit of a different creature. Andy's an amazing basketball announcer, but I never really caught on to him as a football announcer. But, hey, man, not hating, though. It's a tough job, particularly the way that he has to sit on the end zone Andy does, and try to see what's going on over there. It puts a lot of pressure on him and a spotter. A great spotter goes a long way. I'm just saying. He knows who I'm talking about on there. And Robert F. says Jim Fife was the greatest. Jim Fife, Montgomery guy, Montgomery radio, a true Montgomery radio legend, and also a play-by-play man for Auburn football and basketball, a native of Paintsville, Kentucky, and also rode with me up to Syracuse after 9/11 in 2001 when I was freaking the fuck out. And I flew with Jim, and he just put me at ease, man, just telling me stories and just doing Jim Fife shit. Put me at ease and got me to Syracuse in one piece mentally, and I'm always grateful for that. Josh says, are you going to the game in Birmingham this coming week? I haven't thought about it. I know Hoke's going to be going to that. So long story short, probably not, but maybe. I don't know. Neil says, damn, great Ghetto Boys reference, JG. Thank you. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. P-Pass says flying for the first time post 9/11 was hell. Well, P-Pass, you're showing your age there, but it really was, man. And I'm not a good flyer anyway. Like on a sunny day with no wind, I'm still not a good flyer. And boy, you flying in semi-bad weather after 9/11, like just in the few days later, I'm telling you, it did not go well for me. But it went a whole lot better because I had Fife sitting next to me, and he was, I've told the story. I don't mean to keep droning on and on about it. All right, 1st and 10 is what we're looking at here. Keep running the football, motherfucker. So I'm really happy with that pass delivery right there. I think it was right where it needed to be for Cam to catch it. Cam got his hands on it, and he just didn't quite come down with it. I'm not sure what happened. I thought he was going to get this one. He got both hands on it, and it just didn't quite get it like under control with his hands. War Eagle Fan 1 says, bye-bye, Bo. Touchdown, Auburn. Greatest call in Auburn history. I agree with you. Touchdown, Auburn to me is just classic Auburn. That's why I've got it on our touchdown song that I made. It's got to be Jim Fife. Parker M says incomplete, but he trusted Cam. That's the second time we've seen Jackson throw it deep and trust. The first time it was Eric, and that time it was Cam. And I'm just happy to see him taking those shots. That's a good sign for the future that he's willing to do that. 3rd and 6 is what we're looking at right here. Got Tamari in there because he's your best blitz pickup guy, although he could be used as a receiver as well. And Georgia takes a timeout. It looks like they lost a corner on that last play. Robinson went out, and I think maybe they were kind of thinking about what they wanted to do staffing-wise against that particular Auburn formation without one of their cornerbacks. So there you go. Or Ellie could be a safety. I don't know. I don't watch that much. Josh Wu says, very catchable. Schaefer Kia said, good ball. Runner 24 said, should have caught that. I agree with everything you guys are saying right there. So I'm just happy that he's willing to take shots there and trusting his head coach when he says, listen, throw the ball. I'm teaching these guys that if the ball is put where it needs to be and that ball gets intercepted, that ain't on the quarterback. That's on the wide receiver. So looks like they're making some progress on that end, which I did not know you could even make progress on that. I just didn't think they could. Reland says, we get mad about them not throwing, but you've got to catch those. It's a good ball. It's Georgia game. Absolutely. And Whale Driver says that should be 1 on the drop counter. I'm going to keep up this UGA tackles for loss because that's been such a huge problem, particularly in this Oklahoma and the Texas A&M loss, but it has not been a problem tonight, and I'd like to kind of accentuate that fact. Let's see if there are some stats. Who was it that was asking about more stats? Ephesians. Let's see if there's some stats we can update here. Jeremiah Cobb now has 7 carries for 42. Definitely want to give him credit there. And I'm guessing that Jackson is now 8 of 12. He is indeed. You've got Eric Singleton at a 15-yard run. You had Malcolm had a 14-yard run on end arounds, which I like. And then receiving, you got Cam They did not give him credit for a drop, though, which surprised me a little bit. Still got 0 drops for Auburn. To me, that's a drop, but, you know. Desperado says, Jay, when does your first basketball brain drain happen? Great question. We need to have a talk about that. Last year we did a brain drain for every single basketball game, and I kind of did that because I felt like that team was really special, and I thought we were headed somewhere really, really good, which we ended up getting to the Final Four, which is amazing. I don't know if we do that every year. We do every single game. We definitely are going to do conference games. So I don't know. I guess we need to talk about that. If we're going to do brain drains for every basketball game, I'm not sure if that's appropriate or not. We'll just figure it out as we get there, but we still got a little ways to go. We do have the exhibition game this coming week, which is cool as shit, but we don't have a real game until, we got maybe 3 more weeks for that. Brandon J says, Dilfer getting left in Boca Raton. They're down 50-22 with 4 minutes left in the third. Small Victory says, I'm okay with it every single game, talking about basketball drains, because we don't know how it'll be. And A. Robinson says, every game or. Anthony R., great point. He says, some of those games don't start till midnight, LOL. Like, you're actually telling the truth, because I think the last 8 regular season games for Auburn, it might be more, start at the earliest 7:30 and the latest 9 o'clock, bro. Jeez. Late night with the Tigers, there's no doubt about it. Just every single game for like a month is going to be really late. So one of the things that stinks for me is I love writing about basketball. I really do. So if we're doing a drain, I can't really write. And that's a minus for me. But I'm here for y'all, not for me. Great pickup by Damari. Did you see that? Oh, man. I was really hoping I was going to convert, because Damari made a great play to pick up that blitz coming from the left side of the line. God dang it, man. Poppy Clan asked the question everybody's wondering, can Pearl Jr. keep the thing going? That was a bad throw, wasn't it? Lucky it wasn't picked off. I think he can for sure. I like that he kept everybody in place except for, him. He moved up, obviously, and they moved Matt Gatens over to the spot that Steven had. But and Matt's been here before, so it's a bunch of familiar faces, and a lot of the guys that made Auburn so special in the last 7 or 8 years are still here. It's just that, Bruce is one of a kind, and I think that anytime Bruce walks away, it's a minus. But you can't live forever, and you can't coach forever, and he just felt like it was time, man. Our Big Cat says another special teams fuck up. There's been a bunch of them this year. So we can't call it a perfect game anymore. Oof. There's that lick from Robert Woodyard on him. Woodyard, excuse me. He told me it's Robert Woodyard. And it's his last name, so he would know. Chipper says that was a shite throw. I think I have to agree with you on that one. It sucks that he didn't have a better option to throw the ball, because Damari did such a great job of picking up that blitz. But anyway, here we go. 1st and 10 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Golly, they're going to end up getting 4 yards in that play, and I thought Auburn got a hand on them about half a yard down the field. So they gave up 3.5 extra yards. No need for that. Robert S. says, why can't we fire special teams coach? He's a pretty good one, but I understand where you're coming from on that. I feel weird saying anything about that. There's Mike Bobo, former Auburn offensive coordinator, now the Georgia's offensive coordinator, excuse me. His son, Drew Bobo, playing on the offensive line, who was once committed to Auburn, I believe. Auburn's defense, again, forcing Gunnar Stockton into just kind of scrambling for his life. They're going to have 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4 here. This could be a great opportunity for a stop. DJ Durkin always has that kind of like a half smile on his face. I feel like he's plotting something, I got something for these guys. Boy, Auburn's got a lot of guys on the line of scrimmage here. They're backing out now. I think they're in cover 3 right here. Go! Fuck, how did you? No. Somebody was on Gunnar Stockton's head He was wearing the player like a helmet, and then he got out from under him and still was moving, but Auburn got him down. It was Keldrick Falk. Elijah Melendez with a beautiful play in the open field to break down and not over pursue and just kind of roll right along with Gunnar Stockton. That was a great play by Elijah to clean up that mess. And guys, bottom line, it's another stop. This Georgia offense has not pissed a drop today. Absolutely nothing of use to this point. Elijah, Poppy Clan says, Elijah. It's a great play. How did Falk miss him? Runner 24 said he went too high. He kind of aimed for the helmet, and Gunnar Stockton kind of dived a little lower and just went right over him. Let's see if Georgia's 0 for 3 or they're 1 of 4. I can't remember. They are now 0 for 3 on third down. The Auburn Tigers are 5 of 7. I will go ahead and amend that. And we start again. Jordan W. just says, Durkin. Durkin's calling a great game so far. Haven't had any serious problems at all. The only thing I've been critical of in this entire game to this point is you still got an illegal formation on the punt. I don't know how you do that. That's a tough one. Is this going to be another illegal formation? Or are they going to call a timeout? Fucking A. Nah, it's delay. It's a delay of game. It couldn't get lined up. Singleton just, I don't know. Cam and Singleton were just not on the same page there. Chip says 17 points is needed. I'd say 40 points is needed, my guy, because you can't get enough in the Georgia game. I want to see Auburn win by 1,000. Like 1,000 to -5 would be even better. All right, so 1st and 15, they throw a quick screen to Singleton and get about 6 or 7 yards on that to make it a little more manageable, trying to stay. Hughes talked all week coming into this game, got to stay, or really what he said was can't fall behind the chains. And that was a very can't fall behind the chains kind of call right there. I thought it was a good one. It was the right call. 2nd and 8 now. You go from 1st and 15 to 2nd and 8. Less penalties would be great, but he's doing the best he can as a play caller here. He's looking to throw to Jordan Howard. Gets about 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 5-ish. Third and 5-ish, something in that neighborhood. Schaefer Kid did have a super chat earlier. Says, keep the pedal to the metal. He wants more. 3rd and 6. There we go. Ryan G. Getting a 20-yard catch right there. You love to see it right now. Let's get a boom shakalaka.
Boom shakalaka.
Ryan G, 84, a freshman tight end, just driving down the field. It's basically a seam route. He just didn't happen to be on the seam, but it's the same concept. Nice job. My recollection is that Ryan G had a bad play in the Baylor game, and they hadn't really played him since then, at least not on offense. And he's been playing some snaps today. We're halfway through the second quarter right now, and Auburn's still playing a pretty damn good game. Cam Coleman. Talking about. It's another first down. I love it. Freaking love it. Cam kind of coming back to the ball and then kind of whipping around. Number 6 got, lost his footwork there a little bit, lost his feet on Everett. Was able to turn that and get another 8 yards out of it. 1st and 10 near midfield for the Auburn Tiger. Runner 24 reminds Ryan G had a fumble at Baylor. That's correct. Nice stuff. Could have been Ball State, but I think runner 24. I don't know. Somebody like that. We got Jeremiah Wright down holding his left knee. I don't like that at all. The good news, if there is good news on that, is that you can take Xavier Miller and you can plug him right in at right guard. He's pretty comfortable there. And he may give you a similar level of performance, but that's going to be it. You don't want to lose any more. Number 77, Jeremiah Wright, who I think is a sixth-year player from Selma, Alabama. Great kid. So friendly. Hell, all the offensive linemen are great. Connor don't talk too much, but he's cool. You got Dylan Wade's kind of all about business, and Xavier's just a happy guy. And Tutall's pretty serious, too. Mason plays right tackle. He's great. He's offensive linemen are like the greatest. They're always the best guys to talk to. Well, not every single time, but most of the time. When in doubt, you talk to offensive linemen because they're almost always really smart. And I would say that too with this group. I mean, Jeremiah's real bright. Mason's great to talk to. He's always thinking about stuff. Josh L. says he wants to see the Carter kid, DeAndre Carter from California, who looks like a tackle to me, but he plays guard. We'll see if he has an opportunity to play a little bit this season at some point, more than just clean up. I mean, I don't think he's as good as Dylan or Jeremiah or Xavier either, but he might be the next best guy. It'd be either him or Dylan Senda to play inside right now. Let's see. Robert S. says, put the young center in and move Lou to guard. Connor's, he's a center all the way. And Wizard D, they've been playing Kale at center from the very first day. So I think they're real happy with Tutall playing guard. I mean, if they had to. I'm hoping Jeremiah's going to be okay, but it definitely is going to be Tutall. Blake R says, this is the kind of game I wanted to see, maintaining possession and keeping the defense fresh, even if we ain't necessarily scoring a lot. We have 10 on the board, driving in the middle of the second quarter. Good things all around, man. I have texted our favorite callers. I don't have my phone. I got to do this over here. I have texted my favorite callers, and they all believed that they are going to be available today. I did get Coach Hunter that said, text me midway second quarter. BP and Chuck Barkley up there. Tim Jackson. Bunker favorite Tim Jackson just got zoned out on that crop in play, but he's sitting right next to BP too. Similar concept there. It's kind of a quarterback power read. In this case, he was kind of flowing a little bit with the motion there, but hey, whatever works. That's one of the great things about Jackson is that I think he's a good enough athlete to be able to attack several gaps, potentially in the run game like that. So it makes it really hard to mess with him from a Georgia perspective because he can just run the football so well. That's what I've been saying. This is what he does. All right, 2nd and 1, one of my favorite downs and distances. Maybe they want to switch to some kind of a cover 2 beater. Georgia's showing a cover 2 shell at least right now. Now they've switched a little bit. This could be cover 1. They just decided to run the football and cash in on that 2nd and short, so that's good. Looks like Chuck's maybe talking to maybe one of his daughter's kids. I don't know. Look at that time of possession. Auburn plus 10 minutes. That's what you like to see. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for the Auburn Tigers at the 37 of Georgia. Another nice moving kind of gently and nicely. Nothing too crazy here. For whatever reason, Damari just he hadn't popped the way Jeremiah has today. I don't necessarily think it's his fault. But they're kind of splitting up carries a little bit. Jeremiah came off with his helmet off earlier. I don't think he was hurt, but he might just be taking a breather or something. I think I prefer Jeremiah. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Mobile Alum is in the chat. It says JGT. What's going on, girl? Glad to have you here as part of the show. 2nd and 8 for the Auburn Tigers here at the 35. Georgia 35. Nice job, Perry, to fight for an extra 4 yards on that one. By the way, you do have Xavier Miller playing on the right side there in place of Jeremiah Wright. Perry did a nice job. Similar to that concept that they threw to Cam maybe 5 snaps ago. Kind of cut back to the ball and spin it back around, kind of hook it. And it was able to get another 4. Did a nice job of just kind of putting his head down and driving. Mobile alum says, how you doing? Just sitting here drinking this, sipping really on this Eagle Rare. 201 yards to 20. I love it. 3rd and half a yard. Damari's going to get it, but not by a whole lot. They're going to mark that right on the line to gain. Again, I don't love Damari in there. I love him for his blitz pickup. I love him for being a great teammate, but I love Jeremiah more. And I think I like Darrell even more. All right, so they went ahead and gave him the first down, which I think is the right adjudication. So we just continue. I guarantee this Georgia defense is getting tired because they have been absolutely through it on the field today. Total plays, Auburn is at 38. Georgia is at 12. 38 plays defended for Georgia at this point. I just don't think he just doesn't have that pop, you know. I think he's a very patient runner. I like that about him. But he's kind of a 2 yards per carry guy, whereas I feel like Jeremiah's been a 5 yards per carry guy tonight. Runner 24 says, any word on how much longer till Darrell's healthy? I think it's still going to be another at least 2 weeks and probably more like 3. He is walking right now without a crutch, so that's good. Hornatius says, salted caramel apple pie just came out of the oven. Sent you the pics, Jay. We're going to take a look at those at some point. Jackson running for his life. Going to get pretty close to the first down. We got a flag, though. Yeah, I got a flag. We got a daggone flag. Get out of here. I don't care about you, dumbass. All right, let me get a picture of this. I'm really proud of Hornatius for some of this baking he's been doing. This shit looks really good. All right, so what's the call here? We got a hold, I reckon. We're going to be on Dylan Wade or Xavion. Wait, if Xavion's on the sideline, then who's playing? Oh, Jeremiah's back out there. That's good. That's real good, actually. Yeah, Wizard D says Cobb hasn't returned since losing his helmet. Yeah, that's the thing. He didn't look like he got banged up, but you never know. You don't have to look like he got banged up. 2nd and 19 after the holding call. That's not great. My guess is that they're just going to try to get something out of this. You know, just get some yards. A little slant. I'm good with slants in general. I don't know if this guy's hurt. Number 6 for Georgia. Yeah, he looks like he's hurt. And they kind of had to extricate the wide receiver Cam out from under him. That's not good. You know, Cam's leg was under him, and they kind of had to pull Cam out, like just because they didn't want to move the player. Oh, God, he got hit by his teammate. Was coming in for the tackle on that. So a little bit of a slant route there. Probably got 5 yards on it. Just to make it, I guess, 2nd and... Our always going to be 3rd and 13-ish, something like that. Let me get some stats up here. Yeah, we're looking at a 3rd and 14 now at the Georgia 31 when play resumes. Everett got banged up a little bit there. Friendly fire, as you guys mentioned. Let's get some of these numbers updated while I'm here. 14 of 19 for 107 for Arnold now. And on the rushing side, Jeremiah is still at 7 for 42 because he hadn't carried the ball lately. Damari's got 6 carries for 8 yards. That's not all his fault. Cam's now 4 catches for 33. – . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . And let me see what the third down numbers are at this point. 7 of 9 for the Auburn Tigers, and they're still 0 for 3. Wow, this has been something else. Wow. Auburn's just like, hey, man, we feel like Georgia's defense is the weakest part of their operation. So let's do everything in our power to keep them on the field as long as possible tonight and not even let Georgia's offense get any footing. Just keep them off the field. And so that's what Auburn's been doing. And, hell, it's been working like gangbusters. Auburn has run 40 plays, and they have run 12. That has got to be one of the biggest first-half disparities I've ever seen. Jackson Arnold is out in the open. Oh, that's a big run. What the fuck I'm talking about, man?
And how about you, fella? How about you?
How about you?
What a big run on a draw right there. I think that was designed. I think that was like they were actually trying to do that. Actually, they were for sure. That's one way to take care of a linebacker core that's over pursuing, or you think they're getting a little too cheating up a little bit. You just do something like that. So when we come back after the 2-minute timeout, there you go, cuz. Auburn's going to be somewhere like in the 3-yard line. I think this is officially spotted at the 4. And again, I want to give you guys this number because it blows my freaking mind. 40 snaps for Auburn, 12 for Georgia. Total yards right now is 235 to 20. So Auburn is more than 10 times more yards than Georgia right now. This is an abject disaster from a Georgia perspective, which is what you absolutely love to hear. And somehow I missed this, but Georgia did have a tackle for loss. So let's go ahead and give them credit for that. As you know, Auburn lately has been giving up 10 to 15 tackles for loss per game. That's not too bad. Luke says, who's swag? Who is swag? Baby, who is? If y'all want to hear that, I'll play it. Hell yeah. I just got to find it. I think I took it off my thingy because I don't play it as much anymore. It was more fun when we thought Dion might be a candidate here. Oh, I forgot about doing the Waka Waka. There's so many sounds I got to remember, too. I remember this one I was doing earlier in the season. When Auburn would just kind of chew up yards, 3 or 4 yards at a time. I got to get back to doing that. Here's the SWAC one.
Who is swag? Baby, who is? Oh, Prime, preach.
Love it. Love Coach Prime. Bobby Clance is Ray Hudson. We're just doing call outs right here. Hell yeah.
You could drop a tarantula into his shorts and he'll still be cool.
Let's see. Wizard D says Auburn is doing to Georgia what New Mexico State did to us. Interesting. Oh, yes, Ephesians. Thank you. The tackle for loss was the failed reverse they ran with Damari, which we thought was kind of a weird call at the time, right? Didn't love it. Stoop Up says, do your ad read. I already did it. I was only supposed to do it once today, but I tell you what, I could do it again just because, might as well do it. Appreciate that, Stoop Up. Nationally known pencil artist Stephen Malkoff studied architecture and was a walk-on linebacker for Auburn under legendary coach Pat Dye. Of course, a lot of you guys know that he's a proud member of the 1988 SEC championship team. These prints are handcrafted in the greatest detail. Artist Stephen Malkoff is proud to present the historic trees of Toomer's Corner, including the Spirit of Auburn, Nova, Aubie, and many more. Visit malkoffgallery.com. That's MALKOFF gallery.com. Visit malkoffgallery.com. That's MALKOFF gallery.com. You can see this is what it looks like when you go to malkoffgallery.com and you look up the Auburn collection. This is what you will see. Some great prints there of Jordan Hare, the Toomer's Oaks. You've got Nova, Spirit, and Chris Davis, along with Aubie. These look great in a home and an office. Could be great gifts, too, for one of your favorite Auburn fans in your life. Appreciate that, Stoop Up. Thanks for reminding me. Stoop Up says, get that money, JG. I do that for On 3. They asked me to do that, and I'm glad to be part of the team, so it's a pleasure. And it looks like Steve Malkoff does some good work, too. Stuff looks great. What a terrific run right there. You love to see it. All right, so we got a 1st and goal from the 4 with the 2-minute timeout right there. Looks like Damari's going to get another run there. Get a waka on that. Second and goal from the 2. LB Puppy says, put in Cobb. I've been pulling for this for a little while. But my guess is he banged up a little bit. I don't know that, though. Actually, they've got this spotted on a 3. Damari, by the way, 7 carries for 9 yards. Let's see. Josh says, on 3 is the GOAT specifically because of you and Cole. Interesting. I don't hear about me and Cole too much as a partnership, although I love Cole. He's a great teammate and an incredibly nice human being. Also knows a lot about ball. And I'm really just stoked to have him on the team or to be on his team or whatever. He was here before I was, so it's awesome. Love the team we got here. Let's see what we got here. Coach Hunter says he is good to go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's make sure I can get the P-hone working. Oh, that didn't sound good. It'll be good when I pick it up here. Second and goal from the 3. Jackson Arnold is going to be right near the goal line. I don't see a signal yet, and they're going to mark him just short. He's going to be at about the half-yard line, which is fine. It's going to be third and goal from the half-yard line. This is 4-down territory, in my opinion. They're going to review this because his knee is not down at all, and I think he's broken the goal line on this. I really do. I think he's broken the plane. I think he's broken the plane here. Robert S. says, JG is Cobb hurt. I believe he is. I don't think that it's necessarily a big deal, but yeah, I think he got hurt. I think he got, he had his helmet off, and that would be a concern. I would imagine with Darrell out, and if Cobb is out, that means you've got Omar, who we haven't seen a lot of this year, and probably Jones would be your next guy after that. I think that's a TD. Slava Boyko agrees with me. Spicy P agrees. Wizard D agrees. Ephesians thinks that's a tutty. I've got my finger on the button. I'm ready to play some Jim Fife. I am ready to play some Jim Fife. The official stats say it's still under review, so not going to work ahead of myself here. Runner 24, who me and him are thinking on the same level here. Well, we'll get the review answer in at least 20 minutes. Remember that first drive had 2 5-minute reviews? It was like a 40-minute drive, like in real life. I was like, what are we doing? Let's see. Robert S. says we need Cobb bad in the second half. I mean, you get what you get, right? It sure would be nice to have him back on the field. Yeah, he's trying to say that was wrong. He said second down, but it's third down. And Kirby was immediately trying to make sure that was understood. It was not second down. Chipper's looking for a tush push here. Jester's looking for a tush push. This will be, if you're going to do that, this will be a great opportunity. Tate Johnson in the game. He's going to give you a little more heft. Former offensive tackle who now plays tight end and does it with good humor and a great attitude. So just another, selfless type player. All right, so third and goal from the essentially 1-inch line here. And my man Neil J is ready. He's uh-oh. It's like Kirby wants to think it over a little bit longer. It hadn't been long enough since the last play. God, Blad, you get blue balls watching a game like this. My goodness. Keep thinking you're going to get it in and just don't get to. This takes too damn long, man. I mean, this is on Kirby, but. All right. Our Big Cat says 4 down territory. I feel the exact same way. You got to get this ball. It's got to be a touchdown. There's no field goals here. Absolutely nothing. Spicy Pieces, 2 tush pushes. I'll live with a turnover. That's how I feel about it as well. I feel like a stranger says, oh, well, I can't go back and look at it now. But he thought he might have spied Peyton Thorne in the stands there. Interesting. And Taxman asked, why would Kirby waste a timeout there? I was confused about that. Yeah. Oh, look at this. They are going to try to tush push this sumbitch. That's a touchdown right there. That's 100% a touchdown.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Wait, he's saying that he got the ball, but he was all the way over the line. Oh, Kirby says, well, my guy ran all the way down to the other end of the field. Guys, we're going to do another 5-minute review on this. He went over the top. He was like a yard clear. Oh, shit, he did fumble. And the ball was sitting like damn near in Damari's hand right there. It was like sitting right in front of him. But here's the thing about this. So Jackson, all he has to do is before that ball gets knocked out, he has to get 1 inch forward, right? 1 inch forward. So if he has possession of the ball and he gets 1 inch forward, that's a touchdown and the play's over. And I mean, the fumble to me is going to be, well, this isn't a great angle from this side, but if you go to the other side, he's over the line. Spicy P is with me on this. I want to say one thing, though. Regardless of how this works up, this is a fuck up by Jackson Arnold. He's got to do better than that. We can't see it from this angle. You can't see when the ball's dislodged. I think it's a touchdown for Auburn, but now this angle I might see better. Yeah, at that point, it's out. I think he's over the line. All he's got to do is get across. He got to the white line. And to me, the fumble occurs probably half a foot past the line. So he's got it. Now he lost it. And I think it's over the line. But Yabo, I always think that what you're speaking is the truth. He says, you just know they're going to try to screw us. Auburn's lost, if you want to call it that, all the reviews tonight, I think. Man, this is going to be a big-ass call right here because I got to hear this. I can't believe that we're still in the first half. Like, there's been like 5 of these reviews that take 5 minutes apiece. Chipper says, here we go for Birmingham. Here we go. I mean, what are we doing? This angle doesn't tell you anything. Now, that the angle on the right does. Well, even that angle sucks. It was the pylon cam is the best angle because that's right at the edge, facing where the ball was coming out. So to me, the pylon cam is the money shot here. The one on the right side of your screen right now, it's at an angle, so it's hard to tell like where he is. Yeah, I'm with you, Josh. He says, got to protect the ball regardless. Absolutely got to do better. Yeah, there's the pylon cam. Now, this is the shot right here. And you can see he's over the line when that ball gets knocked out. Not by much, but he's got the nose of the football over the line. He's got the whole football over the line, actually. God, there's still, guys, still adjudicating this. It's crazy, man. Is that my guy, Matt Crouch, working the DV Sports stuff? I didn't know he did football. There it is right there. That's the money shot. He's over the line. The entire football's over the line before it gets knocked out. So that's a touchdown. LB says they call a TD didn't play. I don't think they called anything. I don't know what the call on the field is. I really don't know. Okay, Wizard D says they did call a fumble, so I wasn't sure. But that's a touchdown. I understand why they called it a fumble on the field. I do, but there's Jackson and Ashton Daniels. Ashton's got his arm around him, showing support for his position mate. I don't know if that's a word, but it is. Legit thinks that's a fumble. Oh, he's talking about what the call on the field was. My bad. Tough situation here. Of course, we're going to spend 15 fucking minutes trying to figure this out. I mean, come on, man. Well, you guys were right. Call was upheld. That it was a fumble. Now, I don't know where they're going to put this ball. That's a tough call. I think that's a touchdown, but whatever. I'm not sure where they're going to spot this ball. I guess they're going to spot it on 1st and 10 on the Georgia 1 is where they're going to officially spot this. Ay, ay, ay. Boy, Gunnar Stockton did not get very far on that. Mang says, I'm so tired of getting screwed by the refs. That's a tough one, guys. He can't fumble there. He cannot lose the ball there. Can't do that. But I think he got the entire ball over that line. Oh, I'm talking about across the white line, not very deep into the end zone. But to me, that's a touchdown without a doubt. But I mean, whatever. All right, we're gonna go back to some more hose jobs that we're gonna do here. Here's a fumble return that's called back that hurt Auburn. Should have been a fumble return. But the SEC office declined. And then there's the cheat play right there that Oklahoma ran that they were told specifically not to run, and then they do it anyway. And the SEC says, yep, no problem. Looks good to me. Like, ah, dang, man. God, it's sitting right on Damari's leg, too. If he could have just grabbed it. But he didn't know it was there, I don't think. God, unbelievable, man. Slava says, beta ass athletic director who hurt. How is this on the athletic director? Come on now. Oh, you're saying that they are unwilling to do the right thing because John Cohen's a cuck. I mean, yeah. All right, Georgia's still backed up, 2nd and 10. They're going to go with a shotgun snap out of the end zone, and they're going to get some yardage here. Golly. Caleb Harris got just struck down right there. Good golly. Boy, that's a missed opportunity. God, that really hurts. Good golly, Miss Molly. right. Just making sure that the phone's working. We should be good. We're going to get Coach Hunter and AK on this halftime here. Good golly. Number 16 almost got his hand on that. His paw on that. Man, I can't believe that Auburn got. Oh, Bobble looks like he's grabbing his wrist or something there. That's not great. He's probably their fourth cornerback, but he's still a good player. Plays behind Rayshawn and Jay Crawford and Kayan. Also plays some nickel if needed. That's usually Sly. 2nd and 3 for the Georgia Bulldogs, who are digging out from an SEC gift. They're going to get a first down here. They're just trying to kind of whittle their way down the field here and try to get a couple, some points one way or another. I'm with Bill on this. He says, yes, they screwed up the call, but you can't make their job easy. That's the thing. You just cannot fumble the ball there. You just can't do that. Hold on to the football. Gotta hold on to the football. Let's take a drink. Desperado. It's good. That's good advice, just in general. We're almost 2 hours into this game right now. We're not even to halftime yet. We got another review coming. Ephesians says, would you believe me if I said we are going to another review? This has got to be the longest half in history. My goodness gracious. What about Oklahoma losing today? Boy, that got real quiet in a hurry, didn't it? All this Oklahoma is the greatest team. Blah, 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 blah. I like Tate Johnson just kind of like up on the whole pile. Like he's. Also like Tate Johnson looking down and getting the hands up and the ball's like 10 yards behind him. But he is right, though. It's a touchdown. It was an Auburn touchdown. Great question, though. Slava says it was a dumb call in the situation if they run a tush push before. I don't remember them having done that. Now, that may be their play in that situation, and we just hadn't really seen it. That may be their paradigm for trying to put, the ball across the end zone on the half-yard line or whatever. It may be, and we just hadn't seen it. Travis James in some of the super chat says, don't even enjoy refs and back breaks constantly. It's just a mess all the time. I don't even understand what we were reviewing on that play. You guys have the benefit of being able to listen to the telecast. I didn't see what was going on. Yeah, Bo. I like it. Oh, dadgummit. Somebody had a beat on him. I think it was Kensley that should have had at least a hand on him, at least, started working on taking him down, and instead he got away and got the ball away for a first down throw. This is tough to watch. It's tough to watch such a great half of football getting ruined by a bad call, and now Georgia's kind of taking the most. Oh, God damn. Is that Kayan Lee hit him so damn hard he got his helmet taken off. That was a good lick. Gunnar Stockton's been taking some hits tonight. He's tough. He's a tough dude. Here we go again. The referee, like the head official, he looks like a bad guy from Scooby-Doo. Like the kind of guy that says he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. They're going to do another review. You got to get the fuck out of here, man. God dang, man. It's going to be a 2.5 hour half. Okay, first of all, he is defenseless, I think. So that that's going to be a problem because he's up in the air having just thrown the ball. I think he's going to be considered defenseless there. He absolutely does not lead with the crown. It looks like it from that angle, but I think he was trying to go side of the head on that. But at the same time, defenseless player is going to be a problem. It's definitely not leading with the crown of the helmet, but I think it's defenseless. And I think when it's defenseless, you're going to get hit with this. This is one of those plays, though, that like kind of gets to me because, there's malicious targeting, and we see that. There was that targeting in the Alabama game today. That was pretty obvious, but, this is not. He's trying to hold up from the hit. I mean, if Kayan really wanted to put a lick on the guy, he would have, gone right in with the crown of his helmet. But he was kind of like trying to turn away, really. And I think that Kayan got the hardest lick of that whole thing there. He got his helmet knocked off. Yeah, Neil J says, man, this is getting out of order. The reviews on this is just brutal. There's Crime Dog McGriff watching up there, standing next to his guys. So, yeah, they did call targeting on that and threw him out. It's defenseless, man. When he's defenseless, they just kind of don't. There's not a lot of leeway for it. And Kayan's been playing a whale of a game. And we saw earlier that Bobble was coming out, grabbing his wrist. So that takes you down to Jay Crawford. And then you've got, Strader, or you've got Rayshawn Pleasant, number 14, are going to be your other guys. But they had been using the backup corners as nickels, and I don't know if that's something they're going to be able to continue doing. Kayan is just beside himself. They're going to go with Rayshawn here. He's been playing pretty well, honestly. Not as good as Kayan today, for sure. Kayan's been playing great football today, but I don't know. Again, on a defenseless player, it's tough, man. It's tough to make an argument. Well, there was a real shitty throw from Gunnar Stockton. Maybe he is messed up from that head hit. Kayan is just inconsolable. I mean, it's so tough, dude. And that's what I'm talking. Look at Jeremiah Wright over there, putting his arms around his defensive teammate. I mean, that's the kind of guy he is, man. He's just a really high-quality individual. Let's see, Mike says Kayan is a loose wire anyway. He's been playing a great game today, though. God, it's so frustrating, I'm sure. All right, so 1 minute to go here. We're still in the throes of another review. I think that's 6 reviews now for this half. Boy, Kayan is actually crying. I mean, he's that upset about it. Okay, so the down marker got screwed up, and they had to go get a backup down marker, I guess. One minute to go here. They don't have any timeouts, but they have a pretty advantageous field position here. It's a pretty good effort there on the defensive line. Pushing pretty damn hard. Amaris, number 10, was pursuing him pretty ardently and didn't want to give up on that and continued to force him out of bounds, made him throw the ball out of bounds. And they're going to call a roughing the passer on Amaris. I can't say that I know what happened at the end of the play there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Good golly, Miss Molly, man. Wow. That's just hard to believe. Roughing the passer on that. Holy cow. Oh. Gunnar Stockton got hit again, though. Auburn had 2 edges coming around about to knock his ass out. I mean, I got to give the kid credit, man. He's been hanging in there, and he has taken some absolute licks. Remember that one that Robert Woodyard gave him earlier? I don't know how he got it from that one. The one that Kayan gave him was a good lick. Amaris didn't do anything. That wasn't a foul. That lick right there was completely legal, but it was a good hit anyway. He's taking a beating tonight. Auburn's just got to keep coming at him. Well, Auburn's loading up that line of scrimmage, aren't they? They hit him again. I got a flag down. I wouldn't be surprised if that's on Auburn. It seems like everything's on Auburn right now. Boy, the pass rush was coming so ardently, they couldn't hardly get that pass out. And it was an immediate pass. It was catch it and throw it, and they almost couldn't get it off. Kirby, what would you like us to do here? Would a 15-yarder be enough for you? Let's see. Mang jumps in with another super chat. Says, thought I'd seen it all. Insane ref work for Georgia. Defensive offsides for Auburn here. Let's go back and see if that is actually true. I think that's fair. I mean, I do. Thought he was probably over the line there. This is way too many extra yards here. That's 8 or 10 extra yards. Golly, this last minute and a half of this half, just a disaster. My goodness. All right, 35 seconds. First and goal now at the 6. They don't have timeout, so they can't afford to get taken down in bounds. And they can just throw the ball into the first row of the stands. Nice catch out there by the Auburn fan. Could be a Georgia fan over in that corner, actually. Rayshawn Pleasant on the coverage. Yeah, Whale D, 14-point swing. I mean, you'd like to see Georgia not get in the end zone here. Or do you guys know something I don't? Boy, they got on Gunnar Stockton again. One of these hits, he's not going to be able to survive this. He just continues to get beaten like a rag doll right now. 3rd and goal from the 6. Auburn has been a defensive line gets a lot of credit for me. I know Amaris got that bullshit penalty a minute ago, but the pursuit has been ardent. They have just continued to come at them. And again, Gunnar Stockton has taken an absolute beating tonight. He's a tough individual. Oh God. It's a very late sub. Derek Smith in for Key Crawford. And then Georgia had to take a timeout, I guess. They got a little confused. Oh, no, they're going to get a delay. There's DJ and TJ Rushing talking about things. Let's see. Chipper says, I fervently believe this justifies a cheap shot to the referee or the Georgia quarterback at this point. Sweep the leg. Get up in the crane, right? Whoa. All right, from the 11. 3rd and goal from the 11. All right, ball's tipped to the line of scrimmage by Bobby Jamison Travis. And so it's going to be 4th and goal, and they're going to have to attempt a field goal. But, again, it's a touchdown taken away from Auburn, and that's a field goal that they didn't deserve. So, well, I guess technically they did drive the field for this field goal, so it's not BS. But you know what I mean. That's still a 5-yard drive, 90 or 91-yard drive, 89-yard drive. Still a big-time drive. We got a field goal here, pretty modest distance. And it's good, so Georgia's going to get the 3 points there that, in my opinion, they didn't really deserve. But ball went through the wickets. No arguing that. And 13 seconds left on the clock. It's pretty disgusting. I mean, there's been some crazy plays in the history of this rivalry, and the one that really sticks out is the one from about 20 years ago when Horace Willis got beat on a play late. But this is one you'll remember for a long time. For Georgia fans, they have some painful memories of some. There was one, maybe 2001 or so. They were trying to score on their end zone late in the game and got stuffed at the one. That's probably one that they regret. But that play right there, that was judged to be a fumble, and I think he got across, is going to be one that people are going to talk about for a long time. And also, we've talked about this, but something we got to keep in mind as they put the graphic up, Kay and Lee out of the game, who I thought had been playing a whale of a game to this point, disqualified for targeting, just for basically hitting a defenseless player. I'm guessing Auburn is just going to, whatever happens here on this kickoff, is going to just take a knee and get into the locker room. Super, golly, the first 27 minutes of this half been amazing. And the last 2 or 3 minutes have been a disaster. Well, not a full disaster, but not good. And I think the SEC played a role in this. I think the officiating, I think they missed that. I do. I think they missed that. They made a mistake there. Gunner says, at what point does Auburn say enough is enough and do something about this? I mean, I don't even know I don't know what recourse you've got. A chop block on the Georgia Bulldogs on the kickoff. You don't see that too often. I just don't know what your option is, Gunner. I mean, I don't know what you could even do. What are you going to try to sue them? You going to try to take it to court or something? I could have sworn he indicated that was on Georgia. He pointed that way. See, they're all like, he pointed this way. Is this guy fucking, is he dizzy? I mean, what, you signaled it this direction. Yeah, he's taking off his stuff. He is so pissed right now. He's like, this dumbass ref can't even point the right direction for the penalties. Like, what are we doing? All right, so that's going to be the half right there. And Georgia's going to have the ball to take over the second half. Good golly, man. What a fucking mess that was. Jacob G says the bunk is exploding right now, which I'm not surprised to hear that at all. It's some BS, man. I think what you've got to remember here, first of all, is that the officiating crew is super bad, but that Auburn still has played a great game to this point, right? Overwhelmingly good, way better than probably any of us expected. And they just got to get out here in the second half and just keep doing that, Get back to running the football, get back to playing physical ball, and, come out there, get a stop, get a touchdown, and just get things reorganized, Is kind of the way that I'm looking at it. Let me go ahead, and we are going to get Sir Hunter on the horn. We will talk this over with Hunter. I'm sure that as a coach, he has dealt with a bunch of situations like this. I want to hear what Coach says here. He was about to say this is the worst officiated game I've ever seen. He was about to say it's the worst officiated game he'd ever seen, but he actually stopped short of that. He didn't say it, and he just said it was the longest half he'd ever seen. We've been on the air for 2 hours and 24 minutes, and I started maybe 15 minutes before that half started. So we're looking at a 4.5 hour game right now, which is just crazy. All right, so we're going to get Coach Hunter on the horn now. I want to make sure that our thing is working here. So if we hear a good sounding ring. Yep. No, that's not the right ring, but we'll still make it work. Let's get Coach Hunter on the horn, and we will then start with our halftime stuff. Let's see Coach Hunter right here.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Coach Hunter?
Hey, man.
What a bizarre half of football, dude. Did you think that he got in the end zone there?
I feel like he did. I actually feel like he got in the play before that. The fact that both of those reviews fit Georgia's way, we'll just call it conspicuous and leave it at that. What you got to do though, man, that was as bad a one-sided, like just energy wrenching 2 minutes that you could possibly come up with. But it's got to be, for Auburn, it's got to be about perseverance right now. Maintain what you're doing, maintain your focus, and control the things that you can control. The hell with the officials, the hell with anything else. Win your reps.
And you've been in situations like this where your team's gotten screwed on a call. Yeah. I mean, what do you do to them? Just say, hey, keep playing?
Yeah, well, one, you can't. You always want to fight for your guys, right? But if you as a coach become unhinged and you lose your composure over the decisions of the officials, then your team's going to lose their composure. And so that's absolutely what you cannot let happen right now. Hugh's got to be in that locker room. He's got to be confident. Hey, everything that we've done offensively has worked. Defense is getting stops. We got to overcome this circumstantial moment and keep doing what we've done all night long, and we're going to win this ball game.
What did you think about how things are going offensively? I felt like they came out running the football, playing physical football, and I thought it worked great.
It's the best they've looked all year against one of the best defenses they've seen, and it's because they're running plays with intentionality, and they're running plays that sequence themselves into other plays. They're running designed runs and designed passes, and not trying to decide in the middle of the play whether it's going to be a run or a pass. And it's working, and they're using motions and plays to set up plays, 2 to 3 plays later that are working. They're getting in variable alignments like the trips to the field tight into the backside with the running back sit at the tight end side and bringing the motion back, attacking Georgia's alignment because they outflank themselves over shifting to the field. So, they're playing smart football, good aggressive football. That 2-minute sequence is kind of inexplicable just in terms of chaos theory, but it's been a really good half for Auburn in terms of execution. Yeah,
and you were saying, we talked about this in the A&M game, you want to see things happen. You run a play on offense, and you run something off of it. You kind of build something, and then you kind of switch off it. They were actually doing that a little bit this first half, and that was nice to see. That's how you win football games.
It is. It is. You can't. The old adage is that every play you run should have a misdirection off that play, and then a play action off that play, and then a reaction off that play. So one play should build a 4-play sequence. And, I know that football's evolved a lot since then, but it still holds really, really true in terms of how you attack a defense.
What do you think? What have you seen defensively from the Auburn Tigers? For a while there, they had run, I think, 40-something plays on offense and 12 on defense. They were doing a great job of just getting off the field and
they're getting after it, man. They're winning in the run game and in the pass rush game with just 3 and 4 at the point of attack. Linebackers are playing stupid fast at the second level. Love to see that. Atkinson, Woodyard, Melendez, all playing really fast, really effective football. I'm a defensive guy, so I'm gonna go the two calls right there at the end, the roughing the passer and the targeting call. That bullshit calls. As a defensive guy, you hate both of those calls. That's just I don't see anything wrong with what happened on either one of them. Amaris already had him in the grasp. He just finished in the grasp. Lee had his head turned while the guy was in the air. I don't see how you can define that as launching. I like the physicality they're playing with, and they've got to maintain it to keep the tone of the game the way they need it to be.
Prior to the last 2 minutes of the half, you felt like Auburn was the much better team tonight, right?
Oh, without question.
All right.
It had dominated yardage, time of possession, efficiency, third down conversions, all of it.
And then you got the SEC intervention there in the last 2 or 3 minutes, and it takes away your momentum.
So strange. So strange.
Seems like it happens over and over again, though, you know?
I mean, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck.
You got to call it for what it is.
Right.
What would you tell your team if you were in Hugh's situation here? What would you tell your team?
Leave no doubt. Come out and play football at a level in the second half that you can't be denied. You've already shown that you can do it. You've already showed that you can outplay them. Keep doing it. Be undeniable the second half, and it doesn't matter if it's you versus Georgia versus the officials versus the Athens cartel. Doesn't matter. Do what you do. Win the damn game.
You think they're going to do it? What's your thought?
I don't, man. Just seeing how kind of everything went against them right there at the end of the half, I want to see them do this really bad just for those kids on a personal level, because that was a gut punch, and hell yeah, I think they can do it, man. This is a good plan. Durkin's got the defense playing well. I don't know that Georgia's offense is good enough to consistently move the ball up and down the field.
That's good to hear. That's what I like to hear. Coach Hunter, appreciate you jumping on with us, man. Always teach us something about football.
Hey, enjoy it, man. Appreciate you, Jay.
See you, bro.
See you.
Bye. There he is, Coach Hunter, giving us some stuff just to kind of go back through. He referred to it as conspicuous, the situation with some of those calls late in the half, which I completely agree. That's a very nice way to put it. He says it's got to be about perseverance for the team. You go into halftime and some things have gone against you that are of questionable validity, and you cannot sulk about it. You can't, go ahead and get it out of your system about how bad the situation was, but you move on. And you hope that you can actually get some decent calls in the second half. And as Coach Hunter said, leave no doubt. Go out there in the second half and find a way to just put this game away. And even if the refs want to try to fuck it up, as they have done a fine job of doing, you leave no doubt. He also said some cool stuff about intentionality on the offensive side of the football, which is something we haven't seen from Auburn really since the Baylor game. And you could even argue haven't seen it at all this year. They certainly were playing with some serious intentionality on the offensive side of the ball throughout the first half, and that was very good to see, and it was very encouraging. It makes you think that Auburn can absolutely win this football game, but got to have some decent adjudication, and we haven't seen that yet. I'm trying to find AK's number on here because we haven't talked to him in a minute. But she'd actually made a comment to me in the chat about it earlier. He was like, man, I'm sorry I haven't gotten up with you enough. Here we go. Let's see if we get AK on here. Alex Kozan, former offensive lineman.
How we doing, Jay?
Hey, what's up, AK? How are you?
I'm doing all right. I mean, they dominated the first half, and then things went against them. You have some adversity, but I mean, it's about as perfect as the first 28 minutes as you'll see in the SEC, especially against a team like Georgia. And then, what happened.
Yeah, as far as they were running the football, AK, and that's something we've been kind of clamoring for like 2 or 3 games now. Like, just run the ball, and they did, and they got the success. It makes you wonder why they weren't doing it all along.
Well, what I liked was they were staying ahead of the chains. The running game, I thought they showed some creativity. They were stretching the defense sideline to sideline. Now, normally against a Georgia defense that doesn't work out too well for you. If I'm being honest, I don't think the personnel on Georgia's side of things is quite what it has been. But good game in the first half. Running plays that the offense is able to execute. You've got everyone seems to be hitting on all cylinders, which we haven't seen. And for me, that starts with really making Georgia accountable to cover the entire field. And I like what they've done in the run game beyond just kind of the base run packages that we've seen the first couple of weeks.
You played a lot of football for Auburn Tigers in your life. I'm sure you've seen some bad calls as a player. How do you overcome that as a player? Or is it something that players really get caught up in?
So I think a couple of things. On the call specifically, I'd like to see some leadership out of Cohen. All these calls go to Birmingham. Why isn't that on video? Why don't we know those guys' names? Why isn't that part of the broadcast? I think it's a real concern after the past couple of weeks. You saw what happened against Oklahoma. You saw this call. You have a pylon view where the play was pretty clear that he crossed the goal line. I'd like to see our athletic director have some real leadership and demand accountability. How do you stop, and make people accountable in any business? You make them visible, and you leave the fuckery out of it. So I think the booth in Birmingham should be broadcast on every game. You should have a live video and audio feed. I would love to know what was discussed there, because I don't see how you see that pylon view and reach that conclusion.
Yeah, I felt like the entire ball got over the line. The entire ball.
Yeah, but why don't we know? Why don't we know what's going on in that conversation? That should all be available to the public. There's too much money. There's too many eyeballs on it. That should all be, in my mind, that should all be transparent.
Agreed.
In terms of the team, one of my problems with Hugh is I think he tends to coach teams that are a little bit of front runners. They've got like little bitch syndrome a little bit. When something goes against them, it's the bull comes at them. They pout a little bit. He pouts a little bit. I don't like it. When the bull comes at you, you break its damn neck and you keep marching down the field. After that call, and after the defense kind of let up that first down, if I was the head coach, I would call the timeout, got my defense situated and regrouped. They let up they gave up three kind of sloppy penalties and gave a field goal to Georgia there to make it a 1-score game. Obviously it's an emotional moment, but take control of your team and reset things. You've dominated the whole game, and then you just let Georgia go 90 yards. I don't know how long that drive was. They didn't score a touchdown, but they still got points. When, in my mind, he could have reset things, and if the team was more disciplined, that's where the truly elite coaches in college football they take, in my mind, they take control of those moments. I just haven't seen that. So I'm being a little critical here, but all in all, coming out of a bye week, you couldn't have asked for anything more than what Auburn's done so far. So credit to the coaches on, this is the best the offense has executed all season. You've got some adversity in the second half. You lost probably your best corner. Georgia has good coaches too. I'm sure we'll see some adjustments here. But I think the fundamentals for Auburn are there. The offensive line is knocking Georgia off the football. Auburn's staying ahead of the chains. They just got to finish a couple of drives and not get too cute. That tush-push call, I don't love that in the moment. I haven't seen Auburn execute that. You're winning the line of scrimmage. To me, you can run more traditional goal line offense, and you're going to get a touchdown there with two downs. And again, I'm being really critical here, but I don't know. It's the little things in these games that one play, and it's Georgia's back in it. So I think Auburn has this game, but you'll learn a lot by how the offense and defense come out of that locker room. I'd be very interested in seeing what Freeze and his staff are saying after things went the way they went. The best teams are able to overcome even the most adverse situations and keep on marching. So we'll see what they do.
For sure. Anything stick out on the offensive line? You mentioned in that screed right there about you felt like they were being pretty physical and having their way. What have you seen specifically out of the OL that you like the most? I've seen
great interior push on most every run that's counted. So I think the guards and the center are doing a pretty good job there. And then the edge blocking has been just good enough to allow the running backs to get that extra step and went on the edge, and they've done a good job blocking with the receivers as well. So I think across the board, pretty good there.
Yeah, very good. I'm encouraged to see them running the football, man. They abandoned it at A&M, and they're clearly going to continue going on with it here. So I think that's smart. That's what they should have been doing.
All right. We need to start this movement, though. Live broadcast in the Birmingham review room. I'm sick of this.
I agree with you completely.
All right.
Appreciate you, AK. Jay. See you, brother.
Have a good one.
Bye. Bye. There he is, AK, saying what we all want to hear, right? Which is more accountability on these decisions. We don't understand how a if the quarterback has possession of the football all the way over the line from the pylon cam, everybody in America can see it. Apparently, Booger was talking about it. Excuse me, at the halftime show here, which I can't listen to, but you guys were telling me, essentially apologizing that that was a touchdown. How is it that Birmingham can't tell that? I don't understand. And it was also a point that, and I think Drew's talking on this just a little bit. Drew K in the chat. AK makes a great point that they're running the football well. Like, you don't have to execute a tush push, which is something that Auburn hasn't done this year. Kind of a new play for them. When you're the regular stuff you're running, your inside zone, your outside zone, whatever you want to do, is working. And it would work there probably too. You don't have to get cute. I don't necessarily know that a tush push is a cute play, but it's one that's not necessarily in Auburn's usual quiver of plays. And, you kind of leave some stuff to chance. Now, I don't want you to interpret what I'm saying is taking anything off the officiating crew that just absolutely fucked that up. And I also love the phrase, and I want to make sure I get this one word for word, leave the fuckery out of it, is what Alex said. Leave the fuckery out of it. I laugh about it, but we could also cry about it. He just wants to have more transparency in the way that the SEC adjudicates these plays, and I'm completely on board. Back in the 70s and 80s when we were just kind of having fun watching football, you probably weren't going to be doing that. But now in this era where there's so much money in it, there's so much interest in it, the ratings are so high, and we have so much technology now that we didn't have even 10 years ago, I think it's time to start having some more accountability and more transparency in the way that this stuff is adjudicated. I'm completely with AK on this, and I think you guys are as well. So it's just one idea. I got to go turn the air conditioning down 1 degree. Let me do that, and we'll get back to this right here. All right, 1 more degree. Hawaiian Tiger says, I'm just tired of effing taking it from the SEC. It just seems like this season has been particularly bad. I mean, I always kind of felt like everybody gets their screw jobs, but I feel like Auburn in that Oklahoma game left me with a lot of PTSD. And while the A&M game I thought was pretty fairly called, this one's had some real... I mean, the touchdown coming back is super bad. I thought the roughing the passer on Amaris was super bad. I don't really know. I need to hear someone tell me in a sentence what they thought that Kayan did. I mean, he did go to the helmet. He did not lead He did not lead. He wasn't spearing. He didn't lead with the crown. So I just want to hear that discussed. I don't know. I thought that Kayan was trying to not have a violent hit there. I thought he was trying to do the right thing. And the Amaris thing, I don't even know what to tell you. I mean, it's football. It's a contact sport. And what Amaris did to Gunnar Stockton was not dangerous. And it wasn't unusual. It was just playing football. Maybe this will make you guys feel better. Hornatius passed along his latest culinary project, which is a delicious pie. As you guys know, Hornatius has been doing a lot of baking, and that looks absolutely wonderful right there. So great job, Hornatius. Everybody who's been paying attention to Hornatius is a great bunker poster. Know he's been getting into cooking now that he doesn't drink anymore and putting his efforts into more positive pursuits, and he is doing a hell of a job. I would eat the hell out of that, by the way. I would also smash that in the face of an SEC replay official. One man's opinion. All right, we're about to start the second half off. Let me make sure I've got our numbers updated correctly. 14 of 19 for 107 for Jackson. Rushing the football, he had 8 carries for 51. I need to get that updated. Cobb, of course, did not get any more carries after that situation there. Cam finished with 4 of 33, and I've already got the third down numbers updated. So if you remember at one time it was 41 plays to like 12, it is now 44 plays to 23, which is still way in Auburn's favor, but not as much as it was. Total yards is 237 to 78. And time of possession is approximately 22 minutes for Auburn and approximately 8 for the Georgia Bulldogs. So let's see what happens here. Georgia's going to start with possession. To start the second half, Auburn won the toss and elected to take the ball in the first half, and it worked because Auburn had a really nice, long, big-ass touchdown drive to open the game, and I thought it really set a tone for that half. But there was a price to pay, and it is that Georgia gets to start the second half with the ball. Now, as AK and Hunter talked about at halftime, and I'm going to go ahead and knock those graphics off, how are they going to regroup? Are they going to come out? I think what AK said, sometimes they get up into little bitch syndrome, I think is the word he used. So they got a first down play there right out of the gate. We also did have a super chat that I did not have a chance to call out. Let's see. Feel like a stranger had one here. What do you do? Halftime interview. Say, refs cheated us out of 10 points. How many games will they? Might as well cancel our games. That's one way to put it, I guess. You get in big time trouble for that. Let's see. 2nd and 3. Sorry, I guess he went out of bounds there. Oh, that was a nice lick right there. Didn't finish the tackle by Caleb, but still a good lick. Ryan S., who played the offensive line at Auburn. She agrees with AK. It's time for Auburn to drop their nuts the second half. If they're going to win the game, we have to move on from the BS. I think that's exactly right, Ryan S. Well said. Stromka says that he's got to have full-time positions in the SEC. I just don't think that's doable. I don't think you can afford to pay all these guys, full-time money. And I don't think they would do it. I mean, these guys, I know of an assistant ref who lives here in Montgomery, who coached my daughter's softball team, and Chris Conway. And, he has a real life. Like, he has a real job and career and all that. He's not going to give all that up to be a line judge in the SEC. He basically does it as a volunteer. You know what I mean? Like, he gets paid, but. And they don't allow him to do Auburn games because he's an Auburn guy. But, I just don't think that's plausible. Now, in the NFL, maybe. In the NFL, maybe. 3rd and 7 is what we're looking at here. Feel like a stranger, and Ryan S., last name redacted. Thank you for the super chats, guys. And I'm sorry it took me so long to get to your stuff there. I appreciate you guys. Both of you are just legends, of course. Ryan S., who I met, who I actually covered years ago, but met again right as we were coming out of COVID, and he lived in Huntsville at the time. Now I believe he's in Nashville. Good dude. 3rd and 7. Auburn needs to stop right here. This would be a great way to get the second half started off right. And they are bringing some pressure and a great pass defense, but they're going to call DPI on Rayshawn there. Mike says, JGT, my man, the SEC is making billions. I don't know about that. I don't think that's actually true. I think the TV revenue is in the billions, but not for just the SEC. Guys, I mean, you can't put your arm all the way around the guy like that. I realize he let it go pretty quickly, but still. Guy, that's not the worst miss of the night, believe me. You know what I mean. The Amaris one is the threshold for me now. Like, is it worse than the call against Amaris? Looks like Kensley, he's out there to play, though. That's a good lick on first down to get a negative play. I like that. Josh Wu says, whatever happened to Rayon Strader? I don't think he's playing physical enough. I think Rayshawn is playing more physical than he is. And that's why he's been playing ahead of Rayon. Although Rayon does play some. He hadn't in this game, I don't think. But in general, he does. Rayshawn, I think, just a better corner, a little more physical. We haven't even called out Jay Crawford's name tonight. I don't know if they've even thrown against him tonight. They may just be giving up on it. As I say that, the pass goes to Jay Crawford right there. Actually, technically, Champ was in the coverage there, but Jay was playing outside on that side. It looked like he had double coverage with Caleb low and Champ high. I guess Jay Crawford got carried across the field on a driver out there or something. Looks like actually he was playing short. All right, they had a third down that they converted earlier, but now they will not convert that one. Although I wonder if they're going to go for it here. They're plus 45, can't kick a field goal here. We'll go ahead and chalk them up to an 0 for 5 on third down. They're going to go for it. I don't blame them. 4th and 5. This would be a great opportunity to get an incomplete pass. All right, no flags. So that's a wrap. Oh, Kirby, shut your fucking ass. You've gotten every fucking call tonight and you're still bitching. Get the fuck out of here, man. I swear to God, he can get 50 calls and he'd still be bitching. Good golly, Miss Molly, man. Anyway, that's a stop, and there Auburn's going to take over at the minus 45. It's a good situation. Well, Auburn got on him fast, didn't they? I mean, that was not a dirty hit at all. Xavier's doing the job. They're at the minus 46 right now. Auburn takes over 1st and 10. Did get the stop. So now, you just put together a nice drive here, and you just start getting some semblance of momentum, and they take a negative play on the first play. Ran an end around into the boundary and got fucked up. What happened there? So it's going to be a tackle for loss. Yeah, Whale Driver says, doesn't Georgia get a 5th down? Yeah, that's about right. Kirby probably mad. Oh for 5 they are on third down. We got a flag. Could it be against Georgia? Have they ever committed a foul? Have they ever done anything wrong? Oh, my God, they did. I'm glad to see Everett back out there, though. Remember, I thought he was really hurt earlier. Oh, my goodness. Well, I mean, if you trip, might as well just take the whiteout down with you. No problem. I bet Kirby's mad about that call, too. He didn't mean to fall down. Sorry. 1st down for the Auburn Tigers. All right, so Auburn's over midfield now, plus 44, 46. Jackson trying another one of those inside runs, kind of a quarterback power read. Gets about 2 or 3. I feel like the lanes have not been as wide. Jeremiah's back in the game. I didn't realize that. Hadn't called that out yet. This is very good. I thought Jeremiah was terrific when he had an opportunity to run the football in the first half. Auburn's going to be at the plus 44 now, I believe. 2nd and 8. Got a compressed set here with Jeremiah. Going flanking out wide. Now, see, to me, that's targeting. Preston's fired up, isn't he? What is my wife hollering about? She's hollering about something downstairs. Is she ahead of me? I can hear my wife screaming downstairs at a game. So I'm thinking something big happens for Auburn here, and she's just way ahead of me. I don't see how she could be ahead. Oh, wait, I'm on cable, and she's on streaming. Maybe she's ahead of me. I don't know. I thought that looked like targeting to me, too, from a long way. I couldn't get the review on it. Now, so to me, that's a defenseless player, right? He's he's got 2 guys on him, so he can't contort his body very well. And that guy just comes in, and I don't necessarily think that he's leading with the crown of the helmet. But if you're going to say for KN that it's a function of defenseless player hitting him in the head, then this guy's got to fucking go. I mean, you got to adjudicate it fairly. I think it's targeting, but whatever. I bet you Kirby's going to have a heart attack. How dare you? It's only Auburn players that are supposed to get kicked out. Dick. What a jerk. Tackles for loss again, Georgia 2. Auburn has 3 tackles for loss, including 2 sacks. And time of possession is still well in Auburn's favor here, 22 minutes to 11 minutes. Auburn has 244 yards. They have 97 plays run, 47 for Auburn, 31 for Georgia. So at one time that was almost a 30-play delta. Now it's about a 16-play delta. Average yards per play is 5.2 for Auburn, 3.1 for them. So that's still some good stuff. Auburn has rushed 27 times for 130 today. 9 for 53 for for Jackson on the ground here. Georgia's defensive front is just not quite as good as it's been, and I think that's given Auburn an opportunity here to kind of exploit that a little bit through the run game. Soggy Nacho says, just got free to watch the game. Let me guess, super balanced and fairly called game tonight. Oh, of course, absolutely. The SEC. A true bastion of fair officiating and competent officiating, yeah. Solo, I completely agree. He says that's a dangerous play with 2 guys draped on his lower body and his legs bent under him. He has no way to contort his body at all, and this dumbass is going to come in there and launch right into his helmet. He's got to go. He's got to go, and if for no other reason, because I threw out Kayan for the same exact thing. No, in fact, Kayan's was not that bad. Hayden thinks that Kirby and Schumann will make the proper adjustments. It's going to depend on if Hugh can adjust back to them. I mean, Auburn's still doing pretty well here. I mean, it's early, but I feel like they're still playing with some physical football here. I mean, Global Exec says, can Auburn sue the SEC or the SEC officials? I mean, in theory they could, but you'd have to really prove damages, which would be tough, I think. You'd have to prove damages. And I think it would be difficult to prove a damage right now. In other words, you'd have to prove standing, legal standing. So no targeting. No targeting on that. Oh, my God. It's the exact same thing as what happened to Kay and Lee, and they just get there and go, well, that's fine. It's fine. I don't understand how anybody's ahead of me. I use cable. I'm on cable. I thought cable would be the fastest. I guess you guys really are ahead of me. It was targeting, period. 4th and 1 for the Auburn Tigers right here is where I'm at. Got Tate Johnson in there at the de facto tight end. Trying that little play action throw to the tight end off the back. And I mean, Preston's open. It's going to be a tough throw because of the angle he's running and where the defenders are. But if the throw's better, it's catchable and it's a first down. And we know that Preston's not going to make a really tough catch. I put that one on Jackson personally. Yeah, I put that one on Jackson. Got to have a better throw here. Brandon J says, here comes shit the bed. He feels it coming, doesn't he? Oh, Jesus. My wife is way ahead of me downstairs. Way ahead of me. Yeah, throwing the ball to Preston is an interesting choice. He's actually been pretty good today, but I don't know. Yeah, Brandon says, why are we trusting Preston for a big-time play like that? I'm not sure. Nice play right there from Malik Blockton from Pike Road, Alabama. Slipped through a hole and got his hands on him and would not let go. So 0 gain on that. 2nd and 9 or 10. I mean, I don't think it was a bad call, Gunner. I think you're agreeing with me. I just don't necessarily know that Preston's the guy you want to throw the ball to because he's going to make – he misses just regular catches. He's actually made some catches today that were good, but the pass needs to be better. It's a really tough catch. Oh, man. Already got a flag on that. Great play by Woodyard to get over there and knock that ball away. Defense looks a little saltier on this drive, this possession, than they were the last one. Or I should say that certainly on the one to end the first half. But looks like Delp feels like this is going to be DPI of some kind. Not to be confused with Brad Delp, former lead singer of Boston. Died by suicide many years ago. Sad story. So Auburn had 2 penalties on that play. And Georgia decided to go ahead and take the holding call. Yep, that's fair. That's Rayon Strader. He was going to get absolutely destroyed on that route if he hadn't do that, though. I mean, it had to happen. $11 penalties for more than 100 yards for the Auburn Tigers, and we're halfway through the third quarter. That could be going better. Bryce Diaz, number 16 right there, making a play. He's a fast hombre. And he got in there nicely against a larger player. Chris W. says he was in the cover band Beetlejuice. I like that. Yeah, Josh liked to see Bryce Diaz making a play there. That was nice. It was well done. 2nd and 10. Speaking of teams that are abandoning the run, Georgia's not running the. Oh, shit. Nice play, though. They are making some throws. They're going to get down to the 2 on this one. Evidence suggests that Auburn has not handled the bullshit at the end of the first half well here. Offensively, they really needed to convert on that 4th down, and they didn't do it. And now Georgia's they've ruled it a touchdown, of course. Auburn had 2 times they got over the line late in the first half. Didn't get a touchdown either time, but Georgia gets close, and they call it. And whatever. Let's see if we got an opposing touchdown sound. I think we do. Disappointing.
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
Yeah, Brandon Jace is soft as baby shit. And, I mean, that's something that Kozan was saying. He said sometimes it seems like with Hugh, the way Hugh kind of deals with difficult situations in games, they get a little bit of the little bitch syndrome. I mean, his words, but I don't disagree. I've been saying this for a while. I don't like his, I guess, nonverbal communication in games. I think it suggests weakness. I'd like to see him be a little more fiery, I guess. But anyway, 10-10. Schaefer Kia says still have a lot of football left. I mean, completely true. We know Auburn can win this game. Auburn was so much the better team for most of the first half, for almost the entire first half. Got to get back to that, right? Got to get back to that. And if you don't, then you don't deserve to win the game. Has there been some bullshit that's gone on? Absolutely. Has there been a lot of bullshit that's gone on? Absolutely. But your options now are you either put that shit in the past and you push forward and try to find a way to win in spite of the refs, or you just lay down and get the shit fucked out of you. I mean, those are your choices. That's it. So it's A or B, and you choose. And if it's B, then I think the coach got to go, because this has been happening too much. I mean, Hugh's going to say, dude, I'm coaching a great game, and the refs are screwing us, and I don't necessarily think he's wrong, but turn it around. Sometimes shit happens that ain't right in real life or in the field. As my dad used to say, life ain't fair. And the officiating this game has not been fair. P-Pass says, Durkin is your coach next week. We just don't have enough data. We don't have enough data for that. This game ain't over. We got a long way to go here, and I still think they can turn this thing around. They were doing great. They had it going. And really, if you get a better throw on that fourth down and Preston catches the ball, you still got a really nice drive. You're looking at a field goal drive no matter what. You'd probably be just fine, but didn't happen. Robert B. says, he was the play caller. He can't lack that much composure. He doesn't have time. Jacob G says, more liquor is needed, Jay. A lot more. Jester says, George is beatable 100%. I mean, I still feel like Auburn's got a 60 to 65% chance to win this game right here. But they have to grab their balls and get back going. Period. Got to have that. William H says, just got to keep playing, that's the only thing you can do, man. If you want to sit and be mad about it, that's not going to get you anywhere. It's actually going to hurt you. I tell you, Gunnar Stockton gets a lot of credit from me. He's been good. He's been punished. He's still making plays out there. I'm not prepared to give up on this game at all. We know they can drive. We know Auburn can drive this football. We know Auburn can run the football. We know this. So just do it. I think Jester says have to pressure Stockton now on that throw to get him down to first and goal with the 3 or whatever. Not enough pressure. But in general, they have been throwing him off target. Off schedule. Oh, we've got the Cassidy P's about to jump into the chat, so he gives us the AI summary of our chat, which currently says, viewers in the chat are expressing frustration with the referee's calls and the team's performance, particularly Hugh Freeze's role. Some viewers speculate about the SEC's influence and the need for a change in strategy. It's an interesting wording. I think it's correct. Wonder if you could just go back to the opening script. That's an interesting idea, Schaefer, Kia. Just run the same fucking plays over, right? I mean, they were working great. One fly. I got a sound for that, bro. Where is it?
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. If you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
There you go. That's the sound right there. He said, let him off the hook. That's for you, One Fly. Let's see. Not Salty said, I need some JG therapy. I'm not sure I'm the right guy for that right now. 2nd and 8. Got to throw there. Going to be about 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. I don't know about JG therapy at this point, brother. I mean, they're certainly capable of this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, my God. Please don't let this be offside. Timeout. Okay. Timeout, Georgia. Goodness gracious. Well, let's talk about this. So, things that are going well. All right. Nothing. I'm just kidding. It's a tie game. We know Auburn can run the football if they choose to. I think Jackson's had a good game so far. Auburn's been good on 3rd down. Defensively, they've been good for most of the game, although this last drive was pretty easy capitulation. But typically, DJ's defenses don't stay in a funk. They get out of the funk. Let's just see what's going on here. Cassidy P says, okay, fam, just tuning in due to a wedding. How many points has Hugh left on the field? I don't know if Hugh's left him on the field, although you could argue Cassidy P, they had a 3rd and goal at the half-yard line, and they ran a tush push. I don't know if you know this. They ran a tush push, which we hadn't seen him run before. And he got in the end zone for a touchdown, but they ruled it a fumble, and he didn't get across the line. And then they gave Georgia the ball, and Georgia went, 89 yards and got a field goal. Absolutely brutal. I firmly believe that the entire ball was across the line before it was knocked out, but they decided to say that it didn't. And so in that sense, you could argue that was 7 points left on the field because I as Alex was saying in the halftime call, I mean, their more traditional run plays were working. They had been working the whole half. Auburn ran the ball great in the first half. So why do you have to go to a play that you don't run when the plays that you do run were working? It's a great question. So that's how I would see it right there. And also, I think there were 6 or 7 major reviews in the first half. The first half went more than 2 hours. Actually, significantly longer than 2 hours. I think it was like 2:10 or 2:15. So, unbelievable, man. Like, every one of those is like 5 to 7 minutes. And one of them was, what was the one early on in the half? That was a strange, like 5 or 7 minute one where we're like, there's not even anything good to discuss here. I don't know, whatever. Let's see. Terrence says, JG, the refs gave about 50 yards of penalties to Georgia. Yeah, got a targeting call on K, and that was dubious. They got a roughing the passer call on Amaris that was just straight up bullshit, and had a pass interference call that was iffy on that one. So that was a very artificially aspirated drive for the Georgia Bulldogs, yeah. Pocket says it's 9:30 and we have more than 6 minutes left in the third quarter. I'm telling you, they're doing a hell of a job. The refs are doing a hell of a job if the job is to make it all about them and make this a 5-hour game. They're doing a great job as far as that. But as far as adjudicating the game fairly, they're doing a shitty job. CJ says, waiting for the Jabba moment. I think we've already had it happen. I think the fumble on the 1 millimeter line is the Jabba moment. I'm hoping that's as Jabba as it gets. Whale D says, has Auburn won a review in SEC play? I can't speak to that. They haven't won one today, though. I think they're like 0 for 6. Fuck out of here, man. I can't deal with the idea of Georgia winning this game. I know you guys feel the same way. I just can't stand Georgia, man. I just got a thing about it. I'm so sick of it. Ryan G, number 84, is in the game again. He played a good amount in the first quarter. We didn't see him much after that. Motherfucker. Great blitz pick up there, guys. Glenn Schumann, the defensive coordinator of Georgia, dialed up a nice blitz there. Looks like there's just nobody to pick that up. It's not really a missed pickup. Here come Hudson Cock to kick it away again. Another bad snap on that, by the way. He did a nice job to field it and got it off and had a decent kick there. Got him back to the 39. Let's see. Robert S. is already ready to wrap it up. Says, I think that's game. Tie game in the third quarter at home, and he says that's it. Game over. Guys, come on, man. We got to be tougher than this. Got to be tougher than this. Come on now. Slava Boyko says Hugh and the crew have been out-coached coming out of the half. I have to agree with you on that. That is true. And also CDF, who had a massive super chat earlier, sends another one in. It says Paper Tigers ball game. He's ready to give it up. Come on, CDF. He wants to see the Auburn Tigers win this game so bad, but he's just frustrated, man. It just seems like there's some bullshit that's always going down, you know? Let's get a stop right here, okay? Let's get a 3 and out, and then just try to drive a little bit down the field. Okay, this will not be a 3 and out. Says they just got a 15-yard gain on first down, but whatever. Let's see. Midro says the wounds are too deep, JG. I've been here with you, bro. I know them. I'm familiar with them. But we can't just surrender. We've got to rise up and be tougher than that. Just as a group of people that watch Auburn, you can't just continue to think that if you believe it's going to fall apart, then it's going to fall apart. Although we're not playing, are we? I can tell you these players don't do that, or at least I don't think they do. Wow. That guy, Rick, now says Georgia 34, Auburn 10 is what he thinks is going to happen here. Wow. Everybody thinks it's over. I just don't think so. We'll keep playing. Let's see if you guys are right. Well, that wasn't a gash right there. That's Elijah Melendez saying, get the fuck back. Fellow EV driver, Elijah Melendez, I should say, drives an EV Jeep. Nice play. Reminds me of that play in the first quarter where Sly made a similar blitz play like that. Good diagnosis and a good tackle. Good shit right there. 3rd and 6. This would be a good stop. Good place for a stop right here. Oh, Gunnar Stockton got hit and missed a tackle by Xavier Atkins. They're going to be short, but not by much. Maybe a yard or two. Looks like the chain gang got wiped out on that one. 4th and 1 or 2, something like that. Let's see. Slava Boyko says, JG, do you think Hugh Freeze himself is tougher than that? The man pouts like a 5-year-old that gets his toy taken away. I don't want to sit here and say he's soft. He's not soft, but you just want to see more fire. And I don't think that he's not a big fire guy, you know. 4th and 1. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly was lucky to even hold on to that ball, but he did. And they get the first down on a little speed option there. That ball almost got away from him. Bad snap. Decent toss, really, but number 3, he did get it. Crocky says RIP. Crocky not happy about how this is going. Let's see. Ben S. says, JJ, you got to think Hugh can't think straight enough to call plays when he gets all emotional and pouty. I think there is a possibility of that. I mean, we're kind of joking about this way earlier in the game, though. Here's a reverse pass, shitty throw. We talked about this early in the game that, like, their first series, which was scripted, was terrific, had a great drive. Their second series, which wasn't scripted, was terrific. And we said, can he keep this up? He hasn't. I just don't love that tush-push call, but I mean, whatever. I mean, if he gets across the goal line, which he probably does 95% of the time, you know, without a fumble or anything, just gets over the hump and scores. I mean, we don't even care. But that's not what happened, is it? This is it. This is where they've got to have a stop here. 3rd and 8. And they got to do something here. Auburn, let's see, a TFL, incomplete pass. One fly says since 2017. Let that sink in. Talking about the last time the Auburn Tigers beat Georgia was in this stadium in a night game. That was a game where Auburn just really kind of poured it on them. That is not happening tonight. Oh, motherfucker.
Boom shakalaka.
That's a lick right there. All right. Xavier Atkins on a throwback pass was like, no, I'm not at all confused or thrown off by this. I'm going to kill him. And he came in like a daggone freight train and knocked that old boy down. Number 17, Xavier Atkins. He's been terrific all year long. He plays with such passion and aggression. Boom! Took old Delp down pretty easy on that. That's going to be a long field goal right here. He's going to be going from 50-ish. Looks pretty good, though. It is good. I'm not even going to say anything about it. So Georgia takes the lead right there. Schaefer Kia says, ban myself from watching. All right, let's take let me get some numbers racked up here. Third downs, Georgia still has not converted one. They're 0 for 7 on third down, but they're able to score because they're doing stuff on the other downs. They've been pretty good on fourth down, actually. Let me see what they are on fourth down. 1 of 2. That's not really good, is it? But it's enough. Auburn is 8 of 13 now, I believe, on third down. Let me see. Yep, 8 of 13. Hasn't been great lately. Started off 5 for 5. Hasn't been quite as good lately. Jackson is now 16 of 22 for 118. Let me see what Jackson's rushing numbers are. 10 carries for 45. Going backwards on that one, huh? That's pretty much where we're at. Cam does have 5 catches for 37 now. Yeah, Gunner says we got to have a drive right here, and I agree completely. You're just going to have to turn this momentum around. I don't think it's necessarily like it's not like an avalanche in Georgia's favor. It's just kind of tipped in Georgia's favor, and they've got to find a way to turn this thing back around. I mean, guys, we can talk about the officiating, and we probably will after the game for a long time, but you've got to – there's going to be shit like that that's going to happen in the game. It's the SEC, and we know that the officiating is just not very good. And so – and it's worse in the SWAC and shit like that, believe me. I've seen like 6 or 7 yard illegal procedures. You've seen it all. All right, Cam's going to get like 3 or 4 yards on first down there. They're kind of back in this thing where like it's the throws that Jackson can see are open, and they're the ones that he's throwing right now. And I don't love it because you just can't rely on Cam Coleman to make 6 guys miss and try to get 10 yards. It's too much. Cam's an amazing player, but it's too much to ask. But I still think they're in a situation right now where they need to run the fucking ball. They showed that they could do that. Why not do it? I mean, yeah, you say, Jay, they're behind. Well, just barely. All right, there's a run. They're not going to get anything off of it. Just a yard, maybe. 3rd and 4. Yeah, P-Pass, I'm with you. He says, you just got outscored 13-0. Fight back. You have to. You have to. You have to. Cam is at 6 for 42 now. It's a shitty throw to Perry, and I just don't think Perry can make that catch. I just don't think it's on Perry at all. He's having to reach back behind him, and the ball's thrown at his ankles. I mean, that's an incredibly tough ball to catch. And Jackson's just got to do a better job. Looks like he was getting hit just as he threw it, but. Well, Slava, but I'm not a big Hugh defender. But he says, as much as I hate this guy, you can see the clear difference between an elite coach and one who has control of his team, Kirby, against what Hugh is doing. It's night and day. I agree with you on that. And then Hunter Cock had a bad punt right there. Guys, this third quarter was a mess. First quarter was perfect. Second quarter was a weird one. And the third quarter was pretty much a disaster for the Auburn Tigers, and they have just got to put their foot down and do something. You can't just sit here and let it float around like this. You've got to put your foot down and do something about it. Let's see, a questionable call says Cock is cheeks. He's cheeks. I like that phrase, cheeks. Georgia's going to start at plus 45 here. Yeah, 3 or 4 yard gain on first down there. Jay Hardy playing a little bit here. Bryce Diaz is playing a bunch right now. And that's the end of the third quarter. I still got halftime up here. Jay, what are we doing? I'm so into this game right now. Going into the fourth quarter, let's throw the fours up. Everybody's fired up to see the fours, right? Just kidding. Robert F. says we need a new punter. Chipper says 14-yard punt. Slava Boyko says special teams shits down their leg in every game without fail. And One Fly says what we're all feeling. Tired of losing to Georgia. Poppy Clan says, I'm not interested in watching. We'll listen to you all the way home, Jay. All right. I'm here to do the best I can. This is a tough situation to put me in. It's not going the way that I want to go at all. Solo says, let Malcolm punt. Malcolm, I think, is the second best punter on this team. Not Salty says, this is the most important quarter in Hugh's coaching life. Just saying. I think there's be some possibility of that. Because once Hugh gets fired here, I think that's it. I mean, if he wants to kind of crawl his way back at a very small school or a coordinator at a big school, I guess. But he probably has enough money where he's not going to do that. And if he wants to stay as a head coach, this is the kind of situation you got to dig out of. I mean, a night game in Jordan Hare against the Georgia team that's not awesome. And I know Auburn's not awesome either, but you've got to take advantage of shit like this. Mornacia says cock is soft. I'm not going to go too far with that one. Let's see. Gunner says, so between this game and Oklahoma, is it one loss or two? I don't understand that too much. Let's see. Ben says, JG, straight up, there are 3 kids on campus, not on the team, that should take Cox scholarship. 2 of them are females on the soccer team. They got some great legs. They can really kick the ball a long way. I'm telling you right now, Malcolm Simmons is a terrific punter. I mean, he's actually really good. I'd like to see him take a shot at it if Hudson's going to continue having trouble. Let's see. Robert says, no, Jay, you are about a serious and a half behind. What does that mean? A serious? I don't know what that means. Ammo Tiger says, I feel like I've watched this movie before. Yeah, I think we all have, right? I mean, too many times. Especially, well, now the Georgia games haven't really followed this particular script. Usually Georgia just beats the fuck out of Auburn and then it's over, you know? And that's not happening today, but just got to, I don't know what to tell you. They just got to be better. Josh says, I've seen Malcolm punt in person. He's got a leg for sure. And he spirals it too. He really is good at it. Jesse says, Hugh gone. Over. Like, he's already been fired? Did John Cohen text him during the game? Inspire him? Hawaiian Tiger says, firing the coach just means we're going to suck for another 5 years. Put the money into better players who don't fumble. Interesting. I like that. That's one way to do it. Elmo Tiger Grad says, I'm exhausted. I know, man. It's tough. You got to hang in here knowing that redemption will be sweet when it eventually comes. Super chat coming through from Cleveland Brown.
Super chat.
Says Saban says Jordan Hare is haunted, but that description goes both ways for us and the opposition. As always, stay hydrated, drainers. War, damn eagle. Good stuff, Cleveland Brown. Did call you out earlier in the show because you're always great about telling us to stay hydrated. Jester says DJ Durkin won't be sullen and defeated on the sideline. No, that is definitely not what he does. All right, that's a good well-defended play there. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Oh, 10 yards since the Arnold fumble. Come on, man. All right. Got to have a stop here. And they didn't get it. Oh, my God. They had... Well, that's their first 3rd down conversion of the day. It's a pretty good one. Good time to have it. Key Crawford down. He is moving around, though. Maybe it's just a cramp for him. Kind of hoping. Let's see. Joe Pat says, contrarian take, and this certainly is one. We're close to being a really good team, and firing Freeze is not a good move. I mean, you could talk about the pluses and minuses of firing Freeze at this point, and I think that there are minuses. Someone was saying earlier in the chat, I forgot the name, but if you fire him again, you've got to start over again, and so it's going to mean 2 more years, potentially maybe longer, of excuses about, well, we're trying to get our players in here, and blah, 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 And I'm just not sure that we as in all of us, can deal with that, man. I mean, I cannot go through this again. Well, we'll get there, guys. Just give us about 3 more recruiting classes. And I'm just like, we don't want to hear that. That was too loud. I'm sorry, guys. Let me turn it down. I don't want to hear that again. Just don't want to hear that. Oh, here we got somebody to ban right there. Tide Pride. Deuces. Have a good day. Let's talk shit about Cam Newton. You're just mad because he beat your ass in your own stadium and knocked you out of a national championship. Sorry. Let's see. Y3 says, I can assure you Freeze isn't the answer, though. See, they would be fine if he wasn't the play caller. If they had some guy like Kendall Briles running the offense, calling the plays, and Hugh was like Mr. Culture Man and Mr. Speech Man and Mr. Recruiting Finisher Closer guy, he would be fine. He would be great. But instead, he's play caller who's out of touch and not on top of his game, and then everything else is slowed down as a result. They do have players. I think a lot of the coaches they have are really good. I think the culture is terrific. They've been recruiting well. There's a lot of good things going on, but the play calling on offense sucks, I think. Although it hasn't been shitty all day today. It's just been shitty here lately. I think they've lost their mojo completely in this situation. Koenig's Tiger jumps in. But can we deal with the constant losses? He recruits his tail off, but can't win a close game to save his life. Go from Baylor to this with no time flat. In no time flat. That's probably what he meant. See, Hawaiian Tigers, we should put the $20 million it would cost to fire Hugh into better players. I think it's only 16, something like that. It's something like that. It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's not like Jimbo. Not 70 million. Ed D says, can this team handle adversity? I think they're answering your question right now. LB Puppy says, a real question, JG. Would you feel like Indiana's coach would be a good fit? No, I don't. I've said that before. He's a great coach. Don't get me wrong. But I don't see why Auburn needs to hire somebody who's 65 or 67 years old starter here. I just don't see it. And everybody's going to be after him. And I don't think that Auburn's the kind of job right now that's going to attract all the super duper A1 people. I just don't see it. And I'm with Bill. Why would Signetti leave? They're paying his ass off. He's obviously got a really good ball club. He's got it going. Like just he just needs to stay at Indiana and finish it out. Oh, good point, Hawaiian Tiger. So 16 for Hugh. Sorry, Gus. And then all the other assistants. That's true. Defense is taking it up a notch here. They've been playing better. Did give up a third down earlier, the first one, but I feel like they're playing a little bit tougher right now. GW says Baylor game plan wasn't extravagant, just so y'all know. No, we remember. It was Jackson basically ad-libbing a little bit and running the football, and he did a nice job. P-Pass wants Chucky. He wants John Gruden, who hasn't coached. He may have never coached college ball. Boy, Bill Belichick has got me worried about guys that have never coached college football. North Carolina would like to get the hell away from that guy. I promise you that. Let's see. Stoop Up says we can't keep losing games where we score less than 20. Happens way too much. At this point, honestly, I don't care about points. Just win the game. Like, this is just ridiculous, man. This Georgia team is not great. I know. You're saying Auburn ain't either, buddy. I know. I watch them just like you do. But the defense they've been fine, man. I mean, at this point in the game, they've given up. Shut your ass, Kirby. We don't care. Nobody cares. Oh, we didn't get a call. Big baby. What is he clapping about? Like, dude, just chill out, man. Stephen R. says maybe we can take a flyer on Clark Lee, who I'm still not convinced on Clark Lee. I like him and he's intriguing, but if I was an Auburn person, I'm not sure that I would go balls deep on Clark Lee. I could be wrong. God, is he still clapping? I mean, dude, my wife's kindergarten class claps less than this. And he was freaking out again. I don't know what he's mad about right now. I don't understand the problem we're having here. I hear my wife down there yelling. She yells at the TV. 3rd and 9. War Eagle. He says, what the heck is happening? I'm also confused about what's going on here. John Summerall. Now, Schaefer Q. Now we're talking a little bit. Now, John Summerall could be the guy. He could be an upgrade. But again, remember now that there's going to be a lot of people coming after him, and I'm not sure that Auburn is that's a great play. That's a great play. Fuck. A lot of people are going to be coming after Summerall, and I'm not sure Auburn's the most attractive option. I hear my wife's yelling about down there. Let's see. Guy says they called a penalty and then reversed it to make Kirby happy. They love doing that, don't they? Chipper says that looks like every other timeout taken in the history of football. I have to agree. It looked like, I mean, you guys are seeing more of it than I am, I think, because you can hear it. It looked like he was calling timeout to me. I don't know. All right, I saw this in a high school game a couple weeks ago. I don't remember that ever. That call right there. It's like a block, like a blindside block. I guess it's 32. Oh, it's also kind of targeting, isn't it? Well, I mean, they're not going to call it targeting, of course, but. Now we got Bryce Diaz all woozy. Kirby's probably mad because this guy got called for a foul because he's like, we don't get called for fouls. You can't call us for a penalty. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. And you're like, Kirby, Auburn's been called for 3 times more penalties than you have tonight. Shut your ass. Oh. Big missed tackle there from Xavier. Yikes, man. All right, it's going to be 4th now. They're still in a situation where they're going to probably kick this field goal. Bryce Diaz is going to be having to go off the field, I guess. This is bullshit. Dirty-ass play. Kick a field goal here, I guess. It's insane to me from having watched this game since halftime that Auburn's even in this game still. I mean, it's crazy to me. I mean, a touchdown still gets Auburn ahead in this game. It's crazy. Georgia's way ahead of Auburn as far as who the best team on the field is right now. That is no good. That is a missed field goal. Let's all laugh at this dipshit. It's still a 3-point game, man. I don't understand. It's hard to even understand. If I'm a Georgia fan, I'm just beside myself. I'm like, Georgia's 3 times better than Auburn right now at this point in the game. How in the world are we, I'm speaking as a Georgia fan, are we up only 3? Shaver Kia says, we back up. Put the word out, man. Jordan says, Kirby is a liar. Yeah, I think he is too. Not sure what that guy's problem is, man. He just cries a lot, man. Versilio says this game is so rigged. I'm not usually one to put much credence into such thoughts, and I don't think rigged is the right word, but it's curious. Some of these officiating decisions are curious, is the way I would put it. I'm not really sure. Conspicuous is what is how. I hear you down there hollering. What do you?
I am not an Auburn fan. I'm really fucking pissed.
Yeah, it's kind of bullshit.
What is this bullshit? That's not a timeout.
I didn't really understand what was going on there.
I'm mad about that.
And their coach just cries constantly. Like, it's just.
He's a lying sack of shit.
He is a lying sack of shit. He really is. He's gotten every possible advantage in this game, and he's still crying. And I'm just like, Lord have mercy, man. I'm telling you, Georgia sucked. I hate Georgia so much. Now you see why I hate them. It's just, and these are the fans that get on all fours and bark at women. Like, it's just, they're literally the worst, man. And I can't believe there's people that are like, I hate Alabama more than Georgia. I'm like, based on what? Like, Georgia's the fucking worst, man. Blake D is in the house. Says, Ward Amigo Auburn family, much love and many blessings. For the love of Pete, can we please close out and put this game out and get a big dub? Love you, JG. I love Blake's always such a positive guy, and I like it. Appreciate that, my guy. Don Proper Dickin, who was not on the Bourbon Blend the other day. We missed him, but he's here now. Says, I don't know what to do with my hands. He wants to give the middle finger to the TV, which you're welcome to do. Not me, maybe, but the game itself. Robert says he called timeout and then he lied and said he was clapping. So that's what he's teaching kids, is to lie instead of being accountable for the decisions that you did or didn't make. It's pitiful, man. Clayton C says, I'm dying inside right now. Says feel very familiar. I just wish that Auburn could could put a foot down and get it going back again. We know they can do this. We've seen it happen in this game. They can put together a good long drive here, running the football, passing a little bit here and there, converting on third down, and just get the job done. They can do this. They're still only a field goal out from tying it. But it's just like, do you feel confident that they can do that? No, I don't. And y'all don't either. But I'm still going to sit here and think they can do it. Those runs were like 5 or 6 yards in the first quarter, and now they're like 2 or 3. Robert S. says, okay, all the bullshit aside, it's a great chance to see if we can win a game. Well said. Well said. Ah, motherfucker, did it again. Another wide open throw that he overthrows. It's hard to overthrow Eric Singleton, but by God, he can do it. That would have been an amazing catch. It's just too far, man. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. Medro says J.A. ain't it. That's the thing, man. He is not it as this person. As a pocket passer, he's not it. He's got to run the football. You've got to beat quarterback attack with this. The thing I love about Jackson, though, is he competes. He's trying. He's in it. He's emotionally invested. He's playing hard. He's doing everything he can. But he's not a pocket passer. And he's not going to win the game being a pocket passer. He's not. They've got to run the football. They've got to run the football. They can't do this. They can't do this. He had nowhere to go, by the way. Absolutely nobody open. Another shitty snap. Well, it wasn't that bad. Never mind. I take it back. Anthony R says Deuce Knight makes that pass. Based on what? Deuce Knight, his one time he's played was a fucking mess. And I'm not trying to say Deuce ain't going to be good because I think he is. But right now, hell no. No chance, man. The problem here is they're asking Jackson to be something he's not. And that's not Jackson's fault. CDF says 3 and shank on repeat. I mean, he knows he missed the throw, dude. That's probably a touchdown throw if he puts it where it's supposed to be. Now, he was getting pressured a little bit on that. So, you know, that's a function there. That's part of it. But Gunnar Stockton has been a nice play right there by Xavier Atkins. I tell you what, he's a hit or miss guy. He makes some amazing plays. He also misses some obvious tackles, too. But that was a nice play right there. Probably saved him 20 yards. Yeah, because Delp was definitely open, too. And that ball was probably going to hit him right in the numbers. Nice play. T-Tiger says he thinks Arnold is mentally fragile. Again, I think they're asking him to be something that he's not. You know, Malik blocked and missed the tackle right there, but still got some work. Don't start celebrating. You missed the tackle, Malik. It's a good play, though, but he missed the tackle. All right, 3rd and long, 3rd and 8 or 9. I don't think ESPN even knows what the distance is here, 3rd and 8. Really, really would like to see a TFL right here. Son of a bitch, man. Somebody on the backside got a paw on Gunnar Stockton, but he still was able to just kind of get that throw made anyway. I guess it was Keldrick. Sorry, it was a parallax. It looked like he had gotten his arm on him, but he hadn't. Xavier's just a step or two slow on that zone. That zone drop. Damn. Let me try to get that updated. The 3rd down numbers are a little different now. Auburn is 8 of 15. They're 2 of 11. 8 of 15, guys. 2 of 11. So frustrated, man. Not Salty says, you're not wrong about Jackson, but yet again, we cannot make second half adjustments, period. Yeah, we can't really adjudicate this right now. I just feel like Auburn's been offensively has been in a panic mode the entire second half. And even right now, they shouldn't be in panic mode. I mean, it's 13-10, 8 minutes to go. You're starting to head toward panic mode. But, you're in the first half and you're playing very calm, run the football, physical, getting good work from the center and the guards. You know what I mean? Playing just good, methodical football. And ever since the fumble, they've been playing panicky, let's pass the ball shit. And it's just not what I just don't think Jackson can win. I don't think it's a winning formula for Jackson Arnold. I don't think it is, and I don't think it ever was. And so I think it's FUBAR. To have him just be this pocket passer, just going to zip the ball all around. It's just not what he does, man. Taxman, I'm 100% with you. He says, why do we get away from the run up 3? I don't know. I don't have an answer. He's going to probably say, well, we should have run the ball more. And no shit. You said that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. Boy, that's a nice run on first down for them. 8 yards. Got a flag on the play, though. That's going to be against Georgia. Josh says, but JG, we're so close. I don't, listen, man, I don't buy it. I don't talk about it. It's not a talking point for me. If somebody asked me on the radio, what do you think about that? I'd say it's bullshit. I don't care. It's 3rd year. So close. I don't see it. 1st and 20. Now, they cannot be allowed to get out of this. You have got to take advantage of a 1st and 20 and get off the field, period. It's a good play for them on 1st down. It's probably 2nd and 8 now. Let's see. Daniel says first half was high percentage throws and touches for our playmakers in space, which you haven't seen. I mean, shit, the second half's just been a mess anyway. I don't even know how to describe what they're doing in the second half. It just seems panicky and just trying to, like, again, pretend like Jackson's going to be a pocket passer when he ain't. And like, well, we really want a pocket passer, so let's just, God damn it. Did they get a 1st down on that throw? .622 to go here in the 4th quarter. Georgia, against all odds, in my opinion, is just grinding, continuing to grind. And DJ's defense is having a hard go of it here. 3rd and 1 officially. Went from a 1st and 20 to 3rd and 1. Got to have a TFL here, and I still don't think they're really in a field goal situation. So this would probably be 4-down territory for them. There you go. Key Crawford gets a TFL right there. That's nice. So it's going to be 4th and 4. I don't think they're in field goal range, so they're going to have to go for it here, or they're going to go for it here. Nice play nice to jump that gap right there by Key to make that play. Rashawn Pleasant was right there to clean it up, too. All right, so 4th and 3. This could be a big play right here. And they got a 1st down. Just on a quick kind of a rollout throw right there. Good play call. Good design. I mean, Steven, so you're saying we could have had Pavia. Like, not really. It's so easy to say that. You had to get Jerry Kill the keys to the offense, first of all, which Q was never going to do. I mean, Jerry Kill is such a key part of Pavia. Vanderbilt was completely willing to let Jerry Kill come and do whatever he wanted to do, but Hugh wasn't going to do that. That was never going to happen. It was never going to happen. 1st and 10. The 32. Auburn's going to have to create a turnover or something here. I will say I think the defense has fought pretty hard. I'm not saying they played great, but the effort's been there. Offensively, I don't think the effort's been there. By the total plays right now, Georgia's now ahead. If you guys remember, it was 41-12 at one point. Now Georgia's actually ahead 62-58, which is pretty amazing. Spicy P says they've owned us this half. It's not on the rest. I have to agree. This has just been, they've been a better football team in this half. 3rd and 2 now. Guy F says Jerry Kill is an off the field guy. I mean, I guess. I mean, he doesn't coach on the field, no. But I mean, he's the orchestrator of what they're doing. I mean, I know he's not, you know, maybe the guy who's the offensive coordinator in name or whatever, but it's all done in his vision. You got a timeout for the Auburn Tigers here. God, this has just been a.
Oh, Georgia actually is going to take a timeout this time.
Oh, I was just clapping, guys. I was just clapping. Freaking liar. I was just clapping. I was just clapping, guys. I'm going to do that. What's up, bro? This is watching the stream from Singapore where it's 11 a.m. Sunday morning. I don't know what we're going to do here, Cordy. just
They're gonna stop him right here.
no, I'm talking about the stream, man. What are we gonna do? God bless, man. I mean, I just don't understand how every time it's a tough game that's close, they just buckle. And it's like, what are we going to do? I mean, I'm going to get J-Head on the horn, and we're going to talk about this, and it's going to be the same shit that we did 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 48 weeks ago, 49 weeks ago, 51 weeks ago. Like in Georgia, Alabama, LSU, it's just always some bullshit. Ephesians says, JG, who you getting on the horn postgame? We're definitely going to go to J-Head, without a doubt. And then we'll just take calls probably after that. I mean, I'll get some guys on. We'll get our guys on, and talk about this. But I really honestly wonder if, I don't know how much hunger there will be for discussing this. I think Auburn people are just going to be like, this blows. I want to go home and drink or whatever. See, CJ says fire Hugh. Jesse Williams says tonight. Reland says got to make a change. Midro says if we lose, we play at 11 a.m. next weekend. I think that game's definitely night. I think the Missouri game's at night, right? Spicy P says no one cares at this point, LOL. I mean, dude, he's not wrong. He's really not wrong.
It's 3 points.
AU Taxman says it's because the coach isn't very good at his job. It's that simple. Chip says coaching hot board incoming. As I talked about on the Bourbon Show Thursday, me and Hoke been working on a hot board already. We actually decided we were going to add some names yesterday, which I didn't actually add, but I'm going to add. But we do have a hot board semi ready to go right now because I think it's imminent. And nothing that I've seen tonight has made me change my mind. I honestly, if they lose this game by, whatever, 3 or 6 or whatever it's going to be, I don't think they're going to fire him tomorrow, but I still don't regret doing a hot board right now. That's for damn sure. I mean, bottom line is Georgia's executing at a much higher level than Auburn at this point in the game, and that's why they're going to probably win this fucking game. And Jackson is not executing at a high level, and I think that he's being asked to do things that he's not good at, and I think this is on Hugh. And I also think it's on the other guys that assist Hugh, D. Nix and Kent. And I don't understand how people can look around at him, the way he plays in the games, I'm talking about coaches, and say, yeah, let's just have him throw a bunch of fucking passes in the pocket. Like, he's not been good at that. And if you think he's going to go out there and be good at that, you're crazy. It's just crazy. I don't know, man. You just got to look at, you got to be realistic about what does he do well? And then let's have him do that. Boy, DJ's giving DeMarcus an absolute ribbing right there. Yikes. Giving him the business. It is a touchdown. It'll be a touchdown for the rest of eternity. And they somehow missed it. After a 10-minute review, they got it wrong. Just crazy, man. T-Tiger says this team is mentally weak. Let's see. Spicy P says we have 0 points this half. Bama didn't score a point against them in the second half either. It's what Kirby does. Mamadou says terrible leadership to take halftime to bitch about officials. Let Cohen do that. Keep your guys focused. Hugh is mentally weak and a charlatan. Wow, that's tough words right there. Neil J says I've seen enough, way more than enough. The writing is on the wall. Same BS every game. And Neil J's watching this one early in the morning where he's at. Or Eggle says 14 yards and a half. And LB Puppy, I think, agrees with me on some of the on Hugh and the coaches. Slava says, why was Arnold Hughes' guy? You would have thought he would have had a real game changer for $2 million a year. I think he can be. Here's the thing. Hear me out on this. I do think he's a game changer. He's just not a game changer as a pocket passer. It's just you're asking him to do something that he's not good at. Now, obviously, Hugh thought he was going to be a great 35 pass a game guy, but he just ain't that. So you're going to have to change. You're going to have to adjust. By the way, let me update some of these numbers for him. 17 of 25 now for 123. I just can't believe it's happened like this. Jackson's 11 carries for 46. I don't think Cobb's had a second half carry. I take that back. He's had a few. 11 for 48. He hadn't gained for shit, though. I forgot he did have a few first down runs, didn't he? That just didn't go anywhere. Cam's at 6 for 42, same as before. And a third down is 8 of 15 and 4 for 14. Oh, man. This is just brutal. This is your chance to break it, you know? And I think Georgia will probably power back up next year, and you're going to have to go over there and probably lose that one. And then they've got the longest streak in the history of this storied rivalry, and you're just like, fuck. I mean, it's not even that big a deal. Like, there's no reason for Auburn to be this bad all the time. Guy Fork says we need an Auburn miracle. Boy, it's been so long since I've seen one of those. I know what it looks like. Let's see. Cassidy Beast has got to bounce. Just kind of over it. Peace and hair grease, JG and AA. Much love, Drainers. He's just had enough, man. Ephesians says win total for the season. I mean, you still feel like they're going to beat Mercer. I still feel like they're going to beat Kentucky. This team's not going to beat Missouri. I don't think this team's going to beat Vanderbilt. Iron Bowl's weird. Although I will say the better team almost always wins in the Iron Bowl. Almost always. And I think Alabama's significantly better than Auburn at this point. So I'd say a loss on that one too. So to me, the only wins left are Kentucky and Mercer. And Kevin says 5-7, which is basically what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, I just don't know what to say. CJ says he's out. He's sick of reliving the same thing every week. It's been going on way too long. Blake R says, what does it hurt to play Ashton Daniels at this point? That's a complicated answer there. I don't even know how to answer that. Like, are they going to do they want someone to just sit in the pocket and throw the ball around? Because, yeah, maybe that would be the right thing to do. But why don't you put number 11 in there and run the fucking quarterback attack like they were doing earlier in the game? Whale Driver says, why can't we beat Mizzou? Because they're better than Auburn. They're significantly better than Auburn. I forgot about Arkansas. Shit, P pass. But honestly, with Petrino now, like, they played good. Like, they seem like they took a step forward today. And I think they're more of a problem now. I don't know. Missouri's not, Whale Driver, Missouri's not like, unbeatable or anything like that. But do you trust Auburn right now to score more than 10 or 12 points? I mean, Georgia's not a great defense. It's not. Their offense is better than their defense. And their defense, particularly their defensive line, is not very good at all. And Auburn's hadn't pissed a drop since they fumbled the ball. I mean, I have no reason to trust them. I'm trying to find the soundbite that I wanted to play here. I don't know. It's the one that we do. Oh, yeah, it's this one.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
I think he wrong-armed it. Like, he needs to have that ball in his left hand, and he did it with his right hand. There's my man John Reed right there getting rolled up in that. Great photographer, by the way. So, 20-10. I'm going to go to the bathroom for a second. I'll be right back.
Too loud. The microphone is too good. That is just such a mess, man. Sorry.
All right, here we go. Back on the air. Let's see. Joe Pat says, brutal loss. Auburn's biggest critic says, how about them dogs? Although he is using the right handle for that. Let's see. Craig says, 6-7 was always what this is going to be. 3 straight losing seasons. Hugh has to go. The sooner, the better. And then somebody says, make Signetti the highest. I'm not even going to do that. Like, seriously, like anybody that says back up the truck, anything after that, I'm not listening. It's just dumb. Like, and Slava, you're great. You're really good at chatting. I'm not trying to say you're dumb, even though I just said you're dumb. But the whole back up the truck and hire blank is stupid. Like, it's a stupid concept. Don't do that. Like, John Summerall would be a better fit, and there's other people that are better fits than Signetti. He's a terrific coach, but no. Josh says, is that really our yardage for the second half? Let me work on this. I can get that for you, bro. Hey, give Jackson some credit. He is competing out here. All right, second half. That's probably prior to this run right here. 0 points, obviously. 15 plays for a total of 25 yards. So 1.7 yards per play. Yeah, that's not ideal. Total plays is 15 for Auburn and 44 for Georgia. So it's basically just the inverse of the first half. Yeah, our big cat says no decent coaches coming. There's decent coaches that are coming, but it's not. It's Signetti. I mean, come on, man. Dan Lanning ain't coming here either. Like, come on, it's Auburn. This is not a great place to come right now. It's okay. It's good. It's good-ish, but it's not a gold A1 level job right now. It's not, and it's going to take somebody. It's going to take some work. This is just a mess, man. I don't even know what that was. Y3 says we're close. Come on, bro. That's pretty funny. I like it though. Chuck says, what about Brent Key? Now, that is doable. I think that's doable. I think Summerall's doable. Somebody mentioned somebody else recently I thought was doable as well. Throw to Cam there. Let's see. Ben jumps in with a super chat. Says, fire Freeze now. It's a joke. He got the players he wanted, coaches he wanted, in time for him to enjoy Lake Martin. It's time for him to enjoy Lake Martin and go away. I mean, the results are what they are. Ben's right. Wait, what? GW says, hire Ryan Pugh. and let him bring his offensive coordinator, Graham Harrell, from Abilene Christian? Guys, what are we doing? I know you're just messing around. This is just amateur hour now. I mean, this is just bad. We went from the best quarter of football. I probably haven't seen a better quarter of football from Auburn in a long time to this in the same game. Can't even throw a check down, Josh says, and he's 100% right. You better throw this ball, my man. Let's see. Decatur Tiger says Freeze is going to move to 1-11 against AP top 25 teams at Auburn. The decision is really easy. The one win, I guess, would have been Texas A&M last year, maybe. I don't think Baylor was ranked this year. SR71 Blackbird says, are there Power 4 coordinators that you could see get a chance as an Auburn head coach? I personally am not even looking at coordinators at this point, no. I think it's going to be a head coach. I'm speaking about as if the decision's already made, which is not true. It's just hard to believe that it happened like this. Boy, J-Head is going to be walking into a this mean I chatted you. He's going to be walking into a thorny situation here. Oh, wait, Alan. Just letting J-Head know. I wonder what in the world Hugh is saying to him right now. Like this is not good or something like that. I just feel like Auburn's at absolute ground zero here. I just think that they're just it's just zero momentum, just flat line, and it's not the whole team. Like look at Xavier Atkins just putting his head up, like God dang it, man. It's just awful. Hey guys, look at me. I actually tricked them into thinking that I was clapping when I was calling a timeout. Isn't that funny? It's so funny. God, these refs are so good. I love the SEC refs. So that's what Kirby's saying. Yeah, Xavier's just running off the field. No, it wasn't Xavier. I guess it was Caleb Harris. Lord have mercy. Let's see. Ben says it's Kiffin or bust. Brody's being nice here. Auburn has become mediocre. I guess you think they took a step up. Because this is not mediocre. This is dog shit, man. This is terrible. This is dog water. 3-3. Can't win an SEC game at home. Georgia's not even that good. But Georgia came in here and played much better in the second half. And they deserve the hell out of this win because they played a hell of a lot better than Auburn did in the second half, and there's no doubt about it. You guys are all talking about Lane Kiffin spelled incorrectly. Well, some of you guys. If it's Kiffin or bust, Hawaiian Tiger says you'd rather take bust over Freeze. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this Kiffin stuff. Kiffin, I don't know. I think he's got a pretty good situation going there at Ole Miss, making a lot of money, winning a lot of games. Seems pretty happy with the community, and he's really turned it into kind of a destination job in a sense. So I don't know about that. Dave Rockefeller says, bye, Hugh. Hello, Coach DJ Durkin. And Ben just keeps saying Kiffin, but I mean, okay. I mean, we got it, bro. I mean, I just don't see it, but things can happen, I guess. But Robert says DJ Durkin has a losing record as a head coach. Guy says, Jay, what about promoting Durkin? I've been talking about this. He's an obvious candidate to take over if Hugh gets run. Matthew R. says, call Caddy and apologize. Like, what? Okay. If Cadillac's such a good coach, and I like Caddy, don't get me wrong, why isn't he coaching? Like, why isn't he like a coordinator somewhere? Why isn't he a coordinator in the NFL? By the way, AK, I don't think he'll mind me saying this in the text here. He says, couldn't overcome little bitch syndrome. No adjustments, completely outcoached. Can't really disagree with that. Chuck says Brent Key. Now, that is doable. Rhett Lashley is doable, but I don't think Auburn people would like it. And then John Summerall, which I think would be a good hire as well. So, yeah, those are three guys to think about for sure. Well, I mean, Rhett, less so. I just don't know that Auburn people would feel good about Rhett. I mean, because, like, Gus, he's such a Gus guy, and, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, he's still got Auburn's still kind of done with Gus, I think. And even though a lot of us probably feel like he might have gotten fired a little too early, Gus was definitely on his way down. And then Red is always going to be kind of like a Gus Jr. And then, like, that's just, I don't know, man. Yeah, Ben says, JG, you know why Caddy ain't coaching. Yes, I do. You're absolutely right. And that's the same reason why he's not going to be the head coach at Auburn. Are you shitting me? Like, not that you were saying that, but some other people were suggesting that. And you know why. P-Pass says Kenny Dillingham, who's coaching at his alma mater and doing pretty well there. I don't really see that. Rich says Drink. That's a possibility, I suppose. Key or John Summerall. It is crazy to me that this is the situation on the offensive side of the ball. Hayden, you're living in the clouds if you say Kurt Signetti. I don't even want anybody to type that name. He's old and he's where he needs to be, making a ton of money, winning a bunch of games. Like he's where he needs to be. Let me see what else we got coming through over here. Chipper jumped in with a super chat to say Hughes wins that matter counter is at 0. Let's give it a laugh on that. And also Cleveland Brown jumps in with another super chat to say it's one thing to have one ref call alter the way the game goes, but at the same time, it's up to Hugh to overcome the adversity. Freeze ain't that guy. And that's something I completely agree. Snauburn says Drink is another Gus guy. You can make that argument because he GA'd for Gus and he definitely likes Gus and all that. And he was here with Gus. But I think he's been separated from the Auburn/Gus tree for so long. Boise, App State. He went and did his own thing. And he's his own person. I think he's broken away far enough from Gus to where I don't think people would be gussed out by him. I think that Rhett's a little bit of a different situation. John Gruden is what Last American says. I have no reason to think John Gruden would be good here. I'm looking at the Belichick experiment of a guy who's been in the NFL his whole career, thinks he's going to roll into the college game, and it's all going to be Gucci, and he's been an abject disaster. He's trying to get out. It's going to be really ugly for him. It's going to be ugly for UNC. I don't see it, man. Medro out of nowhere says we should ask John Longshore. He will know. William H. says Hugh is soft mentally. It's an interesting insight. I'm not sure I can't really agree or disagree. I do think that his sideline demeanor when things don't go well is poor. But for some reason, there's like this thing in college football, and I fall victim to it too, that you love to see Will Muschamp freaking the fuck out when he's a head coach, right? But like, which is also damaging. But then when you see Hugh being like super sad, 5th grade girl just got dumped at the dance, like about to cry, it's also not good, but you'd rather see somebody want to break a dry erase board or scream at somebody. I don't know. Gunner says there's no good options for the next head coach. It's almost like a squirrel getting a nut. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who it would be. Jester says Durkin, save on some buyout salvage recruiting. Alex Golesh is that is somebody who's worth, I think, thinking about or talking about like that. SR70 Word asked about Coach Don Kedick. I don't know. I think he's doing some stuff. I think he's doing some video work right now. Trevor G says 9 effing years, talking about how long it has been. That's a 9-game win streak now in the whole series, including the SEC game. Now for Georgia, who's 100% got the deed to Auburn football. Let's be real about it. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. I still can't believe it's gotten like this. I still can't believe that we're this far into a season, 6 games into a season, and Hugh Freeze and Kent and D. Nix can't look at what they've got on offense, specifically the quarterback, and say, this ain't working. We got to ask him to do some different shit. I know that they know that because this game started out with them running the football and having Jackson be a quarterback attack kind of guy. He was running, the quarterback powers and the quarterback power read, and it was working great. They know that's what should be going on, and they don't do it. And I think, again, I've talked about this today, and I'll do it again. He's got a vision in his head, Hugh does, that he went out and got Jackson Arnold to be a pocket quarterback to throw the ball around 40 times a game and get the ball downfield. That's what he did at Ole Miss. That's what he did a lot of at Liberty. He just figured he'd do it at Auburn, and that would be great. The problem is that Jackson Arnold is not that guy. He's not that guy. He is not that guy, and I would argue that he hasn't been that guy. So when you keep putting him out there to play behind a porous offensive line and just sit in the pocket and work through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 progressions, that ain't Jackson Arnold. That's not how he's going to become a millionaire. Hold on. I know he's already a millionaire, but what? That's not how he's going to make the money. He's going to make the money being a quarterback attack, running quarterback who can also throw. And the second half was just them going back to the same stupid shit that didn't work against A&M, that didn't really work against Oklahoma. It's just, I will go the rest of my career and go, I don't understand why this keeps happening. I don't know. Gus did a lot of this too now. It's got to be something that's really hard to see as a coach, because I feel like me and you can see this and they can't. And I know Hugh knows a lot more about football than he's forgotten more about football than I know. I know that. Same about Gustav. Same about Brian Harsin. I'm not trying to say they're dumb people. I'm saying they've got a blind spot and they can't see some shit that we can see. Gunner says, dude, he flat out can't throw the ball. I can definitely see that now. He's just not a quarterback. He's not a pocket passer. Slava says, JG, I think you have Cignetti completely wrong. He wants to win national championships. He might win one this year. He might win one this year. Kurt Cignetti is currently 64 years old, and he's just got it rolling at Indiana. I don't understand why you think he's coming here. I don't understand. FZZY01, one of our channel legends, a pillar of the community, jumps in with a massive super chat.
Super chat.
Says we talk about 9 years, but that was an absolute gut punch at the end of the first half. It's twice this season. How are we expecting different results? It's a totally fair question, man. Fat Crack also, let me come back to that, Fozzie. He says, JG, what do you think, man? What is it? Is it time for Daniels? No. Word amigo, sir. I pray all is well with you and yours. Thank you, Fat Crack, and same for you, my man. I don't think Ashton's the answer. I guess if you just want to sit a guy in the pocket and just throw balls around all day, maybe. But he was kind of interception prone at Stanford. That was part of his knock there. So he'd probably make that mistake here. And I also think he would prefer to redshirt and play next year somewhere else. And so then you got 4 games here. And if he got going, then I don't know. It's weird. So I don't know, man. I don't think it's time for Daniels. I think it's time for, if you want my honest opinion, I think it's time for Hugh to pull his head out of his ass and realize what he's got in Jackson Arnold, which is that he's a quarterback attack run guy, and do that. And I know that's probably not what Hugh wants to do. It's not what he's most comfortable doing, but it's starting to look like he's most comfortable losing football games because that's what he's doing a lot of right now, and he seems pretty good at that. FZZY coming back in. I called this out earlier, but I wanted to hit it again. An absolute gut punch at the end of the first half. A poorly, in my opinion, a poorly adjudicated play. It's a touchdown. Gave it away. Georgia's able to get 3 points the other way. That's a 10-point swing. Auburn couldn't overcome it. I would argue that the head coach could have done more to exude strength and exude resolve, and he didn't do that. And I think it was a coaching failure. I think it's a strategy failure. It's a like nonverbal language failure by the head coach to be on the sideline doing that. Let's see. Kona's Tiger is quoting Hugh post-game. I think it's very clear we find ways to not win football games, and that's what has to change. Yeah, what is your role in that, Hugh? I'd like to know what you think your role is in that, because it's a big role. Big ass role. FCZY jumps in again and say this loss will ruin the season. You can't shake it. This twice in a year, talking about the Oklahoma game probably. Although you could say the A&M game. Still got games against, you got winnable games against Kentucky, Arkansas, maybe Missouri. Probably not. Vanderbilt, maybe, but probably not. Alabama, I don't know. I mean, the Iron Bowl is crazy, but generally the better team wins in the Iron Bowl. And at this point, I think Alabama is significantly better than Auburn. So we'll go ahead and ban these Georgia fans that want to talk about it. It's fine. I mean, we're good with friendly Georgia fans and stuff. But anyway, here we go. Warhead says, I hope one of the Auburn beat writers goes to Kirby's presser. That is not happening. And asks, why did you tell the referees you were clapping when TV clearly showed you running to the official and signaling a timeout? I know. It's a fair question. It's a fair question. Let me get over to our, well, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and get J-Head on the horn. I mean, I want to talk to J-Head. I know some of you guys are probably like, well, Jay, I don't know. Like, I do know. We need to talk about this. Slava Boyko says, can we get a JG rant? I'm sorry, a BMAT rant. Yes, we will get that in time. No doubt about it. Of course, this is a situation where our writers are down in the locker room, talking to Hugh, talking to the players. So there's going to be a communication blackout here for a little while they're kind of working on stuff. In the interim, I'm going to get Sir J-Head on the horn here and see what's up. Uh-oh. I don't hear him. That's concerning. It's so weird to me how this is so random. Still working on it here, guys. Hold on a second. All right, got it there. Here we go. We'll get J-Head on now.
JGT, what's up, brother?
What up, man? I was having a little bit of a problem there the first time, but I appreciate you sticking with me, my guy.
No, you're good. You're good. I've seen a couple people saying I'm too positive. I don't know that I'm going to be able to fill that role tonight. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm a little disgusted right now.
Yeah, I am too. And that's a really tough one to watch. Tell me what really stuck out to you the most there.
Well, I mean, I think you got to talk about the start. Much improved offense. First two series for sure, right?
Like, no doubt.
It felt like Auburn was a powder keg ready to explode. You get down to the end of the half, Jackson Arnold, who, I mean, in my opinion, he scored. I think in everybody's opinion in America, for the most part, unless you're a Georgia fan, he scored. It was pretty clear that the nose of the football broke the plane. And after that, Hugh Freeze lost his mind. The team, lost its composure to a degree. And they just weren't ever able to get it back together. I mean, football's an emotional game. You got to play it with an edge, right? But you still have to be able to move forward, even when you're getting screwed, right? Like, and there's no question that Auburn did not get a favorable whistle tonight at all.
Not once.
Not once, right? But you have to play beyond that. If you're ever going to be an SEC champion, if you're ever going to win a game, okay, in the SEC, you have to play with a level of resolve where you can't get off your game just because something didn't break your way. And I am a firm believer in that moment, the team took on the head coach's personality and they lost it. Now, I want to give the defense credit for battling their ass off all night. They faded down the stretch. They weren't perfect, but they fought, man. And the offense, unfortunately, in the second half was just more of the same of what we saw against Texas A&M and, in parts against Oklahoma where, there were plays to be made. Jackson's – when you've got Singleton that open, man, you got to hit it.
I know.
And I know he's not a perfect passer as a quarterback. I get that. But when they're that open, man, if you're going to be a starter in the SEC, you got to make that play. And Auburn's just inept right now. They can't make critical plays on critical downs when they have to have it.
Can't do it.
And I don't know if that's something that you can fix, Jay. Like I don't have any faith that it's going to get any better against Missouri next week just because of the caliber of the team you're playing. And I heard you earlier. I think you're right. You've got winnable games against Kentucky and Arkansas because both those two teams are beatable. And I think Arkansas will have quit enough on Petrino by the time Auburn plays them that they're not going to have the same fight they had today against Tennessee.
They should
have. Those are winnable.
They played well today, though, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
They got up. You know what I mean? They got up. They played hard for Bobby. But I think one more loss and that'll snap them. And then they'll be, where Auburn could play with it. But, I mean, I don't have any faith that they're going to go into Vandy against Diego Pavia and win that game. I don't have any faith that this team is capable right now under its current leadership with beating Alabama for sure.
Yeah.
So it's just, you're looking, best case 7-5, 6-6 probably. I don't know how you consider yourself a serious football program if that's what you're going to put up 3 years running.
And they've got players.
They do. They got a lot of players, Jay. I mean, I was very critical of Hugh on the call-in show last Sunday where basically I said I predicted 7-5 before the season started, not because of the talent on the roster, but because I was fading the coaching staff. And I stand on that.
I agree.
Think this roster has enough talent to win 9 games. Like, I honestly believe that. But it's, it's just another year where it does not feel like that's going to happen. And then if you get to 7-5 or 6-6, what's the outcome? Or does something happen before that? I mean, I think that's kind of where we're at right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't know that this is going to happen right now, but I think another bad one against Missouri might do it.
No, I don't want to advocate and make it to seem like it's happening now.
I know. But you just look at the points on the board here. 17 points at Oklahoma, 10 points against A&M, and 10 points tonight. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough.
No, not when you're an offensive-minded head coach that was brought here to call plays and score points. If it were the inverse, right, and the defense was the issue, but you were putting up 40 a night, the thought process would be, okay, well, we've got to go get Hugh a defensive coordinator and reorganize on that side of the ball, but things are fixable, right? That's not what's happening here. You have an offensive-minded head coach where the game feels like it's passed him by. And unfortunately, he is an emotional coach, and I think that's great when you're winning because you can feed off that. But when things aren't breaking your way, that can be just as negative. And so it seems as though that emotion affects him more adversely than it does positively right now.
Yeah, I see the same thing you do. I've been bitching for a couple of weeks now. I think that Jackson is a good quarterback if you use him as a quarterback attack run first guy who can actually throw a little bit, as a secondary thing. I felt like they were doing that in the first half of this game today, using him kind of primarily as a runner. And then they go back to the fucking throw from the pocket shit in the second half, and he sucks again. And I really feel like this is a coaching problem more than it is a Jackson problem. They're asking Jackson to be something he ain't. Do you feel that way?
I do and I don't, Jay. And I agree with you that I felt like the offensive game plan for him in the first half was really where it needs to be. But you could tell that Georgia kind of their safety started to get a little nosy in the box some in the second half, and they started to creep down and crowd things, and the short intermediate passing game wasn't there. They kind of took Auburn's run game away. You've got to be able to hit shots to back a team like Georgia out of the box. And that's where Jackson has to come up bigger, right? Like there has to be some explosives to scare people so that you can be utilized. And that's where Nick Marshall, kind of separates himself from a player like Jackson, is that Nick had the capability. he had a clutch gene that right now that Jackson's not playing with, and had an ability to make big plays down the field.
Yeah, true.
And I mean, I don't disagree with you. Jackson's a great athlete, but there's something that's missing from his game right now. And it's really, to me, it's not being able to hit some of those vertical shots to keep people honest. Because if you could do that and back him out of the box, if there was some version of scare. Because think about Cam Coleman. I mean, everything he got was, 8 yards and less right now?
Yeah.
They did throw him 50-50 down the sideline, I think. But just not a lot of action for him. And then the one you got for Eric, where you schemed it beautifully. I mean, they schemed it wide open, and you just couldn't hit it.
We got a guy ragging on you in the chat for saying that all you did was fawn over Hugh. And now you're,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but I just think you want to see Auburn do well. I think that's different than fawning over Hugh. I don't know.
I don't think I ever fawned over Hugh.
I don't think you did either.
Look, people are entitled to their perspective, Jay. I don't really give a shit what people think.
Attaboy.
Honestly. And it is what it is. Yeah, again, he can say whatever he wants. He's a big boy. He's full of shit, but that's all right.
So Hugh's going to come out and he's going to say, we got to be better. We're not able to win football games right now. But, I mean, golly, dude. Do you think he's cooked? I mean, is there a way for him to turn this around realistically?
Is there a way? Mathematically, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Jay, I don't know how you can look at the offensive totals that you just talked about for the last 3 weeks and then think that there's some way that you're going to, still get to 8-4, which to me is what it would take to create some kind of positive momentum within the program, right? Like 7-5 just doesn't move the needle right now. Not unless you get a massive signature win like an Alabama or something of that nature. Like, I don't know that it changes things with Hugh's trajectory to go to Vanderbilt and get a win. Yeah, like I don't know what that does for him right now, given the situation. And again, I never want to advocate for somebody to be fired. Right. But if you're not questioning Hugh's long-term future or short-term future for that matter right now, with the way things that have gone offensively, I mean, I don't really know what else to say.
Yeah. I mean, we got the hot board ready to go. I don't think this is going to go down tomorrow, but I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing.
I don't either, Jay.
If you think he's cooked, then they should cut him now, because I think he could get on a hot streak here. I do. I mean, Missouri, he could win the Missouri game. He can win at Arkansas. Right. He can beat Kentucky. And then all of a sudden you've got momentum for a coach that probably isn't very good. You mentioned at the game at Vanderbilt. I don't think they're going to win that, but I don't know. If you think he's cooked, they should just let him rip now. I just don't think that John Cohen is there.
I don't either. John's very methodical. I mean, I think you know that better than most. And I think he's going to try to be cautious about what he's signaling to future coaching candidates at Auburn.
Good point. Yeah.
That you're going to get enough leash. And Hugh's only been here for 2 years and 6 games now or what? Yeah. So there is some level of caution, in my opinion, specifically because you're on the heels of firing Harsin after 2 years. So I think they'll try to be kind of judicious about when they do it. If they feel, and I do think that they're going to give him the opportunity to play Missouri. And then I don't know how you go about it because of the optics on it, but I would not be shocked if for health reasons Hugh decides to step down if he's unsuccessful against Missouri, because it's terminal at that point, right? Like, what is he going to do that's going to change the outcome? I just don't think he can overcome it at that point, short of a victory against Alabama.
I got a guy in the chat saying we've got the athletes to win at Vandy, which I think you and I would agree with. It's just, do we trust Hugh and this coaching staff to actually use them offensively and win a game? I don't
disagree. I mean, look, agree totally with this person that we have the athletes to compete on the road at Vandy. Where offensively are we at? And what have we shown on the road beyond year one? with Philip Montgomery. I think in year one with Philip Montgomery, you went on the road and put 45 on Arkansas. And I don't think we've had a, performance like that on the road since.
God, that was a long time ago.
And long time ago, a different guy who, look, in all fairness to Philip Montgomery, he got sold down the river, man. And a lot of things were put on him that I don't think necessarily were accurate. So, not that Philip was great, but the issues weren't all him in year one either.
Got a good question in the chat about if Hugh were to say, to retire basically and walk away because of health, would that trigger an automatic opening to the portal?
No, it would not. The NCAA just changed its rules. So the portal window now opens 5 days after the new coach has been hired so that they have an opportunity to speak. My only question on that is, do they consider an interim promotion with DJ Durkin, a 5-day rule? And then do they get another 5-day rule if DJ isn't the eventual head coach? That I would need to seek some more clarity on. But they did just change their portal windows and rules where the actual portal itself, even if you don't have an opening, doesn't open, I think, until January the 2nd.
Yeah.
And runs all the way till about the 15th. It's around a 13 to 15-day window. But if you have a firing, it's 5 days after the new coach has been hired. And I think that has been approved by the NCAA at the highest level. So you do catch a little bit of a reprieve there. And honestly, if a guy's going to jump into the portal right now, if you part ways with Hugh, then I don't know how bought in he was to staying with the program anyway.
Yeah,
so,
good point.
I wouldn't worry so much about that right now. I think you have to make the best decision for Auburn and what's best in its future. And if you think that's Hugh Freeze, then you figure out a way to support him. And if you think that you need to go in a different direction, then you probably need to do it sooner rather than later, just because I think you do have an actual interim candidate that could become, with a nice run as an interim. Like I do think because DJ had a losing record as a head coach, and I know he's matured and changed a lot since that situation. But, that's realistically, they tried to pull that move with Kevin Steele where they wanted to remove Gus and then to shove Kevin in there. And, had his head coaching record at Baylor been differently, I think people might have felt differently about that move. But given it was what it was, and DJ's record was never what Kevin's was. I think Kevin won, like a max of 8 games at Baylor over 3 years. Like it was brutal.
Yeah.
But
Gnarly.
DJ's record still isn't a winning one. So I do think he needs a successful stint as an interim to be truly considered as a head coaching candidate.
Yeah, I know. I wish he had an opportunity, but there's not a whole lot of games left. And Brother Oliver in '98 had like 3 games, and you couldn't really judge it. And now,
no, you couldn't judge it.
Yeah, and I don't think he's DJ. If he does get an opportunity this year, I don't think it'll be enough to judge him. Unfortunately, I think DJ's got
Probably
some ability.
Not. Yeah, I mean, it would depend on, right? Like, and we're talking hypotheticals because neither you nor I think that that's going to happen tomorrow, right? I don't have any information that would indicate that. Again, I think they're going to wait until after the Missouri game to make a decision. And then are you going to fire him the Sunday after that or have him step down or whatever, hand it over to DJ before you go to Arkansas? I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe, because that gives you Arkansas, Kentucky, and Vanderbilt to kind of get your legs underneath you, and then Mercer before you play Alabama. So that's a sizable run, but I don't know. I don't know if they won't wait to the second bye week after Vanderbilt. So there's a lot of different things that are going to happen here, and it really probably depends on, how committed they are to Hugh and how worried they are about the optics of firing him right now and what that means for the candidate pool. And if it means anything at all.
Fuzzy in the chat says, Alan, we can't go from one black eye coach to another. Meaning, that DJ's got, I don't know, a troublesome background, I guess. If you,
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair criticism. Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't want to insinuate that I'm advocating for DJ. I think he would be a candidate if he had a successful run. And I also understand where this person's coming from. Like, it's not lost on me that potentially Auburn needs an entire culture shift, right? But I do think DJ's a good football coach. I think he's been a very good coordinator. I think he's probably learned a lot from that Maryland situation. And if he were able to have a successful run as an interim, I think he'd be a viable candidate. But again, I understand what that person's saying. And the optics on it would be is that you went from hiring Hugh Freeze, who obviously had his own off the field issues, to hiring a coach. And, you know, that the situation that happened in Maryland, even though the investigation played itself out, DJ was not found to be at fault at all. You know, you were still the head coach of a team where a young man passed. And so that's a difficult stigma to shake for sure.
I just don't know where we go from here, man. That was as that second half tonight was as just soft penis as I've ever seen. I just felt like Auburn was just absolutely done, and it's just awful. Third year to be that bad and that just feckless, just not doing anything. There was no fight. Defensively, there was some. I agree with you, but offensively, nothing. And the head coach is an offensive guru.
No, I agree. That's the most troubling thing about the situation, Jay, is that your head coach was brought in to be an offensive play caller, you know, who built his bona fides on scoring points in the SEC, and really everywhere that he's been, right?
Yeah.
But that's not happened at Auburn. For whatever the reason, it has not happened at Auburn. I don't know why exactly it hasn't, but it hasn't. And so I think you have to take the situation for what it is and realize that sometimes the game just passes people by. You saw it happen to Jimbo Fisher, where he continued to run an archaic offense at A&M, recruited lights out talent, right? Like that team was stocked to the gills. But they underperformed each and every year, man, like clockwork.
And he wants this job, bro. I'm telling you, he wants this job bad.
Oh, I know he does. He's already been on the phone with multiple people that are connected at Auburn, trying to work his way into the mix. But he ain't getting it. I mean, like, John would have to be absolutely psychotic to hand this over to Jimbo. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I have never seen a game in my 30 plus years as a fan that swung on one play like that. Yeah. I mean, like an entire half just swung on one play. Because again, if Auburn scores that, goes up 17-0, it is an absolute eruption in the stands. And I don't know if that's something Georgia can claw their way back from. Even with, you know, Kirby telling refs that he didn't call a timeout when he clearly did. Like, even getting calls like that, which is, I don't even know how that happens. Like, I've never seen a referee just believe a coach like that. When you saw it with your own eyes that he called a timeout.
I know. My wife was so disgusted because she runs a child care center, and she's like, you can't teach kids shit like this. Like, can't teach them to lie like that. I'm like,
I mean, she's not wrong.
He just did it.
But I mean, I guess if you wear the red and black, you can teach them that.
I know.
It's okay.
Alan,
but anyway,
this is a mess, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a mess, Jay. It's going to be a mess. And the worst thing about it is that I think when you don't have answers, that's the most difficult part, right? Like when you have conversations like this, I never want to get on the phone with you and then advocate to the chat that there's not a way forward, right?
Right.
That there's not something that could be changed or done better. But I just don't see it right now. Like, I don't. I probably haven't felt this way since Harsin versus Penn State or San Jose State.
Oh, yeah. That Penn State game.
I mean, like, you knew it was over.
You had that fumble to open the second half, I think it was. And it was like, they're not going to do anything here. Yeah.
No, they're not going to do anything. And then, of course, you know, they beat Missouri the next week on the freakiest play I've ever watched, where the dude just drops it before he goes into the end zone. So Harsin hung around for another couple weeks before he got whacked after the wheels really fell off against Arkansas. But you knew it was over at that point, and this feels like a turning point game to me. And again, I never want to advocate for somebody's employment be terminated. That's just not who I am.
Right.
And I wouldn't feel good about saying that, but I don't know what the way forward is with Hugh right now. Not unless he comes out and just, I mean, he would have to really score 40 points for the next 4 games for me to think that he's figured something out.
All right. Well, we're going to have to just figure this out and watch this unfold. I mean, dude, I've seen it many times. I've been here for.
I know you have.
And I mean, you have. You've been a fan a long time too. So we've been here a long time watching this shit happen. It's just over and over, man. Hate to say it.
Yes, it is.
Hate to say
yes, it has, man. Well, you're saying truth, dude. And it's all you can say at this point, Jay. It's all you can say is just discuss it for what it is, and then we'll see where it goes from here.
All right, brother. Thanks for spending some quality time with us and being a voice of reason.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you, Jay. I hope you and everybody else has as good a night as they can, man.
All right. We'll see you, brother. Thank you.
No, thank you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Alan Head, a.k.a. Jay Head, who's great at our site, a great poster. He's great on Jeffrey's recruiting shows, and we love him. We think he does a great job here. Some people in the chat were thinking I was being mean to Paul M, excuse me. No, we're not doing that right now. I thought I was being mean to Paul, but I just don't think that we need to be hearing from a Georgia person right now. I don't think that's something that would be beneficial to the show. I love him. He used to work at UGA Sports, and he's always been really, really cool to me, and he's a cool dude, and he's got a great story, but I just don't really want to hear from UGA people right now. I think we need to keep this in-house, so to speak. I got some super chats I need to work through that we were on the horn there with Jay Head. I want to make sure we get these called out. Bryce had one. This is probably 20 minutes ago now. I'm sorry about the delay on that, my man. Says, I think this is a Jackson Arnold issue. We cannot find a quarterback that's worth what Auburn is paying. This is a quarterback issue, not a coaching issue. That's an interesting take. I think Jackson could do some things really well. I think Jay Head kind of got me thinking a little bit differently that, he ain't exactly Nick Marshall. And I wasn't trying to say he was, but I felt like Jackson was like 80% as good as Nick Marshall, and I think you could do something with that. And, I think Jay Head maybe feels a little differently about that, and I respect his opinion on it. So to me, it's more of a coaching issue than it is a Jackson issue, but it is also a Jackson issue. I'm not trying to absolve him of any responsibility on this. He needs to play better. I thought his work, particularly in the fourth quarter today, and I'm talking about Jackson, was very, very limp dick and didn't play well, made some terrible throws. I know his confidence was shot, and you can't be that guy, man. And furthermore, the coach can't continue to roll him out there either. So I got layers of issues there with that one. Stu Pup says, if it's not time for a new quarterback, then what time is it? If your quarterback can't make simple Kyle Frazier open type throws, what good is the quarterback? You're right, man. The way he played in the fourth quarter makes me think that that's just not even. It's just not even an option. And I don't know what the answer is to that. I just don't. I just can't believe we're in this situation, but that's just we got to be real about what it is. Trent says, JG, I'm comfortably numb. This guy's a Pink Floyd fan. I'm hoping. I'm not sure. I'm not surprised by anything. Trent sounds like he's been an Auburn guy for a while, and I'm sorry that it's like this, Trent. I hope you're finding some good bourbon tonight, though. I had somebody say that Jay must be really drunk tonight, guys. This is the bottle I've been drinking from all day long, and it was open when I started. Come on now. Jeez Louise. I've had like 3 ounces tonight. Total. Let's see what else we got. Koenig's Tiger, who's been with us a bunch here late in the game. He says, we're almost there. He said after 3 straight sub 300-yard games, he has his guys, he has his coordinators. This will never get better under Hugh. I think I agree with you on this. I really think the chances of him turning this around and making this right are like 5%, if not, if that. So I'm pretty much with you on that, Koenigs. Fuzzy jumped in with a few super chats here. Thanks for your support, my man. This is J-Head. We can't go from one black eye coach to another. I brought that up on the call. Trent jumps in again to say, JG, is there any hope left? Look, Auburn's going to be fine. Auburn's going to get this turned around, and it's going to be okay. I just can't tell you when that's going to be. Is that going to be 3 years from now? Is that going to be 6 years from now? I mean, the truth is that Auburn does have money. Auburn does have facilities. Auburn does have heritage. And eventually they'll get the right person in here that gets things going, and it'll be fine, and they'll be good again. We know this. But golly, man. I mean, we're used to Auburn kind of being on the roller coaster, and you have the highs and you have the lows, but this is a really long low now. And I have a very hard time, and I think J-Head did it too as well, thinking that Hugh's going to be the guy to get this turned around. I just don't think. Third year players, everything's in place, and this is what they're doing. I know there's going to be people that say, look, man, this is a murderer's row. Oklahoma's really good. Texas A&M's really good. Georgia's really good. And I mean, it's fucking Auburn, man. I mean, they're supposed to be this good. Auburn is supposed to be in this group. I'm not saying Auburn's got to win the league every year, but they've got to be in the neighborhood of Georgia, in the neighborhood of LSU, in the neighborhood of Alabama, in the neighborhood of Oklahoma. It's Auburn. It's Auburn. Everything's in place for them to be like this. Gunner says, JG, I fear that you will be retired by the time Auburn is actually good again. Oh, no. I hope that's not true. I will continue to, even if I get, even if I'm not working here anymore, I will continue to do something to hang in long enough to see it happen. Okay. I don't know how long it's going to be, but it'll happen eventually, because Auburn's a good place it's a good place to ply the trade. All right. Just been some weird stuff going on, and I don't know that Hugh's going to be the guy. Fuzzy jumps in with another super chat to say, having the feeling that we are so screwed after everything we have gone through is absolutely sickening. I completely understand where you're coming from, Fozzie. I really, really do. It's shocking to me. I can't believe it's this bad. Fozzie also says, J-Head 17-0. That game is over, dog. Yeah, I mean, some people think that J-Head was out here making excuses, and I just don't. I don't think he wasn't. I mean, he likes Auburn just like you guys do, and I think he tries to be rational. But even he's looking at this product, and he just can't get behind it. Hornation says, Jay just announced he's retiring. I'm going to get you in the danger zone.
This is your redhead.
I'm going to put you in the danger zone, my man. Industry Plant TV says, this podcast is therapy for me. I don't know what that means. I don't really think of this as a podcast, but I guess it could be. And Slava says, you can't retire when you own the site. I don't own the site, though. I don't. I work for Shannon Terry. Shannon Terry owns the site. Is what's going on. He's a great guy to work for, though, so I look forward to many more years hanging out with him and working for him. But that is what we're doing. And Kidman says J-Head was not at all making excuses. I know. I thought he was being pretty tough. He's not a guy that's going to demand that people get fired. He's not that guy. I'm really not either. I've been harder tonight on them than I thought I would be, honestly, just because I watch the product, just like you guys do. And I say, this is not good enough. This is way below expectations. JDAU08, great bunker. Says, dude, JG, take a shot with me. I have ER in the glass as well. He's been drinking Eagle Rare, and I'd be happy to do that, my man. JDAU is a terrific bunker. Golly, I wonder how long you've been bunking, bro. A long time. And I'm glad to call you a bunker bro. Cheers, brother. Down the hatch. Some funny stuff over here. Chip sends in a super chat that just says get W's. Me and Chip have a very similar calculus when it comes to how we judge Auburn, how we judge Hugh, which is you get dudes and you win games. He got dudes, and he is definitely not getting wins. Hasn't really made really doesn't have a significant win. I mean, he beat A&M last year, which, was good. It was a good win at the time, but really hasn't done much. Whale Gyro says, I haven't heard you mention Eric Morris from North Texas, who I think is doing a pretty good job. He got hit pretty good last night by South Florida, but are we just pulling names out here? It has to be people that are viable. And I just don't think that Eric Morris is accomplished enough. I mean, Auburn's a big freaking job. And I know you're looking at it, maybe not you, but I'm saying a lot of folks will be looking at Auburn right now going, Auburn's not that good, dude. Auburn sucks. Well, Auburn doesn't have to suck. Auburn does suck at the moment. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think Auburn is doomed to failure. Auburn can win in the NIL era. They have enough money. CFB Addict, my man, says JGT can caddy for Hugh Freeze and Stoltze. What have you been doing, bro? CFB Addict's the absolute man, by the way. Fuzzy says, can we remove Jimbo from the lexicon and hot boards? He is not on the hot board that I ran or that I put together the other day. I probably need to put him on there as a kind of low percentage guy. But to me, the guys that I would pay attention to the most right now, I want to go back to a list I was writing the other day and make sure I'm not missing anything here. Hold on. I know the guys that I put in the actual hot board, but let me make sure. Somebody had texted me the other day, and okay, so the guys that I would, if there was a hot board run, here's the names I would put on it. DJ Durkin, obviously. Charles Kelly. I'd probably put Lane Kiffin in there somewhere just for shits and gigs. I'd probably have to put Jimbo on there as like a long shot. Dillingham. Eli Drinkwitz. Rhett Lashley. John Summerall. And I think there's one I'm missing. I'm trying to do this kind of on the fly here. Those are the things. Hornatius says, why are you retiring, Jay? Bad news from your hairstylist? Ha, 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 ha. You're really funny. Hornatius says, Jeff Fisher. That's pretty cool. I like him. John Gruden. Guys, I don't understand. Have you not watched what's happening at UNC? Like, let's not do that again. Let's do that again. Oh, Brent Key. Rich. That's who it would have been. CJ Davis says, Charles Kelly, stop. He has a lot of fans here. He has a whole lot of fans here, believe it or not. I really like him. Golesh is somebody else I would probably... David, I need to learn a little bit more about him, but I would put him on the list too. Charles Kelly has a lot of fans here. A lot. Craig says, Gus come back? Boy, you'd really melt some people down on that. I don't know that Auburn would hire a coordinator at this point, just my opinion. Alan says Hugh back next year. Could definitely happen. We're just kind of talking right now. One of the things that sucks about whenever we talk about potential job changes or whatever, everybody just goes, oh, everybody wants to pull out some, stupid, like, oh, the coordinator at San Jose State, he's averaging 42 points a game. Like, okay. That's not going to happen. I like RR Big Cat says, ha, 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 you can't be serious. RR, I've been doing it 28 years, bro. Stop telling me. I know. If I'd have told you Gene Chizik, you'd have said, you can't be serious. Well, guess what? It really happened. Mr. Matzer says we ain't going 8-4. I don't think so either, my man. Decatur says, what would be the draw on Charles Kelly? He's a great recruiter. He does the same kind of good like culture stuff. I think Summerall does a great job with that too. Same kind of culture stuff that Hugh does. And also I trust him more as a defensive coordinator. Here we go. Everybody's going to start saying names like Ryan Silverfield. Like, okay. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Hey, Preston, I asked everybody earlier to not do this. And you said, go throw the bag at Kurt Signetti. I said, please stop. Like, just stop with that. All right, let me see if I can get some dudes on the hone. Some of our reporters. Yeah, let's see if I can find a few here. Who would we want to start with? Maybe B-Matt? We want to start with B-Matt? I think we'd want to start with B-Matt. Let's see how these guys are doing. Hey, we'll take this call, though, while we're waiting on B-Matt to answer. Yo, what up, man? Who is this? You calling into the brain drain?
What's up, JJ?
Word, who this?
This is Crinkle Kind, but
Oh,
I
yeah, you have a new
have
name now, don't you?
yeah. My new name is 1993 national championship head coach Terry Bowden.
I like it.
How's it going, big dog?
It's been a minute since I've talked to you.
Man, it's been so fucking long. How you doing, big homie?
Well, I was just really hoping the team wouldn't suck balls this year, but too late.
God damn it, JG. Come on, you ain't lying.
Too late.
Look, man. All right. Well, look, I'm gonna give you a couple. Deal, JG. I don't think I've told you this before. I have a little bit of psychic ability.
Oh, do you?
And me and my brother-in-law killed about almost a whole bottle of bourbon. So my psychic ability is up about 25%.
Interesting.
Ask me any question you want to know about Auburn football, and I'm gonna be able to give you an answer here in about 10 seconds.
You want me to
What do you
ask
wanna
you
know?
questions?
Questions, I'll tell you the answer.
All right. How long's Hugh going to make it as head coach?
Motherfucker, he told me gone about 2 games.
2
That
games.
motherfucker,
Okay.
that bitch can't score 10. He can't score 10 fucking points against Georgia.
Well, he did
They
score
were
10.
giving us everything. He scored 10. This guy can't score shit. He can't score. He can't miss a drop. He scored against 3 second half adjustment Georgia. This motherfucker not score. It was the most Gus Malzahn shit, and I mean that in every sense of the word. In that he ran the Gus Malzahn offense in the first half. I'm talking about everything: inside zone to quarterback power to the jet sweep to the center of the field fucking tight end throws. And then Kirby went into the locker room. He said, "Oh, they're just running that fucking Gus Malzahn playbook." They immediately adjusted. We couldn't piss a drop.
That was it.
Yeah, that's all. God, Jay, that's all. Fucking cannot score. Oh my God, JG.
All right.
Right, ask me another question.
No, I think we've gotten far enough. Kind, it's awesome
right.
hearing from you, but I think you're a little too reveled.
Honestly, Jay, I'm toasted. But here's the deal.
Okay, let's make
Hugh
it quick.
Freeze,
Yeah.
I wanted him to be successful. And first of all, I appreciate you taking my call. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know my area code
Is
gets
odd.
attention.
It's unusual.
Yeah, I know. And I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm calling you and I'm more inebriated than I normally am. So thank you for taking my call. Here's the deal. Hugh Freeze, I really wanted him to be successful. I thought he was the right call. I was wrong. And I'm willing to admit that. And I want the best for Auburn football. And I don't know what that is at this point in time. I don't know, who do we hire? There's no obvious hire at this point. There's no okay, hire this guy. He's an up and comer. Was it Kurt Sinetti? He's 66 years old.
I know.
You're gonna hire this guy from Indiana. Who the fuck do we hire, Jay?
I don't know. I don't know who the answer is. That person.
I don't know who it is.
There's not an obvious person sitting out there, I don't think.
Is it Golesh? Is it?
Could be.
I mean, is it? I mean, who is it? Levy? I have no idea who it is. I mean, at one point in 2013, I told you it was Gus Malzahn, and then it actually turns out the obvious hire was Kirby Smart.
I know.
And I don't know who it is, man. But what I do know is that Hugh Freeze is ill-equipped to handle the job for which he was hired. He cannot coach an offensive side of football at this point, where he scored 10 points against the Georgia team. That was basically giving us whatever we want. He has recruited not one, but 2 quarterbacks who are fundamentally scared to throw the ball, and or he has installed a system in which those quarterbacks cannot reasonably decide to whom they should throw the ball.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing too.
We have there's a fundamental, a base level disconnect in terms of what we're hiring these people for. And what I just keep thinking about is, have you ever been paid $6.5 million a year?
Wish.
Have you ever been, now let me ask you a little bit differently. Have you ever been paid $6.5 million years to do a shitty job?
No, I would like to though.
No. I
Fun.
mean, you owned the Rivals.com site for a long time.
Yeah.
And you worked real hard. And I bet you weren't making $6.5 million a year.
No, I was making a little less.
Hugh Freeze is over here. What the fuck is he doing, Jay?
All right, kind. Hey,
right, man.
That's a hell of a call, though, bro. Hell of a call.
Man, I appreciate it. Thanks, Jay.
See you, man. Don't be a stranger.
Later, brother.
Bye.
All right, man. Bye.
There he is. There goes Kine, the man himself, the legend himself. We got some. Kine's been drinking a little bit, but I don't want you guys to hate on him too much because he's got plenty of reason to be drinking, as you guys know. My goodness. Schaefer Kia. I don't want to do that. Schaefer Kia, or otherwise known as Schaefer Shia, says we don't have any balls, but we have a short cock. Oh. Little punter joke. I like that. That's funny. That's good stuff. Fuzzy jumps in again to say that hot board really shows where we're at. Woof. Yeah. The problem is that everybody looks at it and goes, there's nobody here I like. And it's just like, okay. I mean, whatever. Chipper says that's a hell of an unhinged rant epic. That's kind of what we're looking for. No, it's Kine, Kine is what it was, Pocket. I think that was his name on the old bunker. He said his new one was 1991 or something. I don't know. He's really funny, actually. Patrick D jumps in with a super chat doing Patrick D things. Hugh Freeze is a sulking, pathetic loser of a football coach. Perhaps a good person. Don't know and don't care. Jackson Arnold should be out. Stop paying him and let him sue us. Wow. There's a lot to unpack on that one, Patrick D. Appreciate you super chatting and also, of course, always being part of our fam here on the Brain Drain and also at Auburn Sports as well. I don't know that that's the way they're going to do business, and I think you're kind of having fun with it. But I do think that Hugh Freeze also, I wouldn't call him a loser, but he sulks and he can be pathetic. Interestingly, some folks are clamoring for BMAT here, and he has not answered me. So he may be, I don't know what that means, because he's usually incredibly fast to answer me. Oh, he just answered. So I got good news. Let's get BMAT on the horn here. Where are you, Brian Matthews? There we go.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, B-Matt? Are you like stuck up there working and stuff?
I'm in the press box trying to crank out some transcriptions and stories and all that good stuff.
Some people were just thirsty to hear you go on a BMAT rant. I don't know if you really want to do that or not.
I would call this loss deflating, and I'm not really in the go on a rant about you freezing the offense, blah, blah, blah again. But I will say I'm not surprised how it turned out. I thought they had a good plan coming out, right? They went up and down the field a couple of times, 3 times, I guess, in the first half. They had execution problems when they got in the red zone there, the last 2 times, the field goal and that fumble, whether or not it was fumble or not, but fumble on the field called. And then they got completely outcoached and outplayed in the second half. I mean, you knew Georgia was going to make adjustments, and they did, and Auburn had no answer for that. None, zero, zilch. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I should have brought my computer with me, but I think I had it at 275 to 40 yards after the fumble. That was the difference in total yards. And, of course, 20-0 outscored too. So, yeah, it was just a complete domination, a complete 180 on how the game was going. But I'm not surprised. Auburn had a chance to put this game away, right?
Yes.
I mean, they easily could have scored 3 touchdowns early on the first 3 drives. At the very least, they should have had 17. It should have been 17-0 going into half. But they just fell apart after that fumble. I mean, the defense, they let Georgia drive 88 yards or something like that with no timeouts in just over a minute.
Yes, like a minute and a half.
And and part of that was the penalties they committed defensively, right? They had a targeting, they had a personal foul, roughing the passer, and there was one other penalty. I don't remember what it was on that drive that really, allowed Georgia to do what they did. And I thought Auburn was lucky that they didn't give up a touchdown, but it really didn't matter. And then, Auburn was in it up until, the very end of the second half. But as we've seen over and over again, the offense completely shuts down as the game goes on. And of course, the defense just got tired too, I thought. Didn't execute as well. Georgia found some things. I think they were doing a little bit more quick game. Number one, I can't remember his name, but, Auburn just couldn't adjust to that. So I call this really the fading loss. I don't know how well Auburn can bounce back because they put a lot into bouncing back and winning this game. They didn't. Now they're 0-3 in the SEC, 3-3 overall. They've got a coach on the hottest of hot seats, and they're staring at, unbelievably for this team with this talent, at 5 consecutive losing seasons, which is just unbelievable that this team is not better than it is right now.
Yeah.
It's just unacceptable, unbelievable, whatever. Another thing I would point out offensively is the longest pass to receiver, I believe, was 12 or 13 yards to Cam Coleman. And that was basically a short hitch, and he got yards after the catch. Right?
Yeah.
That was it to a receiver. Eric Singleton got a penalty, a pass interference, and then they overthrew him on another one. But that was it. And if you watch that second half, and I'm no coach, but it looked like Georgia's playing one safety, and Cam Coleman and other guys were one-on-one all the time, and they wouldn't, couldn't, even attempt a pass and to beat them. Again, I don't understand. Cam Coleman should be one of the best receivers in the country, and all he can do is catch 5 yards, curls, and hitches.
I know. It's all the
it's
quarterback can throw.
Right. I know it is, and that's the second biggest issue. The biggest issue, of course, is Hugh Freeze. But the quarterback is he's not, especially when Auburn's behind, and the running game disappears as Georgia sort of took it away in the second half. Auburn has no chance once that happens.
What did you think
Even
about
if they are one-on-one?
What did you think about when Jackson scored the touchdown and they overruled it and said it was Georgia's ball on the one? What did you think about that call? Was that just wrong?
No, I don't think it was just wrong. I've seen the fuzzy picture on the internet that supposedly shows that it was a touchdown, but from me seeing it live like 10 times in a row, they showed it. It looked to me like the ball was punched out right before the ball got over in his control. But it's a bang call. I'm not. I would probably need to look at it 10 more times to know for sure. But that's just. I mean, again, this is Auburn this year, right? They've had this happen to them.
Yeah.
All these just barely things happen, so close. I thought the craziest thing from that game to me, and it didn't necessarily affect the outcome, but when Kirby clearly called a fucking timeout, and then he convinced the ref he was just clapping. So instead of getting a delay or game or a timeout, they just gave him a free play. I just thought it was pathetic. I mean, how do SEC officials allow that shit to happen? I don't know.
They're terrible.
And it did seem like every 50-50 possible call went against Auburn, right? Whether or not that was a fumble or not, every fucking call that could have been 50-50 just about went against Auburn. I just thought that was tough, real tough.
So post game, what was his attitude like?
He seemed a little pissed off, but not, he is. He's pretty low key.
Yes.
But he did seem a little, but he didn't really show it as much. But I'm saying on a U, instead of being a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10, he was a 3. You know what I'm saying?
He's really angry.
Right?
Yeah. Raging.
Yeah. He again talked about execution and, didn't feel like Auburn was physical enough in the second half. I think he's more talking about the defense there. And then it said that they probably should have ran some more outside runs and done some things differently. But I mean, it sounds kind of the same as we've heard before. To be honest with you, yeah.
I don't know where they go from here, bro. But got Missouri coming in next weekend, so they better figure some shit out.
Missouri's going to be a pissed off team, feeling like they had a chance to win too against Alabama, right?
Yeah.
And I'll say this about Missouri: they're a better coach team than Auburn is.
For sure.
Auburn has more 5 stars or 4 stars, whatever it is, blue chip ratio. But Missouri's a better coach football team, so we'll see if Auburn can use the home field advantage. It's going to be another night game, so I just told me at 6:45. So we'll see.
Be mad. Appreciate you hanging, brother.
Yeah, my man. And don't be mad at me because I thought it was a fumble. I thought it was bang bang, but yeah. I know people are convinced that was a terrible call. I'm not so sure about that one, but
I will see you Monday then, I guess, right?
All right, but yep, I'll be there.
See you, man.
All right, later.
There he is, Brian Matthews. I think people that were expecting him to be super salty, B-Matt, might be a little surprised. He seemed more like just kind of like, I don't know, he's just kind of accepting that the team just finds a way to lose. I mean, if we're being real, I mean, that's kind of what it is. Jay Lee also, I texted Jay Lee and he said that he was Gucci. So I definitely want to get him on here as well. We love talking to Jay Lee. He's also a truth speaker, as some would say. See if I can find him on here real quick. Where are you at, Jay Lee? Here he is.
How about you, big dog?
Hey, what up, big boy? Where you at?
I'm stuck in Jordan Hare traffic.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those days, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, man.
What?
Another midnight.
How do you make sense of this fucking abomination today?
There's not really to make much sense of. You had to feel good after the first 1 and 3 quarters. The fumble, dude. Let's just put it this way. Ooh, almost had a little wreck here. That was pretty cool.
Whoa.
It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same game after the fumble. That was just all there was to it. There was a first part and a second part. It was pre-fumble, post-fumble.
Yep. And that's the way it went, wasn't it?
Think about that first drive. I think it was a 14-play, 75-yard drive.
Unbelievable.
Punched it in for a touchdown. Yeah, I mean, and you're going, all right, man.
Here we go.
You saw a commitment to running the football. You saw a commitment to tempo. You saw a lot of different things that we haven't seen and probably have been complaining that we haven't seen enough of. And you saw it, and it worked. And it worked again. And it continued working throughout the first half until that fumble on the goal line. And then after that, it was just like, first of all, I knew in the second half, Auburn in the first half needed to score as many points as they could. If they'd have gotten 17 right there, I think that's ball game. I knew they weren't going to score in the second half because people just don't score on Kirby Smart in the second half. Go and look at it, dude. His adjustments, his halftime adjustments are elite, and it wasn't just the defense though. It seemed like Auburn's offense went back to the same old.
For sure.
And the penalties were another big issue. Obviously, the refs weren't a big help. But Auburn's still in it there in the end, and what we've seen from the defense is, I mean, you can't expect much more from the defense, JG, because, and I talked to, who was it? It was Braylon Womack, five-star safety commitment after the game, and he made a great point. He said, if the offense could score, I think it was 22 points. I think he said 24, but I think the safety against Oklahoma, if Auburn's offense scores 23 points in the past 3 games, that's good enough to be 3-0.
Yeah.
6-0. 23 points, dude. That's all you need. And you can't even get close to that. They had 10 last week or 2 weeks ago against A&M. Is that right?
That's right. Lost that one 10-16. Lost this one 10-20, and then lost 17-24 at Oklahoma. So
23 points, you'd be a game, and you're sitting at 6-0 with this defense. I tell you what, JG, tonight was the first night I was really, I asked myself, is it time to see somebody different behind center?
Mm.
And I don't know that that's the answer. We all know that the most popular guy on the team, on a bad team, is the backup quarterback. But, man, it's just, the pass to Singleton over the middle should have been 6. The quarterback sneak should have been 6. There was just so many missed opportunities, and you just cannot afford to do that against a team like Georgia and expect to win.
Period. What did you think about the touchdown that wasn't? Jackson going over the tush push.
Yeah, it was bullshit. Matter of fact, when I was standing right there, I was right down. I was in that end zone, and my first take was it was a fumble, and I was like, I haven't seen video evidence yet to overturn that until the pylon cam, and then the pylon cam showed you the nose of the football in possession of Jackson Arnold cross break the plane of the goal line, and they had a snapshot of that, and I was like, oh, I'm wrong. That's a touchdown. That's big, 17-0. Wow, you know what I mean? I'm wrong because I thought it was a fumble at first, and then when they said that it was a fumble, I was like, are we watching the fucking WWE, man? Like what's going on? And then the timeout. Let me tell you something. I had to bite my tongue, but let me tell you something. If you didn't already know this, Kirby Smart is a liar and a cheat, and he proved that to the world tonight.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, that had no effect on the game because Georgia missed the field goal, so nothing happened there. So but it showed you that he's a fucking liar and he's a fucking cheater.
He definitely lied. No doubt about that.
That just pissed me off. Just personally, it's like, fuck you.
Damn.
You liar and cheater. You know what I mean? Like, you know what you did.
Yeah. Hey,
Charlie Murphy.
Do you think that Hugh's cooked?
Right now, yes.
I do too. I mean, he could get out of this, but it's going to be tough.
I agree. No, I had some. I tell you what, 2 things real quick. I talked to some people after the game. You standing around, you talk to people, and these are good. These are high level people. You know both of them.
Yeah.
They certainly believe he's cooked. They do think there is a world where he, here this is Gus 2.0. He's going to have to turn over the offense. These people believe Derek Nix is kind of the scapegoat here, and that Derek Nix is fully capable of running the offense. So, but I honestly, JG, I don't right now. I just don't see how this season ends in anything other than an utter disappointment. A Missouri team coming in next week that is going to be favored to win, I'm sure. You've got Vandy at Vandy. You're probably going to be favored to lose that game. You've got Arkansas, who almost beat Tennessee. You got neck brace up there, who's speaking of Arkansas. T-Will was in the house tonight.
T-Will
was in the house. But my other thing about post game was a very prominent, noticeable figure, and I don't know if this is normal or not, but Mr. Yellowwood himself was on the sidelines tonight.
Nice. All right.
And I don't think that's typically a good sign.
It wasn't in previous years or previous regimes.
Right. And I think we've discussed this before. It's like when Big Dog comes down to kind of see what's going on, that's typically not a good sign.
No, it's not.
So I thought that was very interesting. I really hate it for these players, man. I don't feel like the coaches, at least on offense, are putting them. And I shouldn't say coaches. It starts and ends with Hugh Freeze on
100%.
offense.
Yep.
I don't feel like Hugh Freeze is putting these guys who are very, very talented in the best position to be successful. I feel like the defense is doing all that they possibly can and should be asked to do. The trash touchdown there at the end, I get it, dude. I'm not blaming the defense at all for that. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I know they gave up that to put it away, but the defense did enough in that football game. and they did enough in the game against A&M. They did enough against Oklahoma. And I know, again, there was opportunities for defense to make a stop, and they're late in the game they couldn't. But I can't find fault in that defense right now when your offense, all the defense needs is for the offense to score 23 points for you to be top 5 in the country, 6-0, and playoff contender at the very least. So I feel like I think we've talked about this. If Hugh Freeze isn't bringing a competent, I'm not even asking for a high scoring or high powered offense. If he's not even bringing a competent offense, then what value does he bring?
Great question. Recruiting and culture is always bringing then, which is good.
Well, anybody that's ever tried to recruit at Auburn has recruited well.
Good point.
And that's Gene Chizik, that's Tommy Tuberville, that's Gus Malzahn, and that's Hugh Freeze. So anybody that has the support of Auburn, Brian Harsin didn't try, he didn't get support, and that's why he didn't recruit worth of shit. But anybody, we both have yet to cover a coach at Auburn who didn't recruit at an elite level. So that's not something that just Hugh Freeze can bring. So if he's not bringing a competent offense, an offense that can score at least 3 touchdowns a game, I don't see the value he adds to this program.
Yeah. He should have turned it over.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hate it because I know fans, they don't want to hear this, but man, this coaching staff, I know y'all don't want to hear this, listeners, but most of them, the majority of all the assistant coaches they're good fucking people, man. And I want to see them be successful. And I get some of the bashing that some of these assistants take. I get it, man. I get it. I used to be just like you. I was there. I've been a fan. I've been a fanatic. But I hate it for the players, and I hate it for these guys and I hate it for the fans, man. Auburn fans deserve better.
I agree.
Auburn fans deserve better, and they're not getting it. And I did say, even last week, JG, I was like, man, what you're hoping right now is that Auburn and Hugh Freeze are on the same trajectory as Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri. And Eli was losing season, 10 wins, 11 wins, and here he is now at 5-1. That's the best you can hope for if you're Auburn, that Auburn's on this Missouri trajectory with Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah.
But man, I don't know if I truly believe that they are.
Jay Lee, always appreciate your expertise, my man. You're speaking the truth.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, big dog.
All right, we'll see you, Jay Lee. Bye, bro.
See you, buddy.
See you, man. Jay Lee, of course, host of the Corner Recruiting Show, which he will go live tomorrow night. I think they go at 6:30. It's him and Alan Head and, of course, Cole Pinkston, a.k.a. Coach Pink, and who's a legend. I actually communicated with Cole here just a little bit ago, and he, I think, wanted to go ahead and give it a shot. He's on his way home from the game, and he thought that he would be able to jump on the show. So let's get Cole on here and see what he wants to say about this situation.
JG.
Hey, what up, Cole? How you doing?
Man, I'm just trying to get out of this traffic right now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Jay Lee was in the same spot, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's like directly behind me right now.
He was just on the air giving his thoughts. What do you take from this, Cole? I think disheartening is probably the right word from an Auburn perspective.
Like, what did we just witness exactly? I'm sitting here as I'm sitting in traffic, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what I've seen tonight, and I still don't quite know. I'll tell you this. Officiating sucks. That is 100% true. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. But boy, you got to hit that post to Eric Singleton.
Got to.
You got to hit it. I mean, at this point, look, I've defended Jackson Arnold. I think he's done, pretty well, keeping the ball safe, whatever. Runs the RPOs pretty well. I think you got to try Ashton Daniels.
Wow.
At
All
this
right.
point, that one throw is enough for me. I mean, that's the game. The game is on that throw. You can't make it. I want to see someone else.
Dang. I've got this theory, Cole, that they just keep running Jackson out there to do a job that he's not qualified to do. I don't think he's just a sit in the pocket and throw the ball around guy. Maybe Ashton is, but I know that Jackson's not. Yep. And I think in the first half when they were using him more as a runner, I think they were doing really well, and then they got away from it.
Well, I think Georgia to that, and they started, they turned 7 and 8 yard gains into 2 and 3 yard gains, 3 and 4 yard gains. Okay. The problem is I still have yet to see this staff adjust to that. Okay, so they've taken away what you were doing well. Now what? They just don't do well with that. They get into the 2nd and 8, and they don't have a good play call for it. And it's just we all felt it as soon as Georgia started making adjustments to the run game, to the quarterback run, and they started shortening those runs. You felt it, and you're like, they just don't answer the bell. The staff doesn't answer the bell as play callers, and it just seems like the offense is very mopey,
like the head coach.
To me, like the head coach, they're a reflection of the head coach. And I mean, I feel bad for Freeze at the same time, man. They're getting freaking hosed on some of these calls. I mean, they can't win one. They cannot win a review.
No,
they can't buy one.
They lost every review tonight.
I think they had one that was maybe favorable, but it was pretty obvious. And then the ones that were critical, of course. I mean, what way they're going as soon as they get to it. That makes me sound like a homer or something, but it's. I mean, I think the stats back me up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what did you think about the touchdown? The tush push dive over the top. Did you think that was a score?
Well, what I was writing during the game was, to me, the call on the field was the most crucial thing there over anything, because, I mean, that's a tough call to make on the field. But when it's going to be tight like that, it's going to be really, really difficult to overturn. So the call on the field is just of the utmost importance. I actually thought that the Georgia player recovered the fumble and scored, and they didn't give them that either.
Oh, okay.
So I'm really confused about that play as a whole. I think that it was so close on the crossing the plane, but you do have a still picture of him crossing the plane. So, but again, that was not the call on the field, which I can't believe they didn't call a touchdown on the field. Who caught that? How did you catch that in real time and let that play go without blowing a whistle?
I know.
That's the crazy part to me.
Jackson has to hold on to that football, though. I mean, whether or not it was a touchdown, he's got to hold on to the ball there.
Well, the thing about the tush push play, the quarterback shouldn't be on top like that. That's usually not how. I don't know how that happened exactly. Somebody didn't go low enough. Like, I think Georgia won the low man game on that. Your quarterback ends up going over the top. That's not really how it's designed. You're supposed to go through. Watch the Eagles. But
yeah, and it was a play. I don't know that I've seen Auburn run that before either. So
they did, actually. They ran it last year.
Oh, last year. I meant like this year.
Yes. Well, not this year. No, they haven't done it this year. They actually did line up for it once, and I think there was a timeout or something. But that was the second time I've seen him run it in the Freeze era. I mean, it was there. Got to hold on the ball.
Yeah.
Just like the posted season, it's there. They dialed it. Actually, what happened on that, and I think I'll see this again when we go back, but they actually had 2 play calls. First down play call was a quick run. I think it got 3 yards. And then they went NASCAR fast, got on the ball. They already had the play called, the post, and it was open. All you got to do is hit it. Singleton's running. He's going to bump his head on the goalpost if you hit it.
And he just overthrew him by a yard,
He pushed it. He didn't have enough air under it. It's like you can't do it. It's inexcusable. There's no excuse for that whatsoever.
Yeah. Do you think Hugh's going to be able to get out of this?
No, I don't. The only thing, and I was considering this tonight, and I don't know how they're going to go about it. I really don't. There's going to be a change made somewhere. I would argue that the defensive staff has done its job. So what do you do with that? You know, firing them almost doesn't make sense. Is there a chance that you get another where they did with Gus, and they give him an offensive coordinator, you got no choice, or supposedly, you know, do they go that route? Do they fire him? Do they look at it as this is a directional problem, not an offensive problem? And I don't know if I know the full answer to that, if it's a directional problem from the top or if it's just an offensive problem. Because if you have some of the offensive things fixed, then I think Auburn's winning these football games, even with all the bad calls.
Right. I mean,
so
the threshold's not real high.
That's a weird place.
24 points a game is really what you're looking for here. I mean, 23 would get you to 5-1.
I mean, yeah, really. And that's really, I mean, that's not asking too much at all.
I don't think so either. So I don't know how they're going to fix this, but I think Hugh's cooked. I do. I don't think he's going to get out of this. I don't think he'll be the coach next year. And yeah.
I don't either. What do you think about the scenario I just mentioned? Do you think that's a possibility at all? I don't know. I'm just kind of.
You got to give me more concrete. I don't. So you're saying somebody's going to be sacrificed, but you don't know who?
No, I'm saying that they make an offensive change instead of a Hugh Freeze change. Is that a possibility? I'm just questioning it. I don't know for sure.
Like who? Like D-Nix or Kent or?
Yeah, I don't know. That's probably the problem. I think
Thornton?
You just have to do the whole thing. And does that mean you? I mean, I guess it all depends on what you decide to do and when you decide to do it. That's going to be very important with this. If you decide to do it, if Auburn loses to Missouri, you know,
I think you do it right after that.
The chance,
yeah, because Durkin deserves a chance. If they're going to move on from Hugh, he needs a few games. You know,
he does. Yeah, I think again, defensive staff is doing its job. I'd like to see what the team looks like with him in charge. I wouldn't mind that at all.
He deserves more than like 1 or 2 games. We've seen this happen. In the 98 season, they fired Bowden, or he quit, and then Brother Oliver only got like 3 or 4 games. I wish he'd get more than that, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
You know, get a good showing, get a good resume, and then make a decision off of that.
Slava's got a question in the chat. Does Cole think Freeze is capable of ever winning a playoff game here? What do you think?
No. I don't. I mean, they have too many problems in these big games.
And I don't like his sideline demeanor. I don't like it. He looks pouty and sad, and I was kind of banging on him his first year here about it, like just how he gets so sullen on the sidelines, and I think his team takes up after it, you know?
Yeah, he's pretty emotional. I don't remember him being that way, you know, when I used to watch his Ole Miss teams and all that. It seems to be something he is more like now. It's just they reflected a little bit. I mean, the craziest thing to me is them sitting there and waiting for them to review, and they don't have a play, and they burn a timeout that's pretty important because they're waiting on a review. You have to run the play. Like that to me was the biggest reflection of how he's acting. You know, you can't just hope that it works out. You got to keep fighting. That was a big. I didn't like that at all.
All right, you got to keep fighting, but unfortunately, you're having to fight against the head coach at this point because I think he's the biggest problem they got. The play calling, I don't like it.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I don't like the quarterback. I think they're using the quarterback wrong, but a lot of people don't agree with me on that, Cole.
No, I agree with you.
Because Jay Lee was saying he thought it was time to make a change at quarterback, and I'm not sure that's true.
Well, the reason I believe it's time to make a change at quarterback is because of that throw. I think it's inexcusable. I've seen it happen a couple times now. I would like to see a different guy try it because it's open. It's not like it wasn't open. It's not like they did not just scheme up a play that was going to score 6 points. They had it, and he was incapable of making the play. And you cannot miss that one in a game like that. So I would like to see somebody else try it. But I will say that I will agree with you that, you know, they're definitely not using him to his potential.
No.
First drive, I thought, hey, here we go. Here we go.
Exactly.
And then
Like the fourth quarter was as bad as it can possibly be from a quarterback perspective. Some of those throws were so bad, dude. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's some bad ones. There's a slant to Perry Thompson that hit him at the feet.
I mean, behind him, yeah, it was terrible.
Couple others, I can't remember specifics, but yeah, I think it's time to at least see someone else.
Yeah.
Just see what it looks like. I mean, you're losing anyway. You're about to play another team. I'm not so sure Missouri couldn't, beat Georgia head to head. They're pretty strong. They got a similar structure as Georgia, actually, as far as offense goes. So I think you're about to be in for another game just like this.
Shit. This is not fun, Cole.
I don't know how you're not.
It's not fun.
It's not. It's not. I have not covered a winning Auburn team yet. I don't know what it feels like. I don't know what it's like to be talking to recruits after a game and then just, besides the Texas A&M game last year, but even that was like, well, okay, they got one. Like, what does it really feel like to have momentum to where people are freaking out and they're just jumping to join the program instead of, I don't know, I got a bunch of questions.
I know. This is where we're at, Cole. And I hate that you haven't covered a winning team yet. I've covered a few, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
It sounds fun. Like, I want to try it,
Yeah. I'm afraid this isn't it. It's probably have to be next year or the year after that or the year after that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I'm with you. I don't see a way that Freeze makes it out of this one.
I don't either. Cole, another great call.
Appreciate it.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. Did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yes, but I forgot.
Okay. Hey, listen, drive safely, and I will see you on Tuesday, all right?
Will do. We'll see you Tuesday.
All right, Cole. Thanks, bro. You're a great teammate. I'm glad to call you a teammate.
I'm glad to call you a teammate.
See you, brother.
See you.
There he is. Cole Pinkston, the man himself, Coach Pink, who is, in fact, a great teammate. That's why I always say that to him. I want him to know that I feel that way about him. He's great. I love working with him. I love this whole crew. Hoke, P-Matt. Of course, you all know how I feel about P-Matt, Caleb. And Pink, Jay Lee, just good dudes, man. And I think they do a great job at Auburn Sports for sure. Yeah, Ben Blake was fired up to have Cole in the air. Patrick D has had some pretty hot takes here in the chat. Slava says Cole needs to cover Alabama for a few seasons. Let's give him a laugh for that. He wouldn't want to do that. He wouldn't want to do that. I don't really know what else. I don't know what else we want to say here. I mean, the situation is what it is. The team's not very good. The refs are even worse. I think Auburn had an opportunity tonight to win this game. They got an incredibly bad call that went against them late in the first half. They've got to go into the locker room and find a way to put their foot down and turn it around. And they didn't do that. And I thought the second half, for the most part, was just not good. Defensively, at least solid. I think I'm kind of over-focusing on the offensive side of it. Defensively, I thought they were solid. You give 20 points to Georgia at home, that should be enough to at least give you an opportunity to win the game, if not just straight up win it. I think Auburn's offense, you should be able to rely upon it to score 25 a game. And that's not happening. So I don't know, guys. I'm probably going to wrap it up there. I know we got a lot of folks in the show, but I just don't know where else to go. And we got to get up tomorrow and start writing about this. We got to have lots of content at the site at Auburn Sports, and we try to start flowing that stuff out at 8 a.m. I know sometimes you guys are not going to love reading it, and it's for damn sure. And you're going to want to say, "Isn't Hugh gone already?" Coleman says Fernando Mendoza would have been nice at Auburn. Boy, he sure would have been. A terrific football player now at Indiana, formerly at Cal. Yeah, he would have been really, really good. Yeah, he would have been good, Dark Side. I promise. So we'll just continue to kind of talk about this at Auburn Sports on the bunker and the content pieces that me and B. Matt and Caleb and Hoke will be putting out here. And Dick says Mrs. Tate's calleth. I think Mrs. Tate is probably asleep now, but maybe not. We'll see how it goes when I get down there. Anyway, guys, thanks for listening. We didn't quite make it 6 hours, 5 hours and 50 minutes now. But Fuzzy says, "Where's the boss? Call him." Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about Cordy? And then Cordy's not a girl. Not Salty said, "Enjoy the drain, JG. Good show. Shitty game. Peace and smash that like button, homies." Not Salty, thanks for being here, bro. And I think you pretty much went wire to wire. I know Chipper did as well. Fuzzy, thanks so much for the super chats tonight, my guy, and Patrick D as well. All you guys that were super chat. Mang, you're probably gone now, but anyway. Decatur says, "I need another ADOTB." Also, Stoop Up. Thank you, bro. And we'll wrap it up there. I will check you guys. Of course, we'll be around on the bunker, and we'll be doing stuff at Auburn Sports. Remember, Jeffrey's going to have the show with Cole and J-Head tomorrow at 6:30, I think, around that time. And then I'm also doing a show with Hoke tomorrow afternoon, which we'll put up, I think, Monday morning. And we got a lot going on. So appreciate you guys being part of what we do at Auburn Sports, and especially here, part of your Brain Drain fam. And we'll be back. We'll be back Saturday for this Missouri game, whenever they decide that actual kickoff is going to be. It's going to be the night game. And we'll also be doing Bourbon Blend on Thursday night. Those of you who want to come and hang out with me and my wifey, a.k.a. the administrative assistant. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Look, man, Auburn's going to be good someday. All of this suffering will be redemptive. It just might be a little while longer. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that. I don't want to be the one to tell you that, but I got to do it sometimes, and that's my job. Appreciate y'all. Love you guys. Let's try to get through the week. And maybe they'll pull it out next week. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Peace and love. See ya.